Hello and good afternoon, everybody. What's up? Welcome. It's good to be back. Had a late night last night. Got a little bit of sleep, and we're here. Had a little trouble sleeping last night, so we'll see how I hold up today. I'm sure part of that involves, going to sleep at 5 a.m., 5:30, I don't know. Could have been any time. Who knows? But we're here. Got a little bit of food. Got some coffee. Ready to finish what I started. I did not expect, I'm sure I was the only one who didn't expect free agency negotiations to take more than 12 hours. But here we are. There are a lot of decisions to make when you're gutting your entire team and replacing most of the players, I guess. I think that'll get easier in future seasons when contracts are a little less fluid and a little more locked in. Deep into the uptime. Yeah, well, no, we've been very deep. I've just been very addicted. Time goes by too fast in this game. I don't have enough time to do everything I want to do. There's just so much to do. Boy, I sure hope all my favorite players are still on my favorite team. Oh, yes. Yeah. No, they're out there somewhere, to be sure, yeah. I don't know if we'll be able to find them. We'll place on our team, but they're out there. Rest assured. All your favorite players. I have already had some regrets. And we have some regrets yet to be made. So gonna see how it goes, but I hope you guys are having a nice Tuesday or whatever day it is. Somehow it's already May. We're cruising through to the halfway point of 2025. I'm not happy. I'm older now. I'm getting even older. And they still haven't released the next book in A Song of Ice and Fire, okay? I hope that there's enough notes out there for someone to ghostwrite it. Enough chapters available to just kind of fill the gaps. I don't know. It's been 30 years, George. Wasn't the first the first book 1995, I think? It was a while ago. What's up, Falcris? Fox.gif, what's up, Arathon, Swineherd, The Dark, Talahunter? Yo. Also, Load Bob, thank you for 86 months sub. Pumping it in chat, I appreciate the sub. And Tellschool subbed 9 hours ago, I think, between streams. So if you're out there, thanks for that sub as well. Do you play the new Football Manager game when it comes out later this year? I will definitely check out the new Football Manager when it comes out. However, I don't think they have even a release window yet. Because last I heard, Football Manager was canceled for 1 year, at least, while they continue to work on the new engine. But I will definitely check it out when it comes out, because that's a whole other can of worms. See, like, right now, Europeans probably think I hate them because I'm playing baseball, okay? But then one day I'm going to play Football Manager, whatever they call the next one, and then Americans are going to think I hate them. And then the Europeans are going to be like, oh my, I actually know this one. I know how to play this one. I know almost nothing about soccer in real life. Oh, it's that kind of football. Yeah, Football Manager is soccer. You goobers. It's Football Manager, so you have to say it like that. That's why. That's Americans say football. It's football. That's how you can tell the difference. Hello, Chorizo. Thank you for sharing the sub. I appreciate the prime. Jamma Ben also for 57 months. Howdy. And good welcome. What's up, Dwarp? Donut. Ben Maverick. Yeah, I wanna play Football Manager as well, but I would have to learn the sport, basically. I know only the bare minimum rules. I don't know the positions. I don't know what the defensive line looks like. I don't know what the I don't know where the striker goes. Okay, I know the goalie, and I know midfielder. Okay, see, I know words that are belonging to soccer. But yeah, it'll be fun to learn because it is a beloved game. So it'd be cool to do a playthrough of that. I just hope that they don't have like super long problems with the engine stuff. When are you playing Bass Fishing Game Warden Manager? Tomorrow. I like spreadsheets. Numbers that go up. I hate real life spreadsheets. I like video game spreadsheets, to be clear. Big difference. All right, where are we at? Somewhere down there. Okay, chat, you ever just turn on your stream and in 13 minutes and you go, what have I done? I'm already tired. Here we are. Getting ready to do a little contracting. Getting ready to do a little baseball management. Ready to pick up the mess from yesterday. Make no mistake, it is a mess. Someone said, what happened to the team? The team's fine. I just am replacing most of the players because they were terrible. They tried their best. You know, they gave it their all. They did. They did beat the record for best expansion team's first year, historically speaking. We could have done a lot better if we changed the rules of the expansion draft up front, but I like it better this way. It's more rewarding to climb your way up. So, what do we have to do first? I don't even know. There was a lot going on. There's a lot of moving parts. So, just put that in perspective. To get an idea of the moving parts, we can take a look at our 2026 history. Just to get an idea of how different things are. These are the players that played in the field for us in our first year. So Blaze Alexander just got claimed on waivers by Portland. We had to release, we didn't release him, but we waived him and DFA'd him, which basically just means we didn't want him on our roster. So the other team's got a chance to claim him. So he is now a Portland Pioneer. Bless his heart. I wish the best for him. I hope he does better than he did when he was on our team. But we just didn't have space. Aranamo is going down to our AAA. Luke and Baker got claimed, and he is now a Philadelphia Philly. He expects to be a bench player. Maybe he can have himself a good season like he did in 2025, but he didn't have many attempts. Will Banfield is in our AAA. Chang is a Chicago Cub now and did not have himself a good season with the Cubs. So, but they're probably happy with his defense on second base. He is a good-looking second baseman, 50 overall, so maybe that was a bad trade on our part. We'll find out. Wilmer Flores is actually back on the team. He is a invader. Foscue back on the team. Fraley is gone. He wanted a $16 million contract extension from us, but what he signed was a $10 million contract for 4 years. 11, I guess 12 million, give or take, with the Reds. So he ended up going down that route. So we'll have to see how that goes. Speaking of, I need to make sure these guys are shortlisted so I can see what happens to them. On my shoulda, woulda, coulda list. Pretty sure I already added Fraley. Yeah. Freeman is still on the team. We're trying to work on him in the development lab, but I have my doubts because it's not going so well. But he is still on the team. We're paying him $2.4 million this year. He's a team captain. Good defense. At the very least, he'll have good defense. That's pretty much all we got from him. But I hope he can shape up this year. Joey Gallo. I don't know what's going to happen to Joey Gallo. He's not on my team, and nobody else has signed him yet, so... he's only 33. Grandal is actually a Colorado Rocky. He got a $1.6 million contract with the Rockies. So now they get to deal with him, because he expects to be a starting catcher at 38 years old in 2027. So if he can be a starting catcher, good. I'm allergic to making Yasmani Grandal my starting catcher. That seems like the kind of bad decision the Rockies would make. Oh no. Okay, that got me. But he'll be interesting to watch. So let me put him on the shoulda, woulda, coulda list as well. These streams inspired me to go back into Football Manager. Only played a little bit a few years ago, and now I'm obsessed too. They're really great games. They are really great games. David Hamilton is a Pirate. He was part of the Joe Mantiply trade that we made to get Indy Rodriguez, who's on our AAA team as a catcher. Our shoulda, woulda, coulda list is getting longer and harder to keep up with. Dion Jorge is in our AAA for now. He's kind of a new guy. Jace Young, we traded for last year. He's going to be a bench player. Pedro Leon is now a San Diego Padre. After he got claimed off waivers, I think. No. We traded him for a closer. So we traded Pedro Leon for Tyson Neighbors, who is a prospect. I don't remember why I did that, actually. I needed to get him off of the 40-man roster. That was the problem. So instead of just waiving him and let someone claim him for free, I decided to try to get another player in exchange for him. So I shopped him around, and that was the best we could do, I think. Jake Mangum is on our AAA. Marchand, we re-signed. Dylan Moore is just a free agent. I can kind of see why. He just doesn't have it. He's also 34 years old, but ripped that gold glove from 2024, which for some reason was awarded at the starting pitcher location. I don't understand that at all. Hector Ochoa, Did not have a great season with Cincinnati offensively. Did I already add him? Yep. Perez in our AAA. We actually had to put Winfield Perez down a notch. We still got a little room for improvement. Maybe. Shunk is in AAA now. Siani's in AAA. Cal Stevenson might be a starter, might be a bench player. And then Riley Unroe is a free agent. So a lot of players gone is what I'm trying to say. Lots of players gone. And we've got a lot of really weird, difficult decisions to make today. Because this is what your... If you missed out on some of the action last night, we redid everything. We gutted the bullpen, and we replaced basically everybody. We even have a new starting pitcher. Steven Matz, left-hander, held down a solid ERA for the last 2 seasons. Though in the last season, he did even better with more starts, so that's always nice. We'll see how he does this season. I've got some decisions to make with regard to our starting pitching. And then for our relievers, we picked up Keegan Aiken from free agency. Paid him $2.8 million. We're paying a bunch of people. He's on a 2-year deal. Extreme fly ball left-handed pitcher out of the bullpen. Had good numbers last year. Franco Ailman, we actually picked up from the Rule 5 draft. So he slipped through the cracks from Cleveland. Was on Cleveland, but because they didn't have him on their secondary roster, he was eligible to be drafted by other teams. So he's got the potential to become lights out of the bullpen. The low adaptability might hurt us initially. Alexis Diaz was another pull from free agency. Got him on a 2-year deal with a team opt-out in the second year. $1.6 million. Fastball slider. Good stuff. Good numbers last 2 years. Gave up 0.6 home runs per 9, so despite being a fly ball pitcher, not getting hit very often. Ian Hamilton, who was on our team and we traded last year for Joe Mantiply, who we then traded again. We got Ian Hamilton last year out of free agency, I think. No, it was the expansion draft. So we got him off the expansion draft, traded him for Joe Mantiply, and then traded Joe Mantiply for Indy Rodriguez. So they're both back on the team. Joe Mantiply and Ian Hamilton are both on the team after we traded both of them last year. So that's got to be a strange feeling. Hey, you gonna trade me again this year? So what if I am? I think a lot of these guys would be happy being traded to a team that has a more winning record, because they want to win the World Series. They don't want to be on the loser team. However, we paid Ian Hamilton $1.9 million for a 1-year deal. It's pretty short term. And Joe Mantiply, we've got on another 1-year deal, $1.7 million for him. He's looked pretty solid the last couple years out of the pen. Well, mostly last year. So we'll see what these guys still got. If we need to trade them, Snyder's back on the team. He's on a 3-year deal for $2.1 million. And then we also got Luke Weaver, who was kind of an interesting acquisition. We traded the Washington Nationals, and we gave up Spencer Howard, who we were getting off of our, I guess I should add him then. Spencer Howard, add to the shoulda, woulda, coulda. And then some 20 overall dude that they put in their AAA. He's gonna have a terrible time there. Yeah, and they gave us Luke Weaver, who is our new closer. He's got 4 pitches, which is crazy, I think, for a closer. Fastball, curveball, changeup, cutter. So some nice pitches to play off of each other. Extreme fly ball. So we've kind of abandoned the hard focus on grounders, but we still have some ground ballers. High work ethic, low financial ambition, good control to keep the walks down. Apparently doesn't keep the home runs down too much, but I think the pitch mix can help keep the homers down. So we'll see. He had 28 saves last season. And then of those, trying to find the stat. Of those, 2026, he blew 3. So he had a 90% save conversion rate, which is pretty good. That's really good. I shouldn't say pretty good. That's really good. So if he can do that again, that'd be amazing. Sorry, I'm looking at chat again. I cannot wait to see the $160 million contract get inked for real. Yeah, we haven't even talked about that yet. This is our year. What's up, Grizzly? Do they call short-term contract players mercenaries in baseball like they do in soccer? I've never heard that term, actually. Yeah, in baseball, kind of what Short and Saucy said, if a team thinks that a player is going to be good for longer than a year, they will try to sign them for longer than a year. In American sports, the more common term is journeyman. Yeah, I've heard the word journeyman before. Kind of like describes a player who's good enough to play at the major league level, but not so good that a team feels like they can't live without him. They're usually people that fill in gaps in a team for a more limited period of time, like 1 to 2 years. Rentals, yeah, the term rentals is also true. You can have a pitcher who's really good, who might be on the last year of a longer contract, and a rental would be like, maybe they had a 5-year contract, but this is their final year, and the team trades them before their contract is up to try to get value out of that deal before just letting them walk away. So they'll give that good player to another team who's trying to win now, and the team who's trying to win now will give them prospects who might become good later, usually. And that would be called a rental, because you're just like borrowing that guy for the remainder of his contract to try to help you win. So yeah, rental's a baseball word too. Missed the draft yesterday. How'd we do? Well, we did do the Rule 5 draft, and we've got a couple people from the Rule 5 draft, which I don't know if we're gonna keep them forever or not, but part of the Rule 5 draft is that you have to keep them or give them back. But the biggest acquisition so far is Jazz Chisholm Jr., who's going to be playing third base as a starter for us. And we broke the bank to get Jazz, and he's not even the potentially biggest contract. So this is the biggest name acquisition for the team. We signed him to a 5-year deal for $108 million. So we probably paid, I would say he's worth probably like a $90 million deal on this. And he's got a player opt-out in the final year. So we're front-loading the contract because we ended up with over $90 million in free money for the budget. And so I decided to go ahead and spend to try to get some players now, with the idea being that we front load their contracts. So I'm paying 26 mil in the first year, which is the majority, right? That's the highest pay. And then after that, it gets easier each progressive year. So if we want to trade him and free up money, it gets easier to trade him over time because the other teams that we're trading him to will only have to be responsible for like lower and lower amounts of money, right? So I decided to just use the budget we had to eat some cash up front so that we could maybe think about it like we're paying a bunch of money now so that we can get prospects later if we want to, or if he ends up being good, then we keep him and have less money to pay in future years. So free up the budget a little bit. But yeah, he's a prankster. Personality class. Jazz is to the team as Pop is to Jack in the Box. So he is an essential component. But yeah, that should like kind of lighten the mood and keep people happy. He's also got like high speed, high stealing aggressiveness. His defense is nothing to write home about, but at least he has a really strong arm at third base, which is the probably most important defensive aspect for playing third. And if he needs to be moved to the outfield, his speed will easily allow him to make that transition. But we have a lot of outfielders, so I don't really perceive that happening. Let me get some music. Let's do... I need some new soundtracks. I'm just listening to the same things each day, but that's okay. There we go. I should get on one of those like royalty-free, not the actual royalty-free. I think I had a subscription to one of the like streamer services that has like music channels. But yes, Jazz Chisholm Jr. is a well-known nationally player and very popular locally already. So Las Vegas has already welcomed him in with open arms. And you can see the results of our team's paradigm shift in the front office. Check this out, right? So last year, we had total attendance 3.35 million people. Probably not unique people, but total people going to games. We were 4th in attendance in the league. Now, we have an owner who is set us the goal to go even higher. He's not satisfied with 41,406 people per game. He wants 45,000 per game. And keep in mind, the stadium can only hold 48,000, which, by the way, is a massive stadium. Most stadiums do not hold 48,000 people in baseball. The mod maker went a little above and beyond in terms of what's actually realistic, because I think even the real life number for the stadium they're actually going to build is like 33,000 people, significantly smaller. But anyway, he's not happy with that. He wants 45,000 people per game. He also wants us to play close to 500 ball. He was upset that we didn't do it. He also wants to upgrade right field, which I think we did. I haven't even seen this button. Accepting the recommended goal will replace the current goal with a new option. Declining the recommended goal will either lock in the current goal or possibly give you another option to replace. I'll look at the situation and let you know my decision. I think we've got an upgrade in right field. Acquire a top player is the proposed goal. I think declining. Oh, I don't need to do that. Okay, well, it's fine. You can change it so you can get a different goal. All right, I didn't realize how that worked. I understand now. The owner wants 90+% attendance every home game. That's nuts. Yeah, it is nuts. So here's the thing though. I raised ticket prices by like 10-15% because I believed in the team. And I should have believed harder, because check this out. So I went from $20.24 ticket prices and I raised it to $22.75, which is a 12.4% change. We've sold 10,000 season tickets already this year. Oh, wait, no. Sorry. Wait, what? Yeah, it's 2027. Okay, it's 2027. Brain not work so good. We sold 15K tickets last year, 10,000 season tickets this year. We're projected to sell 17,000 season tickets, and they're projecting 48,000 like sellout crowd attendance per game. So if that projection continues, we would make an additional 31.2% revenue per game, which is if we sold out every crowd at this price point, that's $1.1 million per game. And we did the math last night. There's 162 games. That's $178 million in revenue. So it's an extra $30+ million in rev compared to previous. And it'll be even higher than that because we didn't sell out every game, right? This is the attendance chart here. So 838K. That'd be like 135 mil. So yeah, it's like 30 million different in revenue if every game's a sellout. But if every game wasn't a sellout, this is going to be even more money if we actually do sell out every single game. Yes, you would only get that for home games, but you still get that for, you still get a rev gate share for away games as well. So my point is that we're making more than 32% more money. We'd be making like probably closer to 45% more revenue. I was trying to illustrate how much money teams actually make from ticket sales. But people are getting excited about probably season was better than they expected. We were not the worst team in baseball, and we've been adding some star power, some known names to the team that people are going to buy jerseys for it and come out and see. Jazz Chisholm Jr. jerseys are being printed now. You know what I mean? Okay. So the rest of the infield and outfield is also crazy. We picked up a lot of people you're not going to recognize, and some you will. Wilmer Flores is back on the team. We gave him a $5.75 million contract to play with us again. He's here for another year. At 35 years old, to try to duplicate his success from the DH spot, where he was like team leader. Team leader in many respects. For catcher, we've also got Luis Torrens, who doesn't look like anything amazing. He's got a strong arm, but his stats don't look amazing, but he did have 2 years of MLB playtime where he had a 708 OPS and then a 792 OPS, which by our standards is like a god. 126 OPS plus last season for them in a limited number of at-bats, but still 26% better than the average player right there. So if he could hit 290 again this season, that'd be great. If he can't, then cross that bridge when we get there. But we also picked up Oslevis Basabe in free agency. We got him on a kind of a predictive deal since he's 26 years old and has crazy contact, good batting average on balls in play with gap power. And we're hoping he can turn some AAA success into major league success with decent infield defense as a potential bench player to kind of fill in for some infielders. Jace Young from last year, he's back. Cooper Pratt was our big shortstop pickup. So he's the Chang replacement. He's also replacing Arenamo. He's 22 years old. Wow, he's just like Arenamo in that way. But he has more major league experience than Arenamo did. But gonna be good defensively at short and has the potential to get even better. He hit 232 last season with a 293 on base percentage, 677 OPS. It's not terrible. It's not great. We also picked up Will Brennan, who was a $2 million contract, 1 year signee. He did not get offered arbitration by his team, the Guardians, so he became a free agent, and he's going to be one of our new outfielders. He had almost a 700 OPS last season, so that would be an outfield upgrade for this team. So we're just trying to upgrade everyone across the board. Cal Stevenson, he's back from last year. Plays some good outfield defense for us. Had a lot of walks last season. Tyler Freeman's back. We're hoping that he improves in the dev lab, but he's got that team captain personality that I think is really valuable. Burleson is another pickup. He won a ring with the Cardinals in 2025, We've got a few Cardinal players who they dumped after winning the World Championship. After taking the trophy home, they're like, see you later. You guys are cut. Was not offered arbitration. Yeah, Cards didn't offer a bunch of people arbitration and just like let them go. So, I don't know. We've picked up at least 3 or 4 Cardinals recently. But Burleson is another like decent looking bat for the outfield, 705 OPS, which would be a big upgrade for us. Gavin Conticello was a weird one. We picked him up on the Rule 5 draft. I actually wish he could be sent to AAA, but he can't because he was a Rule 5 draft. So instead, he's just going to have to be like a first baseman, right fielder, platoon bat. He's better against righties than lefties, unfortunately for us. So maybe he's a DH for Wilmer Flores sometimes. Maybe he's a first baseman sometimes, because he's very good against right-handed pitching in the AAA system. So we'll see how that translates. We also picked up Nelson Rada, who we can't put on the injured list yet. Can't use the injured list during the offseason, even though he's got a ruptured Achilles tendon. He was a Rule 5 draft pick as well. Crazy speed, crazy stealing ability, good outfield defense, and good contact, good eye. Another AAA player, just looked like an opportunity. And then we have Luis Matos, who's probably going to be like a bench, almost like a Winseal Perez type. So him and Winseal Perez are really similar. He just doesn't have any option years, so I can't send him to AAA without losing him. So if I want to lose him, then that's okay. But I have to be ready to get rid of him. So that's all we've got. And wait, there's more. There are more. Where is my organization page? We also picked up Quinn Matthews, claimed off of waivers. Crazy transactions. We're picking up all sorts of people. Quinn Matthews is a reliever. Throws up to 97 miles an hour. He's probably going to go down to AAA. They just, I don't know, they must have been trying to clear room on their secondary roster because he's still got 2 option years left. So I do not have to pitch him in the major leagues. And he's only 26 years old. So he's going to dominate AAA, unfortunately, but we may not have room for him. He's a starter, too. 50 stamina, 50 overall, so kind of a crazy pickup, I think. Has the potential to get even better. So I don't know what we're going to do with all these pitchers. We got a ton of pitchers, and we just waived Sam Bachman, so I had to clear up space on the 40-man roster for Quinn Matthews, so we waived Sam Bachman to replace him with Quinn Matthews. Sorry, Bachman. I hope you find a good home. Now, all that being said, what are we actually doing now? I'm trying to catch you guys up on everything we did last night. I got to decide who's going to be starting pitchers, who's going to be relievers, who's going to be in the lineup, but we have something else to do. And the something else is it's time for the international free agency signings for 2027. We've been doing some scouting. Not that scouting. We've been doing some scouting, inviting all the international players to our practice, to our complex, kind of getting to see what they got a little bit better. And indeed, some of those 80s are now 75s. And some of those 80s are solidified as 80s. Didn't the Cardinals lose their GM last stream? Someone lost their owner. I don't remember which. One of the owners died. Was it the Diamondbacks? Yeah, Arizona owner succumbs to illness. Son Justin takes over after Ken Kendrick died suddenly on vacation yesterday. So there you go. Did we get Robert or Baum or Flores? Who's Robert? Oh, Luis Robert Jr. He still hasn't decided yet. So we do have a, okay, I forgot to mention that. I should mention that before we do the international signings. We do have one more big deal left. Luis Robert Jr. has still not committed to playing for us as our star center fielder. We went through at least a dozen back and forth offers. And I may have sunk cost fallacy to $160 million 5-year deal into Luis Robert Jr. He now favors our offer. And last we heard, he hadn't gotten a better offer. He's just holding out, trying to get someone to offer him something better. And it is now January 15th. So, is he worth this? No. Is he a star that is well known nationally and locally, and also is a really good center fielder who hit 25 homers last season? And we need someone with some power. Someone's got to hit some home runs on the team to get the people excited. I like small ball as much as the next guy, but you got to have at least one dude mashing some homers. And if we take a look at who's left, let's see who hit the most home runs last year. It was Tyler O'Neill and Luis Robert Jr. So they're both outfielders who want about the same amount of money. So like kind of a similar thing. 28 home runs in each of the last 2 seasons for Tyler O'Neill. His OPS is down. His OPS plus is down. His WAR is down last season. Not great for a contract year, but he wants about the same. So between the two of them, I would rather have Luis Robert Jr., who's a few years younger, plays a better outfield in center, and is faster, I think. Yeah, he's faster, better stealing, and has maybe like worse numbers, but he has 4.1 WAR last year. I'm allergic to my center fielder having 4.1 WAR all by himself. Like, that's good. That's just good. You know what I mean? He's realistically worth like $28 to $30 million a year for the next like 4 years at least. We're offering the new player or the new team tax. The I don't want to play for you tax. So his average salary is like 32 mil. So we're really not that far over what he's on paper worth from just like, he has single-handedly won his team without anyone else even showing up over 4 games, which is worth like $7 to $8 million per win. Basically, that's how much like a win is worth, quote unquote. The other excellent part about the contract is that we structured the offers so that we're eating like $46 million in the first year, and then it dips down to like $26 million. So if we just eat that early portion of the contract in the first year, he gets significantly easier to trade every progressive year if we end up wanting to cash in. So if you think about it, it's kind of like we're paying for a bunch of prospects down the line. We're like paying big now to have an attractive trade deal in the near future. Who's more popular? I don't know. Tyler O'Neill's more popular. He is more popular, extremely popular, it says. Sam Hillard was next. What does Sam Hillard even want? He wants $13 million on a 2-year deal. I would have negative $10 million. Negative 10 mil. I mean, Hillard has hit over 20 homers back-to-back seasons with a crazy high OPS, so he's probably a better budget pick. Time to get another outfielder, chat. Let's go, boys. Let's give Hillard a 3-year deal. How can I afford him this year? $2 million now. $2 million now. And 12 mil in the final 2 years with the player option. On the third year, it's easy. It's not properly structured. Okay, yeah, we have to pay more money up front. The owner doesn't like making such significant jumps, which is understandable. $15 mil in the final year is kind of hilarious, though. Your deal is not properly structured. The owner does not approve this deal. You do not have enough money. Your payroll is too high by $300,000. Look, brother, I can move that money around whenever I want, okay? I could just go boop, 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 and then actually we do need to save some draft budget. I do need to save some draft budget. Maybe Hillard will still be available in a few days. Because now that I'm looking at him, I kind of do want him. I could just go, look, the budget is now $30 million. Look at that, I just freed up money that I didn't have a second ago. Three-year deal, player option in the third year. I'll give you $3 million now. Then let's say, I'll give you $4 million now, $9 million then, $14 million in your final year. Terms are fair enough. Okay, whoops, chat, I should have gone way lower, dude. I was undercutting him by 5 mil from what he wanted. All right, I'm not actually gonna send that, but now I'm locked in. Whatever. He's probably a good budget pick just to put offense up. International Amateur Free Agency has begun. So we now have a pool of money of $4.9 million to spend. Some of these teams have $5.9 million. And we were wondering about the discrepancy between those two last night, and we figured it out after doing a bit of Googling. So under the actual MLB rules that this part of Out of the Park is trying to model, small market and low revenue teams get competitive balance picks in the amateur draft, and depending on where those picks fall, those teams also get higher bonus pools of international free agent money to compensate. In addition, under MLB rules, those draft picks and the bonus pool money are tradable to an extent. I haven't played around enough to see if that's the case in Out of the Park. So, for example, Oakland will always be a small market revenue as long as they're in the East Bay. And sure enough, Oakland is one of the teams that is here. So Washington, Kansas City, Cincinnati, Pittsburgh, Colorado, Chicago, famously small city Colorado, Arizona, the Angels, the Rays, Minnesota Twins, the Guards, the Brewers, Detroit Tigers all seem to get extra money based on their market size. So I don't know why. I guess I'm a large enough market size in Las Vegas that I don't get any extra money. But I thought we deserved it. Apparently we don't. Yeah, small market team, Chicago. The thing is, Chicago is a 2-sport city. And this is like South Side Chicago, right? And the Cubs North Side. So they are splitting it with 2 teams. So I think that the Chicago Cubs are definitely the more popular of the 2. So they take up a lot of that sort of market size. Okay. So we've been doing some scouting. We've been inviting for the last few months Venezuelan, Dominican, there's Japanese, there's Mexican, is that Panamanian, There's Costa Rican. There's Nicaraguan. And more. All the international players. There's an Australian. There you go. They're only a 45 potential, but Raphael Thrippleton, probably the third, I have to imagine. You can't be named Raphael Thrippleton without also being Raphael Thrippleton the third. Is here and ready to show his stuff. Cuban. I'm surprised there's not more Cuban players, to be honest. But yeah, there's all the international players are in the pool, and we have to choose how to spend the money. They have different demands. We've been building up a relationship with different players, so the ones that we have a better relationship for will hopefully be more likely to join our organization instead of holding out for more cash, because this will go pretty quick. We didn't really get our first pick in last time. In our international complex, we've got these three. Antonio Del Bosque was definitely the biggest pick. He was actually our top pick, so that's not true. I did get my first pick, and he signed really fast. He did not hold out for more money, and I was really surprised by that. So we picked him up for $1.9 million bonus, and he's 18 years old now, and we need to get him into either rookie ball or the Dominican Rookie League. I guess Dominican Rookie League starting this year. So that is exactly where I'm going to send him. We need to fill out that entire team. He'll be the first player on that team, but we need to fill out that team before that season begins. I don't know when that season begins. Manny Longoria is not even ready to go to Dominican rookie balls. So I don't know what to do with those kind of guys. Maybe chat, you have some ideas? Where are the Korean and Japanese players at? In their own league. The KBO is a Korean baseball organization. They have their own league. Japan also has their own league. So I assume the Korean baseball organization is actually in the game. I don't think they have the rights to the Japanese league, but they can come over as like established free agents, I think. Which I feel like maybe I should turn that setting up now that we're in the off season. Does anyone else play this game that has a preference on that? Because I'm curious. Yeah, this one. Like, I turned generate international established free agents to none, but I don't think that that's realistic. I forgot what the default setting was. Default's 11 per year. And I turned it to none for some reason. I watched a video like back when I was getting into the last version of this game that convinced me that this was better somehow. But it does make sense that there might be established free agents that just come over from different places. I have a mod that adds a fictional Japanese league, so I turned it off. So I guess if I don't have a Japanese league or the other leagues, I should probably at least turn it back on. Maybe not to 11, maybe 5. And then generate free agents from independent leagues. Default's 13 per year. I turned that down to few because that really doesn't happen that often, does it? And I did turn off international scouting discoveries per team because it just felt kind of cheesy. Like, at least these are all teams can do something with them. 11 increases the odds of at least one of them being good. But how often does one of them being very good happen every year in real life, I guess? I'm trying to just figure it out from like a balanced perspective. I'm okay with keeping the scouting discoveries off because I have 256 international amateur free agents instead of 128. Because if this is default, 16 per year, that's per team. So it's 16 times 32, right? That's 512. So it would be like 512 individual scouting discoveries. We've seen an uptick since Otani. Yeah, I'll just turn it on 11 for the next year. I'll go back to default on that, but I don't like the other one. It probably is more interesting with the default higher for the independent leagues. Though I don't know when this will actually take effect. I hope it doesn't generate them right now. But I'll do few, default, none, and just leave it at that. I didn't go back and update my little guide on exclamation out of the park. It's a lie. But yeah, we've been scouting these guys and varying levels of scouting accuracy. I think Fernando Ayala is still like the best by far. Look at this. With good infield range. You know, like this is crazy. He's got an 80 potential in every hitting category. Also, ads are about to start in 13 seconds, FYI. Turn the volume down. How has it been an hour already? Some other guys that we have like full scouting accuracy on. Holy. Oh, there's multiple like full 80 potentials in every category? What? All right, ad just started. Hi, chat. Is this like the most goated international free agent pool? I also had a lot of potential when I was 16. A lot of it unrealized, right? By the way, thanks Condition of Man for the 12-month slub, who says, thanks for the streams. My pleasure, Condition of Man. Sorry I missed you earlier. Thanks for subbing. Chorizo. Well, no, I saw Chorizo and Jam and Ben and Condition of Man, but I do appreciate it. I don't know who I even want to like offer money to first, because you have kind of like a few ways to play it, which I'll talk about in a minute, I guess. If you try to be too cheap, then you might lose all the good picks to the other teams. But if you go too hard, you might be able to get more value like we did last year. We picked up 3 players. One of them is still an 80 potential. Getting more than one 80 potential is almost impossible, but not impossible. But the top players, they want like $2 to $3 million, and that's going to go up to 5 mil. Yeah, the Asian leagues release their players separately. These are amateur players, where the Korean Japanese leagues require players start professionally in their home country before leaving. Yeah, that's right, short and saucy. But I'll wait until the ad's over, and then we'll start the international draft. And then hopefully find out what Luis Robert Jr. wants to do, finally, in the following days. We'll see. Hello, Miss Lissaday. Appreciate the Prime and the big 9-0. Thank you for the 90 months. That's so many months. I can't even fathom. But yeah, I know that you can trade for more cap. I just haven't really tried to yet. The other problem is it does take multiple days in my game to go back and forth with them to see if they'll even trade for it. So I would have had to have done it earlier if I wanted to. I wish there was just any indicator of how much they like were attached to their some. Like if I go to the international pool, I wish there was like a little indicator of like how stingy they were with it or not. You know what I mean? Like Chicago, like let's say for example that of these teams, maybe it's like the Twins are looking to do some deals for their international free agent pool or something. They're more open to it. I don't know. It would be very tough to just go team by team in the trade menu. It would have to be like somebody on a like win now, and you could do add international bonus. And the other thing is, without the instant feedback of not having hard mode, you wouldn't even know where to start this, right? So it's kind of like not worth doing for me without turning off hard mode trading so that you could see in real time, are we getting closer or further from a deal? Shopping the cap would be nice. Or shopping for the cap would be nice, yeah. But anyway, let's get to it. We'll just make do with what we got. Let us begin. All right, here is the list of players. Why are all your ratings 80? Yeah, these are the international free agents potential. And I should be up there. How much money do you have? You have about, we have about $4.9 million. And that money is to be used, not to be saved. So we have a couple of different ways to play this. You either pick your favorite and go all in and save all your money to offer them, or you do what we did last year, and it's the riskier play. You try to get more budget picks. So if I'm looking over here and I see league interest very low in these guys, that means a couple things. That could mean that we have scouted some people that they don't even think, oh, these are relative to rookies. I was wondering why there were so many 80s. It means one of two things. The second is you screwed up in one of your game settings. All right, there we go. Now there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 80s, and then 75s, and then 70s, and then 65s, and then 60s. Classic mistake. But anyway, nonetheless, you might look at someone you have a very strong relationship with, and you have like high accuracy with, who also doesn't want quite as much money, who's a little further down the list. Most of these guys want at least $1.6 million, no matter what, right? But like Elias Montoya only wants 1 mil, so you could try and go for that, but I don't think Montoya is worth going for here. Or you could be like, oh, 650K, that is like, we only have average scouting on you. You might be much worse than that. So I think in this case, based on what I'm seeing here, we shouldn't try and be too picky budget-wise. And we should look at the prospects that we have like the best relationship with. Ayala has very high league interest because, okay, so we did not have 80s across the board. That was ridiculous, but nobody pointed out that I was in Dominican Rookie League mode where he looks like a god. Okay, so we do not have the goated prospect pool that we thought we did, but they're still really good. So they're really interested in Fernando Ayala because actual good defense, potential reasonable range, could be a good second baseman. And 80 power is insane if he gets balanced on all the other traits. So like I can already see you are going to be the slowest shortstop there is, probably also a slow second baseman, but that won't really affect anything. So I can see why they have very high interest in him. Jose Barron, also not the best outfield, but he's got the personality, right? He's got loyalty, adaptability, high work ethic, and high baseball IQ. So really good chances of realizing that potential because he wants to achieve it. And also looks amazing. High contact, high gap power, high I. Gonna take a lot of walks, make a lot of contact, and maybe still hit some home runs. So that looks really good too. Julio Cantu. I like the bat. The bat could be insane, but I don't like depending on guys as a DH because he does not look like he's going to have good defense at all unless you improve those in the workshopping. But he does have good traits. Sergio de la Cruz, I think, was a pitcher. Also got some good traits and some good stats. You would have to workshop his stamina and add more pitches to his arsenal, and his control would probably plateau a little early. Eddie Hernandez is another pitcher that I think looks more promising because he's got crazy stamina, 4 pitches already, fields his position better, intelligent, and has high stuff potential, control, and keep the home runs down. Talks, you see the new GTA trailer? I actually didn't watch it. I don't know why. I forgot. So I didn't see it. Sorry, I can't give you a comment. I'm sure it looks great though, because they always do. But it just, I think I didn't watch it because I was like, man, it's just gonna make me want to play it now. And I'm not gonna be able to. So we got a high contact second baseman who can't play good defense. We got an outfielder who can't play good defense, but who's gonna take a ton of walks, not make that much contact. We got a catcher who can't play good defense. Okay, classic. We got a starting pitcher who's got insane 70s stamina, but has some not so great personality quirks. We got an outfielder who might be able to be taught to play decent defense, good personality, good power, maybe good contact. We got a catcher who can't play catcher, who's also contact only and can't run. We got a first baseman, so like a DH first baseman with huge power. We got David Rodriguez, who looks like an outfielder with decent work ethic, decent defense, power potential. So I would say like Rodriguez is up there on the maybe budget picks. I would say that starting pitcher Sergio de la Cruz is up there, but we don't have high scouting accuracy on him. That's what worries me. I wish I would have gotten more. Not him. Is the other guy. Eddie Hernandez. We do have high scouting accuracy. So Eddie Hernandez was the other guy. And then Ayala, the shortstop, was probably first. This guy, the pitcher, Rodriguez. Juan Silva actually has like amazing infield range, which is great for a shortstop. High baseball IQ, low financial ambition. Maybe the power's not there. I wish the BABIP potential was a little higher, but maybe contact and walks with speed. And then you're down into the 70s. So the 70s can still be good. They might be cheaper or less sought after, but somebody up at the top is probably who we want. But yeah, I need to update that out of the park command, Mudbutt, because I just changed a couple things on it. Most of it's correct, but I just changed my free agent settings. But I don't know how to edit the post now. I don't even think I can edit it. Suppose I could just make a new one and change it. But I increased the free agent spawns of international free agents to default. Pretty much the only change I made. All right, so who are we going for here? And how do we choose? Chad, how would you narrow this down? I'm gonna go ahead and like shortlist people that we're interested in, at least. I think Jose Barron kind of sneaking under the radar a little bit. I like the personality traits. Defense is not great, but you could probably train that. And then the potential would be great for contact and taking walks and just getting on base. I didn't like any of these guys except for you. And then didn't care for any of these. I think it was David Rodriguez. Danny Rodriguez might be a good, okay, like second pick if he's cheap. Just for like the potential to be like a DH in the future, but it's not my first pick. Those are my top 4. I think Juan Silva is up there as well. Because the 70 range is very elite if it got the, like, it's already there. Okay, yeah, those are my top 5. Fortunato Craxi is an 80 grade name. I would simply sign the best player. Tough call. Because here's the thing. Let's see how much they want to demand. Like it says 2.6 mil. If we offer them... Yeah, 2.6 mil. I would love to come play for you. Here's the thing. When you send that, he doesn't instantly say yes. He says, I'll think about it. And then other teams send an offer. And if they're higher, he goes with them. And then next thing you know, you're at your salary maximum. Or you're not salary, but you're at your pool maximum. And these teams over here that have a higher pool can have a little more sway because they're small market teams. So that's sort of like the advantage that they get for being a smaller market. So we can get outbid basically by a number of these teams. And there's not a whole lot I can do about it. So what sucks is by the time you figure out that you've been outbid on your top pick, the other guys you might have gone for might have already signed or something. So we could get screwed if we're too careful or if we go for the wrong target. So that's why I'm wondering, is it worth going for the awesome shortstop that has very high league interest and is probably going to be super competitive? We do have a very strong relationship with him, which is great. And very high, like the highest scouting accuracy. So that's one of the things that is sticking, is that we do have that super high scouting accuracy. Let's just look at who we picked last time first. Not that that's indicative of who we're actually going to have, but, oh, I already moved the guy. So we ended up going with a 60 potential center fielder just to kind of take someone else. Alex Lopez has fallen off. Not really, from 60 to 55. He's still there. But yeah, we just kind of picked him because we had another guy. And then, where is our other rookie? I like how we only have one player in this entire organization so far. Antonio Del Bosque. So we went with a starting pitcher the first time through. And he's still got an 80 potential. So we'll see how that changes over time. So because we started with a starting pitcher last time, pitchers never go out of style, it's true. But also, maybe we do not a starting pitcher this time. But I do like Eddie Hernandez. Got a lot going for him. However, the other dudes, Jose Barron does not have very high league interest, nor does David Rodriguez. They just have high league interest. So, like, it might be possible to somehow scoop both of them up and get 2 outfielders. Or the shortstop / second base. All right, let's dig in. Ninazi the second, thank you for the 6 months of sub. Hello, how are you? Half a year? And Leafy Pew simultaneously. All baseball, all the time. Correct. I am addicted and I can't make decisions. Analysis paralysis is currently the name of the game. Though to be fair, we just started this. And you really only get 1 or 2 shots. So I'm trying to make them count. So let's just do some comparisons, right? We do have 3 potential... No, we have 2 potential shortstop guys. Let's compare them. So the more expensive one, or the higher potential one, is on the right. It's just that power potential, right? That 80 power potential is what's doing it. And why he's got such high interest. Like, Juan Silva could be the more consistent player with more contact, more base hits, maybe even more doubles and more walks. But Fernando Ayala is going to hit the ball far, potentially. How's my favorite player, Joey Gallo? Fernando Ayala could become Joey Gallo 2 with this kind of power. Defensively, Juan Silva has much better defensive range, but makes more errors. We'd have to, like, figure out how to improve that. Range is key, but so is not dropping the ball. Infield arm goes to Ayala. Silva has the higher ratings at second base. Like, Fernando Ayala is currently just kind of like a first baseman, third baseman. Okay, then the other 2 dudes, we've got Barron and David Rodriguez as outfielders, so let's compare them. So, Jose Barron, nickname Crush. David Rodriguez, nickname Graveyard. Why is his nickname Graveyard? So Jose Barron is kind of like a similar thing where he's got the huge contact and eye potential, but not the power potential. And then defensively, David Rodriguez is just the better outfielder. But not by a lot. Well, yeah, it's actually pretty close. They're almost the same. That's why it's so hard to pick. So I think at this point, I'm going to rely on scouting. We have very high scouting on Fernando Ayala, very high on Rodriguez, and very high on Silva, but only high on Jose Barron. So, like, maybe we just trust the scout. You know what I'm saying? And say, don't go after Barron first. Rodriguez and Silva both have a smaller ask than Ayala as well. But would you rather have an 80 or 275? That's kind of the question. I do like Barron's personality, loyalty, adaptability, work ethic, IQ, leader, work ethic. Silva has baseball IQ, low financial ambition. I wish we had higher accuracy on Barron, dude. That's all I want. Jose Barron. Because I really like this personality, but I'm afraid he's going to get... I could ask for a scouting report and see if that pushes us over the edge, but I don't think it will. All right, when I look at these, I say let's just go after the top dog. And try to get that crazy bat. But then when it comes time to do it, I think, wouldn't you rather have the other guys. Chat, back seat. I don't know what to do. Where are the back seaters? I guess it's a gamba no matter how you slice it. The downside of going after Ayala is he wants the most money. This is the most gamba part of the game. This is the most gamba part of the game, yes. Pick the one with the coolest nickname. I just sort by relationship and pick the highest rated guy in these scenarios. Well, we have a very strong relationship with all four. I like the guy who can play some defense. Ayala looks like a bat only. I mean, he's got 55 aptitude at second with 60 range. It's pretty reasonable. Like, Barron does not have great defense either. David Rodriguez has average. And Juan Silva has infield range, but errors. $55 at second base with 80 power gets you crazy value. Yeah, I kind of agree. Unless he develops like 30 and everything else. But let's go ahead and... The high financial ambition makes me think he's just going to go to max value. And is going to like just go with the team that has more money in the pool right now. But let's see what happens. We have 4.9 mil. I will offer him 2.8, more than his ask. We'll go 200K over his ask. That'll still leave me with 2.1 to try and find someone else. All right, I think we can't send an offer to anyone else because he's gonna want more money. So I can't have money tied up in other offers. I learned that lesson the hard way. So I think we just start there. How many days does this run? I guess it runs as long as it runs. That's the scary part. Which position will be most useful? To be honest, all of them, because we have no depth in the lower levels of our organization yet. So these are all people that are just coming and filling in spots that we will need, you know? But yeah. All right. Send it. Next day? You have a new message. Sam Hillard says, "Hi, I know we started contract talks before, but after surveying the market, I'd be interested in talking again." Would you now, Sam? After no one sent you an offer. Is that right? The problem is I don't have anywhere to put you on my secondary roster, brother. He wants a 3-year major league contract, $9 million a year. What did I offer you before? His previous demand was 2 for 13. I offered him 4 mil, then 9 mil, then 14 mil. Oh, yeah, I don't actually want to do that deal. That's kind of the problem. I was just seeing what I could get away with. Thanks for the offer. It's fair unless someone else offers me a better deal, I'll sign with you. Yeah, he wanted 13 mil AAV. We only wanted him because he had insane offense the last 2 years, despite his... you can't just go everything by overall. He had insane offense. 20 homers on the last 2 years. I was just trying to see if we could get him on like a sneaky deal that maybe he went unnoticed. Because he played with the Rockies for $4 million, so I can see what they're willing to pay for him. So if we give him 13 million. Yeah, it was in Colorado. That's true. It was in Colorado. You're right. He's definitely not worth that much money. Check his road splits? I can check his road splits. If I can remember how to check his road splits. How do you split to home and away? They're already here. Down here. So, yeah, on the road, down to a 710 OPS. 89 OPS plus. So Colorado really helped him out. Apparently. That's funny. If you don't know what's going on, chat, Colorado Ballpark is a very hitter-friendly park. And it's easier to hit home runs there. He had more homers on the road. I mean, yeah, his home runs were about the same, but his offensive production is way down on the road. So it's not just about home runs. He's 11% below league average offensive production when he's away from home. He's 36% above average when he's home. But that's also OPS plus, which should be ballpark adjusted, which is interesting. 390 OBP versus 290 OBP on the road is a wild split. Yeah, very wild split. In MLB The Show, people constantly put their custom stadiums at ridiculous elevations for that, do they? All right, I'm definitely not going to sign that. We're going to keep checking waivers. People have been sneaking through. What's going on? What schedule are you clearing, game? Oh God. Chat, we freaking did it! Feedback was positive in Las Vegas today as the club announced an agreement with center fielder Luis Robert Jr., one of the league's marquee players. Holy, he finally signed. He finally signed. Let's go. My money is gone. All my money is gone. Oh, shit. We are in trouble. Chat, we're in trouble. He finally signed before we took the contract back. 5 years, $160 million. Take that, Kyle Tucker. What a journey to sign him. Yeah, that took like 6 hours yesterday, and we just now finished the arc. And but the new arc is just begun. The front load of all front loads. Yep, 47 mil this year because we have a ton of extra cash. And then we save 20 mil the next 3 years. He's got a player opt out after 2030 and a 5 mil pay bump to stay. He's got a 1.5 mil MVP award bonus and a 250K All-Star bonus. Holy. I can't believe we did it. Luis Robert Jr. is a Las Vegas Invader now. You have just been informed you've lost your 3rd round draft pick for signing Luis Robert Jr. following the compensation pick being taken. The fans are happy you acquired Luis Robert Jr. Fan interest increases noticeably. The fans are happy, chat. The fans are happy. We should have raised ticket prices more, but I didn't know we were actually going to get the signings. Other GMs are mad that you raised the salary expectations for center fields. Well, if they don't want to pay and I do, tough. Season tickets about to sell like hotcakes. Jojo Romero, we're still trying to get for the bullpen. I don't even know if we need another bullpen arm. He was pretty incredible last season, though. So I'll look at it again. I'm gonna ink a deal with you. If you'd like to get the word out to the news media that it's official, that'd be great. I'm really liking the fact that you offered me $32 million a year for the next 5 years. Can you raise season ticket prices? Unfortunately not. You in my opinion, you should be able to, right? It's not my fault you didn't buy season tickets yesterday. But when they were cheaper. He said, get scammed. He did say get scammed. I'm happy you made me rich. I think he was already rich, given that he just got off of a $20 million salary and a 15 mil before that. Look at that jump. 15, 20, 47. The budget getting hammered. I'm a free agent and I'm going to consider my options. I know you've given me a solid offer, but right now the best proposal comes from Philly. They're going to make it hard for me to turn it down, but I'd be open to that if you could offer me more than 3.2 mil. Okay. Major League Baseball preseason begins today. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Not this again. Okay, we can still change this. When is the last time to change this budget? Anyway, I actually have $7.5 million still available, chat. So booyah. Okay? But look at the salary page. Look at the salary page now. There's a couple new names. Luis Robert Jr. and Jazz Chisholm Jr. are now on the list. The double junior action. I gotta save the game in case it crashes. Time to pay Bobby Witt Jr. Yo, we gotta get Bobby Witt Jr. on the team. Las Vegas ticket resellers are having a wonderful week right now. They are, yes. That's so funny. War of the Worlds, thank you for gifting a sub to Nile the Jerk. Hope you're not a jerk, but enjoy your gift sub. What's up? Sorry, I'm just catching up on chat. He better get like 30 plus homers. Here's the thing, chat. He is never gonna be productive enough to warrant $47 million. He's just not gonna, okay? It's impossible with his current stats. However, what he can do is when his we front loaded the hell out of this contract. So when his contract goes down, other teams are gonna see this not as a 30, what is his AAV? 30, what did he literally just said it and my brain doesn't work. Where did he talk to me? 32 mil. They're not going to see it as a $32 million AAV because I already took the first 47 mil. We front loaded it. They're going to see it as like, well, let's just count, right? 27, 27, 27, 32 divided by 4. They're going to see it as a $28 million AAV, which I think he's easily worth. so that if we do decide to trade him next year or the year after, right, we got to at least give the fans a couple years. He is going to be like a stellar trade for us to make to get, if we want, a bunch of prospects. Hopefully. I mean, that would be the best case scenario, is to get like 2 to 3 prospects that have a lot of promise in a year or two. I just got back from dinner to Luis Roberts. Nice. Yeah, Luis Robert Jr. just signed. We're still basking in the glow. I'm a little beside myself right now because I can't believe that I have locked my campaign into this decision. You know what I mean? That's what's sort of settling over me at the moment. It's just like, yep, nope, that happened, and now there's nothing you can do about it. It is a done deal. There's literally nothing I can do about it. So, but let's do a little comparison. Like, he's got the almost 4 WAR. Didn't he have 4.1 WAR when we just looked at him a second ago? Now he's 3.9. How did that number change? What's left that we need? We're basically done. The only thing left that we even want is maybe this last bullpen guy, but I don't even think we need him. It's more just like, hard to decide who we would get rid of, because I've already got 8 bullpen arms here. And of them, they're all tough to figure out, like, what I would even... We could, like, Franco Ailman was a Rule 5 draft pick, which means I can't send him to AAA. That's what I want to do. So Ailman kind of threw a wrench in my bullpen plans a little bit. I cannot take him off the active roster. He was not really supposed to be here. So I'm trying to figure out, like... I mean, fan interest is already at a hundo. I'm curious how this is going to update. Can't you waive him? Nope, not Rule 5. He has to stay on the active roster or be sent back to his team if he was a Rule 5 draft pick. We did the Rule 5 draft last night. If you don't keep him on active roster, he goes back to his team immediately. We could trade him to another team, though, and then that team would have to keep them on his active roster, on their active roster. So that'd be the only thing we could do, is trade him, basically. But yeah, we upgraded third base, center field, got a new starting pitcher, and I don't know if the catcher is an upgrade, but yeah, we've also upgraded the rest of the outfield. I could shop him just to see, but it feels bad because we picked him because we thought he had potential to be good. But may as well shop him once, just see what goes on. Yeah, nobody. Okay, so we're kind of just here. I'm not taking a $5.3 million salary off of the Rangers. Being on the other team, receiving a trade offer for a Rule 5 guy would be nuts. That's why they don't want him, probably. So I don't really know what to do with this other bullpen guy. Unless the bullpen guy has options, then it's probably worth. I doubt he does, but he could, I guess. No, out of option years. So who on my team that has options left would I be willing? Like, I really don't want to send Uribe down. Alexis Diaz has 3 option years, but if he goes to AAA, he will become a literal god. 70 overall in AAA. And I also liked Diaz. Keegan Aiken was that lefty arm, along with Mantiply that we had in the bullpen. Did your versus lefty stat get better off this season? Hopefully. I mean, we brought Wilmer Flores back. So he was our lefty destroyer. Yeah, I don't know what to do with this like pitcher situation. Like, we don't really need another bullpen arm. I'll show you why I liked the other guy, though. The reason we liked the other guy is because in 25 innings, he had a 1.44 ERA. He's also another lefty. 0.76 whip last season. 25 innings is not the biggest sample size. 12.2 strikeouts per 9. 284 ERA plus. So he's 184% better than the average reliever last season. And his name is JoJo. Now, he had a much worse season in 2026, so maybe this is an outlier, but in general, he's a career like 3.2, probably sub 3 ERA. Like, he had a great 2025 as well. He was worse on the Dodgers, but even if you combine these two, he's like... How do I see his 2026 totals? Still 3.09, like, combined. 128 ERA plus. 1.05 whip. 2.3 walks per 9. 10 strikeouts per 9. So, like, that's combined. He's going to be better than the Rule 5 guy, but the Rule 5 guy does not cost us $3 million. Are any of your relievers problematic? Well, that's the thing. We just gutted the entire bullpen, so there's a lot of unknowns right now. Most of our pitching staff in the bullpen is new. Keegan Aiken is new. Ailman is new. Diaz is new. Hamilton's returning, but wasn't with us for too long. Mantiply is returning, but was not with us for very long last year. We traded both of these guys, and now we re-signed them. Snyder's back. He was the most consistent. Along with Uribe, he's back. And then Luke Weaver's new. So we have like 4 to 6 new relievers. So we have a brand new bullpen. We got rid of everybody. Ditched them. Threw them out with the trash. But yeah, looking at our home chemistry, we have actual bad relationships now, I guess, with Ian Hamilton and Franco Ailman. Oh no. He has a fair relationship with the manager and with the first base coach for some reason. And then Ian Hamilton he doesn't really like Scott Tyler either. Neither does Luis Torrens. I don't understand. We have more bad relationships now for some reason. What happens if I just shop Hamilton around right now? No one's going to want a reliever this early in the preseason. Correct. What happened to Aaron Ashby? Didn't we draft him on the Vultures last year? And he was like a 60? Yes, Peepo's sad. What happened to him? Wasn't Hamilton the Vibes assassin last year? Yeah, we did, not have a good experience with Hamilton last year. So maybe I should have considered that. But now what? I've signed him for $1.9 million. You could just put him on waivers, and if somebody else takes it, they pay him the 1.9 mil and pay that to the other reliever, I guess. But what if the other reliever has a bad relationship? I don't know. Let me see him. Where'd he go? Jojo, where'd you go? Yeah, I don't know how to check his potential relationship with anybody. I haven't even seen this page before. It's a pretty cool page. Career stats. Lots of info. The guy everybody hates is back? Put him in a package with the Rule 5 guy. Well, then I'm going to need another bullpen arm. Or just bring one of our starters in the bullpen. Okay, there's too much going on. This is why we get stuck in the mud. I'm stuck in the mud, man. Yeah. Nobody. Nobody. I never get good prospect package offers. There's 0. Okay, that's what I thought. What if I just say who cares and put a 9th dude in the bullpen so the bullpen's more rested on the whole? It's either that or I was considering a 6-man rotation, which is going to make it tough to squeeze everybody into the active roster. But the reason I was considering a 6-man rotation is because Brandon Woodruff is fragile and Steven Matz is fragile. So a 6-man rotation probably lessens the chances of the 2 fragile guys being overworked and getting injured. But it means that your starters have fewer starts total if you have like a goated starter, which I don't think we have a goated starter necessarily. But what's up, Tyrion? Did any of your starters get overworked last season? I mean, you could argue that me letting them go to 100 pitch count is maybe overworking them. But he has 55 stamina. Honestly, it's hard to tell because most pitchers are fine with the normal 5-man rotation. But fragile guys might be considered overworked compared to not fragile guys in that situation. I got out of the park. Goodbye, free time. Yep. It's a good deal, though. You got hundreds of hours in front of you, ready to go. It would be interesting to do a 6-man rotation, but again, I have to get someone out of this lineup, which is really tough to do, in order to free up that spot. I'm already struggling. and took his paycheck. The Cardinals announced the acquisition of Jose Castillo from the Diamondbacks in exchange for Ryan Mitchell, minor leaguer. Okay, nothing big. Looking to see if any big trades happen. Peter Tago for Joey Gartrell. Preseason just began. Please don't forget to set your scouting budget and player development budget during the preseason. With only a few weeks to go before the start of the season, there's much to do. Teams have to determine their major league rosters, keep their teams relatively healthy, play out a rigorous spring training schedule. The schedule's been released, and front offices across the league are considering promotional days and marketing tactics. Schedule is released. Should start earlier than this. It's weird they say the schedule's released, but they don't actually release the schedule. This is the actual season. Okay, then we need to figure out if we want to raise the deal with Ayala. You get your new team ready? We're working on it. We just had some big signings. Big signings. Huge signings. Ridiculous signings. Are we gonna up the offer for Ayala? I guess if he's the guy we want, then we should. But the other option is try and get, you know, one of the other dudes who wants he wants a contract bonus of $1.2 million. That's so small. Because Ayala has a high financial ambition. I'm actually thinking about just letting Ayala go. I know he's got the insane, like, shortstop, second baseman power, which is crazy. But, like, I don't know. I feel like casting a wider net where you've got multiple guys who would take a bonus of 1.4 and get, like, you could get 3 of them maybe, but that's greedy. All right, he wants 3.2. That would leave me with 1.7. We might be able to get a second person with that. Yeah, I'm giving you what you want. Meet demand. We had this problem before, where he's like, I'm clicking meet demand and ask for response, and he doesn't. You have to go like over it. Okay, whatever. 3.2 mil for Steely. We'll see what he says. If he takes us up to the maximum, I'm gonna go for the other guys because we might get outbid by the Royals and Nationals or these guys with the higher pool. Is the issue. But anyways, Shin, enjoyed watching some Stellaris earlier. Thanks for hanging out in the streams. I hope that the bugs are fixed in the upcoming patch and your Stellaris saves stop being replaced by the latest and greatest bug fixing that Paradox's finest are putting forth each day. Stellaris is having some problems right now with the new updates, apparently. That's what I learned from watching Shin, and you can learn too. So toss them a follow by hitting that heart at the top of your screen right now and catch them live for the next one. Been playing some of the new DLC and the new patch, and trying to fight through the apparent crashes and new patch old save invalidations. But I had fun hanging out earlier today with that. Why does this have like a heads up? All right, we ready? Next day, you've got news. Our fans aren't really happy about the loss of Seth Blair. Brother, I promise you, Seth Blair is the least of your concerns. Locally extremely popular. Does that mean locally in Las Vegas? Why was he extremely popular in Las Vegas? Was he like a native? Is he a lost vegan? Seth Blair is 36 years old in real life. He's currently a free agent according to Wikipedia. So I don't understand why he's so damn popular. Either way, he got claimed off of waivers. It didn't even give me a notification that he got. It says he became a free agent. I don't know how he became a free agent. He was still in my organization recently, wasn't he? Was he the charity guy? No. I love Seth Blair. Our actual, that he was never even our starting pitcher. He was in the bullpen. He only played in 2 games last year. 8.2 innings, and apparently he will be dearly missed by our fans. He had a 10.38 ERA, by the way, and it did. How the hell? There's no explanation for this. He signed a minor league contract with us in free agency in 2025. Doesn't make any sense. Doesn't make any sense. King has finished compiling a scouting report on Jose Barron. Still only have... We have high scouting accuracy on him now? Did we only have average before? Or did we just have high? I don't remember. No, yeah, we had high. Okay. So not much. He should be an above average power hitter. Projects to be an elite big league right fielder. You're the front runner. I'd like to make sure of my decision before committing. Okay, evaluate things. That's fine. The Pirates and the Nats finalized the deal. Pittsburgh traded Daniel Camarena for Deuce Gorson. Deuce? Could just be Deuce. Jake Cousins for Nick Becker. Okay. That's crazy, man. How are you going to be like, the fans are upset with you for trading him? Give me a break. I gave you guys Luis Robert Jr. and you're like, give me Seth Blair back. This is unacceptable. Let me see how our dev lab is going. Yo, Bobby Miller's still excelling. We got a lot of frustrated dudes here, though. That's worrisome. Wasn't Indy Rodriguez on track and now he's frustrated? That's not good. There's 4 to 5 weeks left. He might reach it. I think Tyler Freeman's screwed, which is real bad because I was hoping we improved him because he's supposed to be a starter and he's not improved. I don't know what music this is. Don't listen to it. Stop listening immediately and listen to something else. Such as why not Hades? Jace is the only one that's excelling with quality of contact, but of course he waits until after we get a starting third baseman to do it. Steve Hosky is like off the freaking charts on improving control, so good for him. Jason DeCaro is like one of our top prospects. Frustrated, classic. New catcher, frustrated, classic. Ad just started, and I forgot to warn chat. My bad. My B. All right, I'm gonna take a quick BRB to go grab a drink since it's somehow been 2 hours already. Thanks for watching, guys. Be back in just a moment, and then we're heading towards spring training. Now that we've been figuring out how this roster is gonna work. Yo. Hi. Whew. This is definitely not the screen I wanted to see. Potential offensive improvements for my existing players? No. 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 3 out of my 4 pitchers are on track at least, but I wish my actual top prospect was more on track. I'm glad that Bobby Miller might actually have like a crit success. Because if he learns how to locate, he's gonna go crazy. Oh wait, no, it's secondary pitch improvement. Yeah, I think he's building the slider up. So his slider's at 50. I'm trying to like make a mental note. Slider at 50, so both of them at 50. Jace has 50 BABIP. And then Hosky is working on control. He's only at 25, but he's a baby. He is a baby. He can actually play this year, though. He's ready for rookie ball. Okay, so where was I? I think we've already made our offers. We're kind of just chilling. Fan reaction to Seth Blair loss. That's insane to me, considering who we've given up and they choose Seth Blair. I don't understand. He was born in Illinois, so I don't know. Attention. The Rangers are not letting grass grow under their feet. Brother. All right, I think we're out on JoJo. I think we just withdraw JoJo. He looked great, but now he wants like a even larger deal, like $4 million this year out of the bullpen. We have a full bullpen already. I think we let this one go. I think I'm ready to withdraw it, and we get to save the extra money and maybe reapply it somewhere else. All right, goodbye, Jojo Romero. The player will be upset. Well, I mean, they should have taken my deal then, huh? They should have just taken the deal. Jordan Romano has reached an agreement with the Washington Nationals for a 1-year, $7.9 million deal. Reportedly. Unofficial. But it seems pretty official. He's got a crazy fastball slider. I feel like he's higher than a 45, especially with those numbers. Got a ring with Boston last year. Seems extremely solid. Home runs way down. The Cardinals and the Diamondbacks have made a trade. Jack Lyons and Jorge Avendano. Okay. And also Eduardo Rodriguez. Okay, so they traded those two for Eduardo Rodriguez. Seattle and Tampa Bay. Justin Hollander. The manager has signed off on a trade for Michael Kopech. Okay. Let's check waivers. See if anybody's home. Bunch of relievers. Everyone's reorganizing. All right, so what's our budget look like now? What's up, Cliche? Has the saga of Luis Robert Jr. ended yet? Indeed, it has. Indeed, it has. Luis Robert Jr. is the Las Vegas Invaders star center fielder for the next 5 years. Unless he takes an option or we do a trade before then. Speaking of making fans upset, trading him in the future would probably make fans very upset. So we got about $7.5 million left in the budget, which is not bad. I'm probably gonna just like keep that on hand. Like, we're gonna need money for the draft budget because we actually have the #1 pick overall this year. So they've already announced the draft order. And we have #1 overall pick. And our draft slot is $9.6 million. Which means they could ask for up to $12 million for our #1 pick. So we kind of just need to save all of our money for the potential for that to happen if our #1 pick asks for all the money. But having the #1 pick overall is extremely nice because it means we can have whoever we want. Though we only get the first and second round, we forfeited the third round for Luis Robert Jr. So that may come back to bite us. Probably was not a great play, but it was spicy. It's spicy. So I'm just gonna like put in my... I'm just gonna put like 8.5 in and leave the rest. We could always free up a little bit of money by making like a trade somewhere. Trade a bullpen arm would free up some budget. So I'm thinking I want to up the player development budget a little bit more over last year. Let's give him another mil. 31. Math is hard. All right, chill, Hades. All right, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah, that should be 31.5, right? Yeah. We'll give him a little bit more. Was this an expansion team or did you relocate? This is an expansion team, and in our timeline, the Athletics are still in Sacramento, and they've rebranded to the Aztecs. And I renamed them Oaklamento since they're neither Oakland nor Sacramento. But yes, I made a Las Vegas expansion team, and I don't like tanking, so I have just paid some superstars to come win some games, but I'm also doing some RP. Even though I can't be fired by my owner, I'm still trying to like do things the owner wants me to do. So I've got owner goes on. He wants us to play 500 ball. So we're gonna try and do that. He wants us to upgrade right field, so I did that already. He wants us to increase attendance to 45,000 a game, which is a crazy ask, but we're gonna do it because we got star power now. And our stadium can only hold 48,000, so he wants a full house every single night. And he wants us to reach the playoff within 5 years. Or 4 years. So... yeah, the crowd request is kind of ridiculous. But we're projected to have 48K per game. It's going to be a full house. Tickets are pretty cheap. I should have raised the tickets even higher, bring in more rev, but I had no idea how to predict what the turnout was going to look like year over year. So I did raise the prices like 10, 12%, but 12.4%. We'll see. I probably should have gone higher, especially with Luis Robert Jr., but I didn't know he was going to sign with us. So I'm paying out the wazoo for a couple of star power names. We got Jazz Chisholm Jr. and Luis Robert Jr. on ridiculous contracts. And it's going to be kind of funny to see how that turns out. Okay, where was I? Think we're good on another day. Hall of Fame voting results. The ballots are counted and the results are in. One player was enshrined this year. Carlos Beltran will now see his plaque mounted beside the other greats from the game. The full voting results are here. On Carlos Beltran's plaque has also been chiseled Chief Cheater of the Houston Astros 2017. Oh my God. That's crazy. Why would they put that in the Hall of Fame? Ringleader of the cheating scandal, Carlos Beltran, gets his plaque right next to Alex Cora's. Oh, I guess they're saving a spot. Just need Pete Rose in there with him. All right. I didn't vote in the Hall of Fame, so the AI picked this. CC Sabathia, Alex Rodriguez, 6th. It's kind of insane how long Beltran played. It is, yes. It is. Who's at the bottom? I don't even recognize some of these names. It's because I'm not a real baseball fan. Anyways, Beltran is going in as a Met. Mets fans will probably turn a blind eye for their longtime player. And Red Sox fans continue to turn a blind eye every year. Now they've got Alex Bregman on their team too. So that's a double whammy. Pete Rose belonged in the Hall of Fame, in my opinion. Yeah, probably. He clearly has the stats for it. I need to change songs. Okay. Enshrinement beckoned for Carlos Beltran as he was inducted into the Major League Baseball Hall of Fame. Beltran, who played most of his 2,586 games at center field, was an outstanding hitter and batted .279 over his career with 435 home runs. Baseball's newest legend collected 1,587 RBIs and scored 1,582 runs during his illustrious career. While he was a class act on the field, it was off the field where he shined the most. He was active in the New York Mets community, selflessly donating his time and money to various causes. The press was largely unaware of his charity, and Beltran never made a fuss about it. I played a child's game for many years, and this game brought me fame and fortune, Beltran explained during his ceremony. For some people it's enough, but my mother raised me to realize that money doesn't make a person great. Being good at a game doesn't make a person great. Helping those in need and giving of yourself selflessly is what makes a person great. And that's what I have tried to be my entire life. Great both on and off the field. Trade winds have been blowing through Pittsburgh. This time, a deal has materialized between the Pirates and the Orioles. They gotta, I feel like, if they wanted a reliever, they got a pretty good one. For, I guess they wanted to get that $2.7 million off for just like a little prospect here. Chicago White Sox in Portland. Nothing crazy. The great Pittsburgh rebuild. Okay. Where are we at? Another potential 50 reliever going through waivers. He did not do so good last season, but they tried to get him as a starter. If I had room... He's got 2 option years left, but I don't have any room on the secondary roster right now. Like, I just don't. Not for a 40 overall. So now we're at that stage where I actually do have to start letting the promising waivers. I would have to get rid. I guess I could take him and just kind of do a swap-a-roo. Uh-oh, chat. Wait, we're on the OSA ratings. Panicked for a moment, but we're back. We are back. What I was gonna say was, panic. I signed Joe Mantiply to 1.7. Nah, 45 overall relievers are fine as long as they play well. That's it. Like they're fine. He's got 2 good pitches, good control. We can trade him later if we want to. But I was thinking, if I dropped anybody off of this, Bubba Chandler was pretty good for us last season, but he didn't get that many innings pitched, but he was pretty good. trying to remember, like, who else. I'm going to list him as a different type of player. List him as a reliever. Okay, yeah, I just don't have anybody to, like, obviously demote off of the 40-man roster. I think we've got a lot of pitchers. 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. We got 17 pitchers, so we're going to have, like, 4 extra pitchers on the 40-man. For injuries and stuff like that, so it's tough to get rid of one, and it's tough to get rid of all the other players. Sucks to see somebody with like good potential just go straight through waivers that you might be able to grab and carve out a crazy pitcher, but I don't think I can take him. I would have to get rid of Bubba Chandler, who's already a 45, for a potential 50, basically. Which maybe that's worth. I'd be interested to see what his ERA is as a... he was pretty terrible last season for them, but he's only he's a baby. We did check the shoulda, woulda, coulda list. Nothing really crazy happened. It'll be more interesting after this year. There's more people on it now. But yeah, nothing really came of it. All right, next day. Sonny Gray has just signed with the Phillies for $22.4 million on a 3-year deal. $22 million AAV. At 37 years old, he'll be paid until he is 40. Nickname Pickles. Had a good season last season. Lots of innings pitched, 161 innings, 33 starts. Most starts for him in the last few years. He was someone I was looking at. Tough for me to say this, but I'm leaning toward Milwaukee, says Fernando Ayala. Yeah, I figured this was going to be what happened. I don't think this is exactly what I thought was going to happen. So Milwaukee swung their smaller market cash pool around and offered Ayala everything. They offered him the maximum. We cannot exceed that maximum, so we barked up the wrong tree. That's kind of what I thought was going to happen, so we need to find someone else. Hopefully the other guys are still around. They are. So their bonus pool is 5.4 million, so they just threw the entire sum at him. Our bonus pool's 4.9 million. So they just went over our head. So no superpower second baseman for us. Though that does narrow things down. So out of the other kind of 3 that I favorited, Jose Barron was up there as a potential outfielder with like just really balanced hitting across the board. And also really great traits. So let's see what he wants right now. 1.9 mil. I really like your organization and would love to come play for you. At present, I received the best offer from the Rockies. I'm not sold on them though. Okay. So I wonder if the 1.9 mil is beating his current offer or if he's giving us a better one. All right, then down here we have David Rodriguez, another outfielder who has maybe more power in the bat. Also high leader work ethic. I really like your organization. Would love to come play for you. 2.2 mil. And then Juan Silva was the crazy infield range. Hits more for contact, maybe. And speed. And he wants 3 mil. So he's up to 3 mil. So they're trying to get the shortstops. Obviously. People are gunning for the shortstops. Which makes sense. In our organization right now, we don't know who's going to turn into anything, but our top prospects are all pitchers. So it wouldn't be a bad idea to go try and like chase after the shortstop. The outfielder wants 1.9 mil. That would leave us 3 mil. 3 mil. See, like, it's kind of awkward because it'd be cool if we could offer to Juan Silva and someone else, but there's no way to do both. At this stage, where is the pitcher? The pitcher's maybe gone? There was a 5th guy. Did he already sign? We might have already lost one. I probably wasn't going to go for the pitcher anyway, but he did look good. Let me see my short list. Yeah, he already signed. Eddie Hernandez was like, screw it, I'm going with the Cards. So, like, kind of missed a trick there. If we maybe could have offered him something low. All right, well, that narrows down our options. Unless we wanted to try Sergio de la Cruz, but I didn't love Cruz. He needs a lot of training in different aspects. And then this guy had bad personality. Okay, so let's go back. I say, let's go after Barron at 1.9 mil. All right, you can have 1,000 extra dollars if you. How much is it gonna take for you to like? I'm trying to pay you, brother. He keeps raising it by like 10 grand. All right, so we have 2.94 left. So Ayala is not even a shoulda, woulda, coulda, to be honest. I'll put him there anyways, just to see what he ends up. But it didn't even have an option to sign him. So I don't even have enough money to offer. Unless I offer below what he wants. Yeah. So maybe we just offer the other outfielder. And then we have 740K left. Okay, I hope we get somebody, man. We gotta get somebody. 24-year-old Toledo, 45 potential, and Feliz for James MacArthur. Not a crazy deal. Let me check waiver wire. Is this a different dude or is this the same dude? I think it's the same dude. Attention. Bachman, you go down. Oh yeah, dude. Chat, I forgot. We already have another reliever. I'm glad I didn't get that contract with the other bro. I'm glad I backed out because we have Quinn Matthews, who we claimed off waivers from the Cardinals. He's unhappy with his own performance, but he's a 26-year-old ground baller. Another starter. And I was looking at his pitching splits. He as a starter, he doesn't have anything at the major league level. Wait, where? Yeah, you do. You pitch for, oh, did they erase the stats because we're in preseason? They erased the splits. I don't like how it does that. I don't know how to look at previous year splits. Could also be good long relief. Yeah, he does have 2 option years left, so we're going to start him in AAA. Even though he's going to be a AAA god. And then we have a problem called we need a spot on the secondary and the active roster for Luis Robert Jr. And it's going to be really tough to pick because we have a lot of outfielders. And I don't know how to narrow it down. Why is Chase Davis here? We picked him up because of his 50 potential. And if I cut him, he's going to get taken by another team. We could just send Gavin Conticello back, but his 560 slugging in AAA was at least interesting. And then I guess it would be Siani, to be perfectly honest. The truth is that Siani is only here because he has a really great defense in the outfield. And we almost never want him to bat. So if I dig deep down, Perez is better. Even though he has less aptitude at center field because he at least has like stronger offensive numbers. Siani didn't get that many at bats with us though. And I feel bad cutting him. Juan Brito was such a nice utility infielder pickup as well. Ugh. But yeah, I think we have too many outfielders. We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. I have 8 outfielders in the secondary. We only need 6 or 7. So it's either cutting Perez or cutting Siani. Realistically. And I think, let's compare them. Like, Perez just has such better batting. Siani has much better outfield range. They really didn't... I can't even compare their batting stats, but I guess I could compare career stats. And it's just easily Perez. Switch hitters are always nice. Switch hitters are kind of bait, in my opinion. Because it makes you think they're good against both, but they're not most of the time. They're usually better against one or the other. In Perez's case, he's better against righties than lefties by a quite large margin. It just feels bad to cut Siani, because I know someone's going to take him for that 75 outfield range. I just know it. But how often is he ever going to get to play? It also makes sense to cut a center fielder for a center fielder. The problem is that Rada is stuck on our roster because he's injured, and I can't put him on the injured list in the offseason. But Rada definitely has more potential. So it feels bad, but Siani hits 238 in AAA. He's just not going to be the guy. Later, nerd. I don't know how I'm going to get him on the active roster, though. That's another question. Freeman is like, I'm going to lose that team captain if I demote him. We just need to buy time until... We just need someone to go down until Nelson Rada can be put on the IL. Or if he's not put on the IL, then we just figure out who's better and who's worse. I actually think Matos If I would demote him if he had any time option years left, but he doesn't. Stopping by to say Grandpa declined the invite to watch the Loons play because he said he likes playing baseball but hates watching. Grandpa loves playing baseball but hates watching it. Well, it's the thought that counts. Trend arrows. It's the thought that counts. So what you're saying is it's time to buy your grandpa MLB The Show. And you can teach him how to play MLB The Show. But I think it was a sound idea. He told me to spend the money on a baseball glove so we could play catch. Oh, that sounds nice. I'm sure he would love that. I think I would be afraid of hitting my grandpa in the face with a baseball, though. Like, it depends on how old grandpa is in this situation, right? All right, Burleson has 3 option years left. Burleson, you go down here for just a bit, brother. For Luis Robert Jr. to make the active roster. Thank you so much. And then we're just waiting on a response to our contract offers. Juan Silva signs with Pittsburgh. Chat, the options are draining rapidly. Our options are draining rapidly. Another one of our prospects is off. Jose Barron says, unless someone offers me a better deal, I'll sign with you. I'm curious how much Pittsburgh gave them. Let me see how much money they have left. How much, where's Pittsburgh? I just saw them. They still have 2.8 mil available, so they got that shortstop for 3 mil? Brother, we could have done that deal. I should have gone after the shortstop. Okay, we're in the running for 2 outfielders, I guess. Who's got the lead in Ayala? They said Milwaukee last time, but he hasn't signed with anybody yet. Whoops. Checking the waiver wire. Siani's on waivers. Siani, maybe he clears waivers this late. I don't know. Possible. Chicago worked out a deal. Ben Abelt. Jake Jekilik. Those are some interesting names. For Robert Garcia? The White Sox got the Texas closer? For a couple of prospects. Chat, you know what I should have done like hours ago? Why have I not checked who's on the trading block? Oh man, look at all these dudes. Look at these huge contracts. Byron Buxton's out for 3 months. We could have had Byron Buxton instead. For 15 mil. Probably not worth. Hey, Brock Stewart. That's a former Las Vegas Vulture right there. He was pretty solid. Looks like he's been pretty solid. Jason Foley up here. I feel like we had a Foley as well. Why not hire him? Because these are trades. I'd have to trade. These are not free agents. And I've already got a full bullpen. So it's just not trade for him. No. Shh. Silence. I'm not giving them a catcher or a first baseman. And I don't need anybody else in the bullpen. We are full. Batters is much more limited, though Gavin Lux is actually like pretty interesting if he wasn't $22 million. That's why they want to trade him for only 1 year. Didn't they just sign Tyler Stevenson and he's already on the trading block? They just signed him for a 1-year deal and then they're like, yep, I'll trade him. No problem. What can you give me? Dalton Varsho got that left field and center field, but not so good at offense. Okay. Anyway, I was just checking. I'm gonna need a response from these dudes. I might still be a young man. I'm not going to be able to play into my mid-50s. I want a contract that's good, so when I retire, I can join my family. Arizona has something along those lines, but I'm not certain. He wants 2.1 mil. You got it, Crush. You freaking got it. Wise words from a guy who's 16. It is indeed. The league is buzzing about a trade between St. Louis and Cincinnati. They agreed to a deal. Expected to be announced in the next few hours. Hansel Rincon to Cincinnati for Mike Baumann. Okay, that's not a big trade. Next day. Email? You've just been informed that Jojo Romero has signed with the Houston Astros. All right, Jojo. Well, it's been a pleasure. I'm glad you got your $6.6 million over 2 years. You're welcome for helping you inflate the contract to a second year. They kept the team opt-out for only $375K, which is interesting. But isn't that like $3 million more than we initially offered him? So I think that we're good. I'm good. They have committed to this agreement. Portland Pioneers have sent Diego Castillo to San Francisco for Adrian Sugaste. Okay. Tom Cosgrove. Nothing crazy. Hello. Your offer has been topped by a different team. I worked hard to get where I am. This is my first major league deal, and I like some time to think. I know your offer is generous, but so is Tampa Bay's. I'm gonna run out of money! Uh-oh. He wants $3.5 million from the Rockies. And he wants $3.4 million... in Texas. Okay, so we're not going to be able to sneak both of these guys out of here. I'm going to have to choose now. I am going to have to choose. Do I want the outfielder who's got a little less power and higher walk rate, gap power, contact with better stats, loyalty, adaptability, work ethic, and baseball IQ? Or do I want the slightly lower personality, leader, work ethic, but higher home run power? I think I gotta go with the first dude. But here's the difference, right? We have very high scouting accuracy on this dude. We only have high scouting accuracy on this dude, so he could go down. But his personality is still there. The work ethic and the baseball IQ is good. He's a smart dude. How much money do the other teams have? A lot. Not that many signings have happened yet, so we're gonna get outbid is my problem. If they go all in, they're gonna get all in. That's the issue. So like Jose Barron said, the Rockies have the best deal. If we're competing against the Rockies, they just have an extra $1 million that we don't have. And I'm not going to be able to compete. They're going to price us out. Hearts of Iron 4 Peace Conference. Yep. However, the other David Rodriguez is being pursued by Texas, who's going to have less money. But that's not to say, like, Texas has 3.78 mil left, so we could price out the Rangers and still have $1 million left over. So, like, financially, that's smarter, but then someone else might come on top of us, and then David Rodriguez just gets an offer from a third party that we don't even know about, right? So that can happen too. But yeah, Ayala's off the table. I think Barron is definitely my preference, so I'm at least gonna like start with his offer. And give it a couple days to stew and just not cut off talks with the other guy, but just not offer him anything. And if he signs, then we have to go plan C. Another owner, chat. The owner of the St. Louis, the city of St. Louis is in mourning today for the owner of the St. Louis Cardinals, William DeWitt Jr. He passed away after a brief illness yesterday at a local hospital. This is the third owner who's died in like the last year. Team spokesman, speaking anonymously, told reporters that his son, Vicente DeWitt, would take charge of running the team and would eventually be named the new owner. Inside sources said the younger DeWitt would be lenient in management and normal in financial matters. This is crazy, though. The Marlins and Aztecs announced a deal that would send a couple of 45 overalls. The Guards send a 45 and a 30. Oh, they took Duran. The Guardians received Duran and his $18 million contract. Interesting. So Duran actually, that's a pretty high profile trade. The Minnesota top closer, ground baller. Look at those pitches. 380 pitches. Insane. How do you have 380 pitches and you're still only 65 and stuff? Ayala signs with Miami. He went to the Marlins. That was our top pick. We didn't have enough money to chase him. Thanks for the offer. It's fair. I'll sign with you if no one offers better. Sandy Alcantara, who we thought about going for in free agency, the starting pitcher, just signed with the Mets for $37 million a year. So I'm really glad we didn't go down that route, though we could have done it if we didn't get the Luis Robert Jr. deal. $185 million over 5 years. Woo! Now that's a big contract. Holy. He got paid $20 million more after his contract with the Marlins was up. I'm glad we didn't compete with that, because if the Mets got Alcantara for 185, it would have cost us like $215, $225 over 5 years. That would be rough. We don't have that kind of cash for one starting pitcher. Like, to me, a starting pitcher is great, but they play 1 out of every 5 days at most. Whereas an outfielder will play 4 out of 5 days, right? So you get more kind of consistent chance to help the team. He's in his 30s? Yeah, that's not as big a deal for pitchers. Pitchers can Like early 30s starting pitchers, fine for the most part. That's still a huge contract. Gonna save and keep scooching on down the line. Ding 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 ding. All right, we're coming up on spring training begins. Oh yeah, we got Michael Ciani. No one claimed Michael Ciani. That's great, because it means I can just put him in AAA, hang on to him. Why shouldn't I test the market? The Rays have made me a juicy offer. My decision is almost made. He wants 4.68 mil. We're gonna go all in. I'm gonna go all in. All in. If he beats that, we gotta go somewhere else. So 4.9 mil. Ayala got more than 3 mil. The big shortstop, he got like 5+ mil because he had more than we had. Juan Silva was kind of the lower tier shortstop, and he got paid a little less, I think, but he signed really fast. Because Pittsburgh got him for 3 mil. That was a great deal. I would have done that if I knew it was 3 mil, but they probably would have bid me out, you know? Like, where 2 teams want the same player, you got to bid out. So now I'm trying to get Barron. I know we don't have very high accuracy on him, but I like his personality, and his potential still looks good, even with high accuracy, so we'll just hope for the best. All right, next day. Attention. Shane Murphy was diagnosed with bicep tendonitis. How are you getting are you guys playing? How are you getting injured when we're not even playing games? The rumor has been out. Now it's official. The Phillies sent minor leaguer Dragoo for Dylan Tate. Okay. Joe Adele, Sam Horn. They're playing in the underground baseball league, I guess. Let's see how player development's going. So Bobby Miller is no longer excelling. He's back to on track. Damn, I want to crit, man. Jace Young is off the charts. Steve Hosky's off the charts. Come on, Rodriguez. You can reach this. Look how close you are, brother. Tyler Freeman, you're a little further away. Should have expected this. Uh-oh, what are we doing? Is it February? It's February 1st. That's what it is. Good morning. I've compiled a scouting report. This is some notable player development changes. Abner Uribe's current stuff improves to 70. Potential rating movement improves to 70. Potential improves to 55. Uribe is a god. Holy. Uribe is a god. Didn't his changeup just improve too? It's that control that's a problem. I wanted to put him in the lab in the offseason, but then we put everybody else in instead. Because I'm pretty sure that his changeup was good, but I don't think it was 60. I mean, he definitely played like it last year. Joe Mantiply, current and potential stuff drops from 45 to 40. Oh. That's not good. Ian Hamilton, velocity drops by 1 mile per hour. Oh. That's not good. Alexis Diaz. Our whole bullpen is getting run through the ringer right now. Overall and potential rating drops to 45. Brother, you needed to tell me all this before I signed all these guys. You understand? Stuff rating drops, movement rating drops, current and potential control drops, velocity drops, overall potential drops. Oh my God. Fire the pitching coach at this point. Keegan Aiken, current stamina drops, velocity drops 1 mile an hour. Justin Foscue, contact rating drops. Potential drops from 50 to 45. Oof. Basabe, potential contact drops. I rating improves. Potential rating drops to 45. Wait, but you're saying... Oh, at second base, he's still at 50. Quinn Matthews. Potential velocity improves 1 mile per hour. Potential rating drops from 55 to 50. Alex Lopez in the international complex. Current contact rating improves, so he's getting a little better in the complex. Little. Manny Longoria in the international complex. Potential contact drops. Potential power drops. Potential drops. That was going to happen eventually. All right, well, one day we'll get better news besides just Abner. 1 good news, 7 bad news. 1 good, 7 bad. One day we'll get some more good news. Anyway, welcome to February. I'm pretty sure... Oh, wait, the Rays. No, I gave him the best offer. Okay, no, he's good. Nobody in the waiver wire. Keep advancing. I'd be foolish to sign on with you guys when I have an offer from Cleveland. Goodbye, Jose Barron. I can't afford Cleveland's offer. Sorry. So Barron's out? My top 3 choices are out. The extra pool money is ruining me financially. And now we're down to just David Rodriguez. And he wants all of our money. You know what? At this point, here you go. This is all I got, brother. We're going to end up with squat this year out of the international complex. I'm sending in full send. We got to get somebody, man. We have $5 million. Nickname Graveyard. February 5th. Barron signs with Cleveland. I did not have any money. I wanted him. Taking me for all I'm worth. All the small market teams. Cleveland spent $5.4 mil to get him, so they outbid me by $500,000. I don't have that much money, so. February 6th. The Diamondbacks have a deal with the Twins, sending a 45 potential minor leaguer and another minor leaguer for Cody Funderburk. That's a good name. The Giants and the Reds, Maui Ahuna and Tyler Switowski for Rafael Montero. Man, Montero got demoted to a 40 overall. I believe it. He's probably like a 35 actually. Okay, next. Checking waiver wire. Ad starting now? I didn't notice. Oh, it just started. Classic. How do I always miss it? My bad. They can't hear me say my bad. I was gonna snooze it by 5 minutes. So while the ads run in chat, talk to me. How are your own simulations going? Whether it's Out of the Park, Football Manager, EVE Online, the other game, Software Inc. I don't know what else is in this category of games. I am resigned to the fact that I will never get to the point where my team plays a game. In your own save, Avocado? You finally see how difficult it is? You finally... Like, I feel like if you start your own expansion team in this game, you start to empathize with the streamer a lot more. You start to go, oh, I see. I see what all you're having to figure out. Not great boss. Oh, no. Mitch Davis, I don't think they have specific teams that they hate. Most players just want to get paid, but players do want to be on winning teams, and that affects their morale. I lost the World Series in Game 7 on a walk-off in the 10th. Well, at least you made it a good series, but yeah, that's rough. I'm getting stomped in spring training. It happens. I started Terra Invicta twice. Terra Invicta is a lot like this game, actually. You know what? Now that you mention it, I would put Terra Invicta in the same category as Out of the Park, except for sci-fi stuff. It is very much like spreadsheets, numbers, and kind of going through menus. I'm playing Franchise Hockey Manager and just started a new expansion team. What's up, Nave Pleasant? Thank you for the sub. Appreciate the 32 months and the Prime. Playing Stellaris, Devouring Swarm with the new bioships. Be careful, because I heard that the patches have been breaking saves, and they're going to do a big patch tomorrow. So, just a heads up. Got to the playoffs in my second season with the Nationals in MLB The Show franchise. I never tried the franchise mode in the show. I just installed a database in Football Manager that changes how the football world is set up. Should be interesting. Yeah, I'm sure there's a great modding community for both these games. Yeah, I saw Football Coach College Dynasty. I've heard that recommended, Adam. Day 4 of creating a custom league. Not playing a game in the near future. Yep. Uh-huh. I'm in the expansion draft and loving it, but things are going very slowly, and now I'm having problems where players are randomly disappearing from the draft pool. Oh, that's because you set it to where you can only pick 3 players from another team, so you've combined, you and the other team have picked 3 players. If you use the same rules I did, that's why they're disappearing. Because, like, 3 of the Dodgers have been drafted or something. 3 of the Yankees have been drafted. So you can't draft anyone else from those teams. Unless you change that rule. You can change that rule to be whatever you want. But it might be too late if you're already in the draft. All right, let me scroll down. Hi, I can see you now. Welcome back from the ad. We were just chatting while you guys were in the ad. Now my brain stopped working again. All right, I guess just keep advancing. Waiting for this guy to turn me down for more money also. Oh my God, he signed. We got 1. So mission accomplished. If nothing else, we got 1. It wasn't the top international prospect, but he was our 4th pick. This is better than nothing. Thank you for giving me a future in your org. I'm looking forward to spending the next couple years in your international complex. Hopefully, you'll promote me to a minor league team soon. So we got David Rodriguez, outfielder with mid-range and defensive skills, but he has at least high work ethic and the potential to be a slugger with high power and gap power. So 75 potential right now with very high scouting accuracy. That'll go down over time, but I'm going to go ahead and add him to my core farm system core shortlist to keep track of him. And also, of course, check how he looks compared to the Dominican Rookie League. He's only a 30. He's only 16, so we do not want him playing baseball this year because he will get crushed. So I think we just let him get a little older, and then as he gets older, hopefully develops that floor relative to one of my rookie leagues. Because if you throw him into like rookie ball right now, he's gonna be completely drowned. But yeah, we'll just let him stew for a while. Keep tabs on him. He'll hang out in the international complex. We got one. Hallelujah. Like you can see the money starting to drain. 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0. Like people are getting signed. There's still Sergio de la Cruz, who did look interesting, but since he's like one of the top prospects, I just think he would have taken too much work. He wants a $1.8 million deal, so you probably could have got him at a discount. I didn't want the catcher at all. I didn't want this shortstop. So yeah, I think we did good. We got a 75 potential. Everything else is kind of lower. So the pool's drying up quickly. Now I guess you could get a bunch of 60s and just hope multiple of them pan out, kind of spread your bets out a little bit more. But I'm happy with this. All right, it's almost spring training time, so here's what I need to do. Do we want to spend any more of... We have $6 million available. I think I just need to save all that. I might even free up $31 million in the player development budget. I already took $2 million out of the scouting budget. Make sure we have at least $9 million in the draft budget because we have first overall pick. And we just need to be careful spending any of this money. Like, we actually need to chill. Our player payroll has gone way up. Last year's player expenses, $63 million. This year's player expenses, $147 million. Oh, baby. More than double. More than double, dude. That's a big payroll now. We got about $3 million more in player developmental budget. Season net loss, $30 million. We're projected for an $11 million loss. I don't know that I agree with that, but I guess we'll see. But we made money last year. Because the owner's still got like $20 million down here that he's reserved. Chat, what is the soft cap for the luxury tax? I should have probably known that. What is the luxury, when does the luxury tax start? Or does it change year to year? $241 this year, apparently, like in real life or in the game, is it somewhere? Don't think you're near it? Okay, well that's good. There's probably like an info page with payroll. Though I don't remember where that is. Was it on the front office homepage? Yeah, in player payroll, we're 21st. Even with $148 million, we're 21st. Out of 32. Our budget is 20th in the league, so we're in the bottom third. Still. Bottom third still. I wish I could change my season ticket price. It's 140% of average payroll? Gotcha. Alright, it's almost spring training time. I don't know how we're going to do the lineups. Oh, before we get to spring training, we need to do something annoying. Gotta do something annoying. My Dominican Rookie League has 0 players. Sorry, it has 1 player. How are we gonna get people in this? Because it's kind of strict, isn't it? I need to set up some filters in the free agency. Nobody wants to play for the probers. Nobody's playing for the probers. He's got to play every position. I think it's got to be like pro years filter. Could do like an age filter on top of that. I don't know. Or like a... Probably just need to do like an overall filter. Probers. Because Antonio Del Bosque, relative to the Dominican Rookie League, is 45. His overall is 25 compared to MLB. So if we look at like that range, it'd probably be like 25 to 35. I forget what the restrictions are for it though. It's got to be like less than 3 years of service or something. Yeah, okay, I was right. 3 years max pro service, younger than 22. So I do need an age gate. Where do you even see this information in game? Is a 4-player team okay? Do you think they can handle it? And they're probably... These guys are not Americans, so that's good. 1 dude for each base. They're all relievers. It's kind of the issue. So, we'll offer those guys a contract, I guess. Yeah, he's just the starting pitcher with the relievers. And if they never allow a hit, they don't need any fielders. Just strike out every single batter that comes up. Did anything exciting happen after you finally got Luis? We just did the international free agent draft and got a new prospect. Yeah, I don't have the ghost players. I would rather have real players, but I feel like there need to be real players for me to have. So was I supposed to just go get those guys from the international free agency and put them on my team instead of going $5 million deep on the one prospect? If you're playing with default MLB setup, you need ghost players enabled for the minors or raise international scouting discoveries to 22 or it won't fill. Let's see. Most people are saying they always delete the Dominican Rookie League. I increased the scouting discoveries to 22 to get enough players. Hidden discoveries per team at 12. With 120 players generated will create the correct amount of foreign players. Alright, so I can see chat now. Do you have anyone in the complex? Not a team. I have like 2 or 3 people who are not even ready for that league yet. You can generate fake players for only the Dominican League. Well, here's a question. Do the other teams have a problem? Let's just go look around the league real quick. Because if I can't get them, how are the other people getting them? I assume they were generated when the game started, but how are they going to keep getting them? They seem to have a team. There's not a ton of players on it, but they do. Fewer players here. They have a lot of pitchers, though. There's a lot of pitchers. They're missing 2, so they only have 1 bench player. And now they're down. Yeah, so this league doesn't even work without ghost players. So I might just have to enable ghost players because they literally don't even have enough people with the rules. It's a good thing I looked at this now. Oh my god. How do I have my cake and eat it too? I guess I could turn up scouting discoveries, but I don't know. Like, they only have the people that they've been taking from the most recent. Yeah, I don't know. I guess both options have pros and cons. I'm just worried that the ghost players thing is gonna seep somehow into the like A ball, high A ball, and kind of reduce the realism of actually having like full teams. But teams will never have more things, Cetacia. They'll end up with less every year because we're spending all of our money in the international free agent draft on one guy. So over time, these dudes will retire and they won't be replaced by anyone. or they'll exceed the like 3-year minimum and the age restrictions. So the leagues are going to end up being literal ghost leagues. I see why people delete them, to be honest. I kind of get it. I think the alternative is you can just leave them inside of the complex until they're ready to go to rookie ball. That's what I do. I wish it worked. Yeah, it seems like it just doesn't work. After all that time spent creating it, am I just going to delete them all? How do I delete the league without deleting all the players on it? Most of my scouting discoveries have 20 overall in potential. I've gotten 180, and he was my only discovery with a potential higher than 40 this year. Yeah, but even 180? Think about how hard it was for us to get 175 just now. So you're kind of getting like a free 80, which is the problem, like the thing that I don't like. Which, if you're, I'm not trying to criticize the way other people play. That's the normal way to play. I just like to have to like compete for it, I guess. FM's ghost players are pretty frustrating at times. During an injury crisis, the AI will put them in match day squads over no-name youth players, which always grated on me. Interesting. So they're not alone, is what you're saying. Ugh. I think that the cleanest idea is just delete the Dominican Rookie League and then leave them in the complex for longer. I agree with Etal. The Dominican League can be extremely OP. I made like a San Antonio Hispanic majority team and it felt really OP. From the discoveries, you mean? Like, there's still going to be a ton of great international players because that's how it is in real life, just because I turned up the number that'll appear in the draft, right? That all teams kind of have access to. I think that the most I would be willing to concede is delete those teams. And then, like, at best... I don't remember where the button is. Literally was just on this page a minute ago. I always go to the wrong page first, apparently. Top left under functions. Well, what I'm trying to do is not delete. I'm not looking for delete. I'm looking for the, oh, there we go. It's probably because I wasn't on MLB. There we go. Yeah, I wasn't on MLB. The most I'd be willing to do is like few 8 per year is fine, but yeah, I may as well just delete. I'm scared that I'm gonna ruin my save though, so hold on. Let me make a backup of this save in case I screw something up. Better safe than sorry. I didn't stop to think how long that would take, but actually it's over. And then just a regular save. The 1899 Cleveland Spiders finished 20 and 144. That's impressive. That is I don't know how they had the willpower to keep playing, to be honest. All teams and get deleted and players get dumped into the free agent pool. See, this is not gonna work. All of it, everyone's prospects are going to get dumped into the free agent pool, which ruins everything. I would have to like manually go place them back with their teams in God mode. You got to do that before you even get to this point. A deleted team cannot be undeleted. If there was a one that was like every player on every Dominican rookie team gets automatically placed up for like back into their complex. Oh, that's a lot of work, dude. Or I could just click the ghost players button, I guess, and solve it later. I guess I'll just click ghost players and solve it later for now, because that'll be much faster. But now I forget where that is. I would love a search option somehow. It's definitely on leagues and settings. Wait, do I have to do it? No, not fill teams with fictional players. That's not the setting I want. I've looked for this like 5 times now, and I find it, and then I instantly forget where it is, which is kind of impressive. I think my brain gets overloaded looking at every single option, and I can't actually like perceive information. Chat, just writing the word functions isn't helpful. I'm not even convinced you guys know what I'm looking for. All right, here we go. I got it. I googled the answer. It's under game settings, league settings, rules, minor league settings, allow incomplete minor league rosters, ghost players. There it is. We got there. Thank you, Google. Now ban the chatters who did not say that. Okay. So now minor league rosters will just be functional even without full teams. Ghost players mostly lost are just like what it sounds like. Players that do not exist who just allow the league to continue to function as if everything was fine. It just pretends that there are enough players to play out all the games. So there you go. Done. So that is going to be a U, and that is going to be a U. All right. Now, back to work. Where was I? Let's advance again, because I don't think anything's going on here. And again. And again. Hello? Thanks for the offer. It is fair. Who? Oh. These are the minor league contracts that I just threw out to fill the now non-existent. I can still put them down there for funsies. You guys are definitely not going to double A, I'll tell you that. You guys are going down to the Dominican Rookie League, which I will attempt to fix at a later point. All right, cool. News? Nothing. It is almost spring training as of right now. So everything should be locked in. I already looked. I don't think there was anything else that I wanted to change, but now I don't think I can. We got a $31 million player development budget this year, which I think is still very solid. Baseline's 14.5, so more than double the league baseline. I think it's slightly more than last year. Draft budget slightly less than last year by $16 million, so more than slightly. Though we do have first pick overall, and we might need more than $9 million to get our top pick. And our scouting budget is now locked in at 27 mil. Baseball's back, and BNN will be here through it all, keeping tabs on the workouts and practices, the cuts and promotions. The regular season's just around the corner. Okay, it's almost time. The Giants have worked out a deal with the Nationals for Mason Thompson. Nico Mazza. Okay, nothing crazy. When does our actual schedule begin? So we have a game now. So I actually have to set the lineup because we're playing a game. Now, if we're playing a game, can I finally get the injured dudes? Oh, we can have the sick 60-man roster. Hell yeah. Nelson Rada, ruptured Achilles tendon, out 7 to 8 weeks. We knew that when we signed them. But I can finally use the injured list. Hallelujah. Uh-oh. Oh no, we're good. It automatically invited a bunch of people. I think it automatically put everyone who was on the 40-man roster. Was it Sam? Wait, no, it wasn't Sam Bachman that they were upset with, right? Do you guys remember when it said, like, the fans were upset at so-and-so leaving? Who was that? I forgot who it was. I guess we should let Mangum come back out, but they're going to be taking time away from our other guys. Sorry, Mangum. I think 39 is plenty. It was Seth Blair. All right, Steven Matz, you're going to be on a 90-pitch pitch count. We're actually going to do a 6-man rotation just to get started and let Cade Horton keep pitching. All right, he's going to get a 100 pitch. They should pull him out way before that in spring training, no doubt. So just in case they're too dumb, let's go like... $75... 70, 65, 70, 75. Just in case the manager's kind of dumb. All right, we got to set all this up because spring training time. However, the manager will not even try to win, which sounds dumb, but it's true. Quinn Matthews, long relief, emergency starting pitcher. Luke Weaver is going to be our closer, though you could argue that Abner Uribe should just be the closer. But I also don't think it's a bad thing to have Uribe just be a solid setup man without putting too much pressure on him at 26 years old. And we'll just have Snyder be like a 7th inning or later guy too. Okay, then we've got a couple of lefties. Unfortunately, their splits are gone. But Keegan Aiken is just going to be middle relief. As is Joe Mantiply. We'll have him be like maybe a specialist against lefties. I assume it'll infer that. And then Bubba Chandler, I would want middle relief with avoid higher leverage. He could also be kind of long relief. Jaden Hill is kind of like he's in training still. He's just a baby. But we claimed him on waivers, and he's probably just going to play in Triple-A because he's got an option year left, but he may as well get some start time here. Avoid high leverage. And then we got Ailman, who has unfortunately become worse in a matter of weeks, apparently. Baited. Still got 2 amazing pitches. I don't know if he has those pitches working for him. And then I would say Alexis Diaz. We're going to go stopper. And just try that out. And then Ian Hamilton. Also middle relief. All right, that should be fine. And then we'll have like a 6-man rotation for spring training just to give different guys starts warming up. What does leverage mean here? It means high leverage is like a important situation where the game is currently hanging by a thread. Low leverage means the opposite. So if you're bad at high leverage situations, it means you are not good under pressure. So some guys, you know, are better when they come out for a new inning and they get to start that inning. Nobody's on base. Some guys are more like high leverage pitchers where the bases are loaded. Who do you trust to get you out of that situation? So like, I don't trust these two to get me out of important situations. It's basically that. Okay. We gotta watch the first spring training game just because Jazz Chisholm Jr. and Luis Robert Jr. are taking the field for the home crowd, which is kind of crazy in and of itself. Starting pitcher is going to be Kyle Bradish. The righty. Don't really know how he is against. I assume he's worse against left-handed bats. This is going to be a chaotic game, though, that I don't know what's going to happen, because in spring training, the roster is so large that a crazy amount of substitutions are made each game with the intention not being really winning, but getting everybody to start warming up. So, because of that, this is going to be kind of like tough to make the starting lineup, to be honest. Torrens and Indy Rodriguez. Let's do like every second game, every third game, just so that they're like in a bit of a rotation. And then we got Brito. So I want to see if Conticello can smash the ball. So let's do like every second game, and then I want to get Brito in every third game with Foscue, just to kind of like initially get some testing in. And then at second place, we still have Arenamo, but I think he's just going to be a AAA player. He's unhappy, very unhappy at the team record and his own performance. So sad. So sad. All right, so we got new Oslevis Basabe playing second. He'll get the start to kind of test that out. I think Brito should also get a chance. Initially, we have Jazz Chisholm Jr. starting at third with Young behind him. Nick Allen is kind of the like defensive substitutions here. And Arenamo is just kind of like here. You know, he's just kind of here. I might set him as a second baseman for now, since we have too many people queued up as shortstops. He does blossom into a 50 potential when you set him to second, which is nice. We'll give him like every fifth game. I don't know. Is he a trade prospect? We don't want to trade prospects. We want people to give us prospects and not the other way around. If people have a potential to develop, that's what we want at the moment. What is this dude outfield wise? Average? Okay, so at shortstop, we have Cooper Pratt, claimed off waivers from Milwaukee. We're going to test out. He's got the potential to be like really good. Defensively, he's already there. But if he can get that bat working, he's only 22, so he's kind of like an Arenamo. He's already got some MLB time. He could get better. But besides him, it's going to be like... I don't think Jorge has that much going on. He did get a few hits when he was with us. Maybe like every fifth game, Arenamo every third. Just to get a few more starts. All right, and then center field. Of course, you know who's starting center field. I feel bad because Tyler Freeman just kind of got replaced. He should probably be, instead of Brito, he should be next in line there, and then Brito is going to be like backup at third. All right, these numbers I'm just picking arbitrarily. Who else is center? Matos or Perez? Let's say Perez. Put Matos. We've also got Chase Davis. He's not going to be getting any play time. He's a AAA player. In fact, he does not need to be on this roster. Hold on. Oh, man. They lowered Perez to a 40 potential. Oof. Oof. Brother, you're a AA player. I didn't mean to put you here. No expectation. That's good. No thoughts, head empty. I like that. Okay, yeah, so Perez got really dumped on, huh? He doesn't look like a... Now he's a... Wait, yeah. No, he was okay. Matos needs a chance. Perez bats which is an advantage. We have Burleson doesn't have a position yet. Chad, there's too many outfielders, brother. There's just too many. All right, Burleson is a backup DH. Does everyone have a spot? Burleson pinch hitter. Young pinch hitter. Brito pinch hitter. Matos pinch hitter. Speed. Brito pinch runner. Freeman pinch runner. All right, that's a lot. All right, from an outfield perspective, Matos is probably a defensive substitution for right. And left. But I mean, like, we've already, yeah. Okay, and then center field is like Tyler Freeman. He's not a defensive sub because Luis Robert Jr. is already him. He's him, you know? These are good problems to have, kinda. There's just not going to be enough at bats to really figure out who's who this early on. All right, Brito, who's got the best infield range and first base? Brito is the defensive sub at first. Jorge is the defensive sub at second. Nick Allen can keep third. And we'll put him in at short. Center field, we don't have a defensive sub. And then DH is unnecessary. Okay, I mean, this, I gotta just actually organize the lineup now. So, Jazz Chisholm Jr. in the leadoff spot, probably. Just from name recognition alone. We're playing Moneyball a little bit though. So let me see. We have no stats to work off of. Wonderful, because they're gone. So going off of vibes alone, Stevenson does still have the best eye, but last year I'm just going to say he had a 318 OBP. It wasn't anything to be like super proud of. Like, Jazz has a better OBP anyway last year. Not by much. I do, and he has good speed as well. Luis Robert Jr.'s got too much power to get to be leadoff. Brennan had a 306 OBP last year. Basabe was in AAA, so it's hard to say. All right, Jazz Chisholm Jr. in leadoff, done. Flores in the 4 spot. Luis Robert Jr. in the either 3 or 4 spot. These are tough decisions to make, dude. All right, I'm gonna say Will Brennan in the 2. He's got high speed. Puts a lot of contact on the ball. Okay. Chad, did you guys notice that Luis Robert Jr. dropped to a 50 potential after we paid him money from a 55? And his defense went up? Why? How does that always happen, dude? How does that always happen? You gotta have more than 55 power with a 25 home run rate, man. I'm just saying. That's a 60 power easy. All right, let's get Flores in the 3, Luis Robert Jr. in the 4, in the cleanup spot. Either one of them there is good, but since Luis Robert Jr. has the most power, I'm going to try him in the 4. All right, then let's get lefty Cal Stevenson, then Foscue. Then Basabe. Then Rafael Marchand, then Pratt. Nice balance. Okay, looks good. Starting lineup achieved. Who is pitching first? It's got to be Woodruff. He's a fan fave. Gotta have the fan fave first. Tyler Malley's still unknown. Cade Horton's still unknown. This lineup looks so much better than last year. Yes, it does, doesn't it? It looks so much better than last year. Okay, chat, you ready to Gamba channel points? On what's almost certainly going to be a chaotic game because it's a spring training game. Which means all bets are off. This is not going to be the lineup that stays out there. Okay, the coach is going to try to get as many people at bats and as many people pitching as possible. So it is going to be unpredictable chaos. What's that? We actually win a couple of the matchups? Oh, holy. It's actually even on the lineup, and they give the edge to Kyle Bradish. He was pretty great last year, but I don't know how long they're going to keep him out. Okay. Gamba time. Spring training time. New prediction time. You have 5 minutes to put all your channel points on the line. Batter up. Batter up. While you're doing that, I'm going to run the ad. Okay. I am going to run the ad. Alex Bregman dropped from a 60 to a 50. And his defense dropped from 55 to 45. Wait, what? Oh, man. Right after he signed with Baltimore, he went from MVP caliber season to a 715 OPS. He went from 5.5 WAR to 2.4. Oh, man. In one season? He really played well at Boston. He just played. He should stay at Boston. In real life, I think he should stay with Boston. Unless he just loves money. All right, tab back in. Put some channel points on the line. Here are the lineups. Don't be a coward. I'm gonna run the ad, and I'll be back when the betting is done, and we'll get going. First game of the day. Only 4 hours in. It's better than yesterday. We're not gonna watch much of spring training because it's just kind of. It's fun to watch the first one with the new players. After that, you know. All right. You've got your options. I'll be right back. Running the ad now. Turn your volume down, gamers, if you're subject to said ads. Yo. All right, did you guys put your channel points in? Let's see what we got. Almost 2 million channel points on the line. 55% believers, 45% doubters. Okay. Think we're good. Oh, baby. The spring training park. The spring training park. This is a magical song. Okay, let's switch to... something else, something else, something else. Something else. How about some Risky Rain? Okay, Risky Rain. Betting on spring training like true degenerate gamblers. Yes, correct. It's game time! At last. On the mound for your Las Vegas Invaders, a familiar face, Brandon Woodruff. In a contract year at a 3.96 ERA on the season, 181 innings pitched, 33 starts for him. Had a 1.32 whip. Gave up the occasional home run. His strikeout rate a little bit down over 2025, but also fewer hits against him. 3.3 WAR for him, so he won some games all on his own. On a $7.2 million contract, good budget. He's probably looking at all these other people getting signed going, holy moly. Look at that $100 million outfield. Luis Robert Jr. takes the field today in the neon green after inking a deal for $160 million over 5 years. Finally decided to agree. He's like, I see spring training coming down the pipe, and I held out for as long as I could. I got 47 mil coming to me this year. I'm going to be freaking rich. We paid the man. And flanking Luis Robert Jr. with a fantastic 70 outfield range is Cal Stevenson in right, getting the start. A familiar face for fans. One of the only familiar faces. The whole field is almost different. Really, the only people who are starting today that fans recognize is Marchand, Woodruff, Foscue, and Stevenson. Literally everyone else is different, which is crazy to think about. That's a very rare thing in baseball, but I think for an expansion team, it kind of makes sense because it didn't, you know, they gave a bunch of unknowns a shot, and now they got to try and actually do better, right? But in left, we got Will Brennan, big contact hitter. Plays pretty good left field, doesn't need to use that arm quite as much, so I got him in left. Right fielders need a stronger arm to make the throw to third. Played pretty bog standard offense, which for this team is an upgrade, while still having some reasonable offensive number or defensive capabilities. Foscue coming back at first was like third on the team in OPS. Oh, we have Wilmer Flores as well, so they would recognize Flores. He's just sitting waiting for his turn to bat. But yeah, Foscue's up with the occasional pop in his bat. Hit 15 homers last year. It's actually quite respectable for him, considering his only his first full season in the MLB. So honestly, that's not too shabby. That's where most of his OPS comes from. At second, we've got Oslevis Besabe, free agent signing in December. Inked a 5-year deal with a couple options at the later to buy out his arbitration years just in case he turns into somebody great, because I really like his gap power, His ability to put the ball in play, 4 average, stellar in AAA. He's getting his he had a chance in 2023 with Tampa, but they didn't see too much of what they wanted to see, so he went back to the minor leagues. At short, we've got newbie Cooper Pratt, who is similar. He got a little bit of MLB playtime with Milwaukee last season. They were not a huge fan. We're giving him a chance this year to keep developing. He's only 22 years old, so lots of potential upside. He plays very good defensive shortstop with a potential to increase his offense across the board pretty much. And then at third, Jazz Chisholm Jr. is going to be in the hot corner for the Invaders. A very familiar face across the league, comes over from the Yankees. So former Yankee signed to a 5-year, $108 million deal to play third with a player option in the 5th year. Front loaded that contract too, so that he'll look a little more appetizing if we need to trade him down the line. Got some bonuses built into his contract for plate appearances. Before this, he's upgraded from a $9 million to a $26 million salary. So he's probably happy about that. I don't know how long was his Yankee contract from when he first got signed. And then backing the dish for the pitching staff is Rafael Marchan, who played decently. He's really there for his defense, his framing, make the pitchers look good. Of course, the bullpen has been completely replenished from the ground up, rebuilt. And we got a couple other catchers that we're gonna hopefully get a look at today for the first time. I wish I could play this game without it crashing. It looks fun. Iser Joker, when is it crashing for you? The only crashes that I've had consistently is when I am in a menu changing an option, like a settings menu, and then I alt tab and tab back in and it crashes. As long as I don't alt tab while I'm in those like specific options menus, I haven't had any crashes. So if it doesn't crash for me, then it doesn't crash for you. I think that's how technology works. It works for me. But maybe if you have some more specific issues, someone in chat could fill you in or do some Googling for you. Every time I change those settings for league rules or it loads the player database, I crash. Is it like a new, are you making like a new save or are you trying to import an old game? I guess would be the question. I saw someone from 3 months ago said game crashes every time I try to enter a game, and they had to update their video drivers. But if it's not trying to enter a game, then I don't know. Stop doing those while you're driving. That's funny. But just make sure you're not alt-tabbing. I feel like you might be alt-tabbing. I know that's accusatory, because that's when it was crashing for me, is when I was on that menu, click a button, go over to my other monitor, click, come back, and then click and it would crash. So just make sure you're not alt-tabbing. All right, let's go. Honeycutt up to bat first. Looks like Honeycutt is a 40 overall who's a AAA player. They're just giving a chance to bat today. Spring training baseball. The Invaders facing the Orioles. Partly cloudy skies. Honeycutt settles in, and Woodruff is off. Gets a strikeout on the first batter he sees. Regenerating the user DAT file fixed a lot of database related crashes, FYI. Yeah, there's probably a number of things that you could try, because it sounds like a strange crash situation. Gunnar Henderson up, had himself A 276 season last season. 5.5 WAR unto himself. 25 years old with a huge career ahead of him, no doubt. Currently on an 8-year contract that's going to balloon into $36 million a year in the final 6 years. Signed prior to the 2027 season, expires after 2034, so they've already extended him. To be honest, it looks like an incredible deal for the Orioles. It was a $246 million deal. Honestly, looks like a great deal for the Orioles, based on his last few seasons, which have been amazing, actually. 8 WAR in 2024, almost. Whew. What a gamer. And now he faces Brandon Woodruff. Gets a back-to-back strikeout. Woodruff with 2 swinging strikeouts already in the game. And that'll bring up Colton Cowser. Career 234 hitter. Hit 248 last season with a 738 OPS. 12 home runs on the season. And he strikes out. So Woodruff begins the game by striking out the side. That ends the Baltimore first. And a pretty dominant showing from Brandon Woodruff. So up comes the first AB. It may be spring training, and maybe it doesn't count. This game doesn't count, for the record. Spring training games are made up. They're there for the players to get warm for the season. They're just like exhibition games, more or less. So none of these count against our record. Nonetheless, it's the first time Jazz Chisholm Jr. donning the Las Vegas Invaders, green and black and white, is up to bat. The home fans crowding the stadium. Actually, they wouldn't be at home. They're wherever this stadium is. Spring Ballpark. I don't know where the Las Vegas Invaders would call their spring training home facility, but they want to get in and see what he looks like. So let's see. Second pitch, and that's going to be a single in his first AB as an Invader anywhere. Gets a base hit on a 90-mile-an-hour cutter from Kyle Bradish. 92 miles per hour off the bat. Off to a good start. Off to a very good start. Just pulled over, getting paid $26 million this year on a 5-year contract. Bradish had himself a good season last year. 3.51 as the ERA over 18 starts. He's got a leadoff hit. That'll bring up the first AB for Will Brennan, playing left today. Brennan, a free agent signing back in November, was playing for the Guards and Cleveland last year. Had a reasonable season, 1.5 WAR, almost a 700 OPS. He'll smack it to second, and unfortunately for him, hard hits. They'll turn 2. So 4-6-3 double play. The 4-6-3 double play. Bregman is playing first base. What the hell is going on? Luis Vasquez is playing third. What happened to Bregman's stellar defense? He fell off in 1 year defensively? I don't know. They got Bregman playing first, apparently. I have no idea what's going on. So 2 quick outs for Bradish, turning 2 there. An unfortunately placed ball for Brennan. That'll bring up Wilmer Flores, back after leading the team in OPS, signed to a 1-year, $5.75 million deal, bringing back someone who should be a fan favorite if this were real. Also led the team in home runs last year, I think. 821 OPS. And he'll ground this one to third. 4 out. Number 3. Okay. Flores is not a speedster. That's correct. So 3 outs. Brandon Woodruff back up against Heston Kierstad, the DH today, and he is going to have 4 back back-to-back strikeouts. Gets him with the changeup on 3 pitches. Off speed, off speed, off speed. 3 in a row. That changeup probably looked like a fastball after the 2 75-mile-an-hour curveballs. Pitching him backwards. Now Samuel Basallo puts it in play into right field. Weekly hit in the air, and Stevenson playing right makes it. So that's the first ball put in play by the Orioles today after 4 consecutive strikeouts. And now Alex Bregman in. That's over to short for out number 3. No runs, no hits, no errors. So Pratt gets his first play at short. Hitting in the 9 spot today. And now the person everyone's been waiting to see, Luis Robert Jr., just signed a mega deal with the organization. He's getting paid $47 million this year. He's on a 5-year, $32 million a year AAV deal. And the fans are cheering him on. All right, let's see what he's got. I'd love it if he struck out first, AB. He will loft this one into right field on the first pitch for out number 1. That's why we're in spring training. Okay, well, quickly out. Fans, you have to wait until his next AB to get something going. All right, Cal Stevenson up to bat in the second for the inning, and that's going to be a fly ball into center. I have Juan Soto in my save for that price. Okay, but you must be playing an older version of Out of the Park. Juan Soto is not on a $32 million AAV contract in Out of the Park 26. He's on his like $50 million, $500 million contract nowadays. But yeah, in older games, he's probably a great deal there. So 2 outs for Justin Foscue. He'll loft that one way up there, towering on the infield. Shortstop's got it out number 3. Henderson pulls it down. This is a different Soto, Livian Soto. All right, Woodruff back up for a 3rd inning of work. Full count on Livian Soto. That one hit real hard. That'll be the first hit for the Orioles. On a line back to the left field wall. He's in there for a leadoff double. So Brennan gets it back in to hold him to 2. Runner on second in scoring position for Judd Fabian. This is his first. He hasn't had a single major league appearance, but in AAA, he was hitting 193 last year. So I don't know. They must see something in him. But instead, he will pop it up to the catcher in foul territory. Okay, interesting choice. And for some reason, Luis Vasquez hitting in the 9 hole. Well, I guess he doesn't have that much offensive power. So I don't know. I don't know what Orioles management is doing. But I guess they know something I don't, because that's up the middle, down for a single. Well, he's going to try and stretch it into an extra 90 feet as the throw comes home. Safe is the runner from second. And Baltimore takes a 1-0 lead on the Vasquez RBI single. So doubters starting to feel a little good about themselves as Woodruff gives up the first run on 2 hits. That one scooped to left field. Honeycutt swings, and that one's gone. On the first pitch of the at-bat, Woodruff, who started the game with 4 back-to-back strikeouts and looked so dominant, has given up a 370-foot 2-run shot to left. With still just 1 out in the inning. Up against Gunnar Henderson. And that one's going to be down for another hit. Woodruff struggling a little bit with command. A high changeup. Pulled into left field for a single. The 4th hit of the game for Baltimore. And now Cowser gets another hit. So back-to-back hits as Cowser is in for a single. Cameraman loses the ball in the crowd. And finding it again. So Henderson moves up to second, is in scoring position for Heston Kierstad. And he's in for a single. So they are first pitch ambushing Woodruff. It's starting to unravel here as the bases are loaded on 3 straight singles. That is the 6th hit for Baltimore. Bases loaded, only 1 out. Samuel Basallo, playing catcher, was a .229 hitter last season. He'll be first pitch swinging, and that one scooped to right field, going back. That's a grand slam. Oh my God. Manager, do something. Jesus Christ. Woodruff, what are you doing, man? I know it's the first game of spring training, dude, but that doesn't look good. Samuel Basallo has a grand slam in the first game of spring training. And Woodruff is still out there at this point. This is a reminder before the real season starts to check our strategy settings. 27 ERA in spring training now for Woodruff after giving up 7 runs in the 3rd. And he is still out there to face Alex Bregman. And Alex Bregman goes deep. That's the 3rd home run of the inning. A solo homer for Alex Bregman, and Brandon Woodruff just does not have it today. It's raining baseballs in the outfield. Woodruff cannot get an out to save his life. A 95-mile-an-hour meatball down the middle. 8 runs across, and he's still out there trying to mentally bounce back. Finally induces contact soft enough to produce an out.
This is the Sound Redemption.
2 outs now on Judd Fabian. And he gets a merciful strike 3 called by the ump to get out of it. Eight runs on 8 hits, 3 home runs in the inning for the Orioles, and they are feeling good as 8 of their 9 hitters have a .500 or better average to start the preseason. The bottom of the order for Las Vegas can only look up in awe as the motto for the Orioles appears to be, "We will blot out the sun" to start spring training. Oslevis Basabe, playing second, is just hoping to get a single now and give his team something besides a 0 on the board. That's pretty deep to left, but into the gap, hung up for out number 1. And now the catcher, Rafael Marchand. Marchand grounded over the first. They bobble it and can't make the plays, so Marchand will be safe at first. Reached on an error, E3. So runner on for Cooper Pratt, playing shortstop today for the Invaders. Has a good glove, looking to work on that bat. He'll strike out. Bregman error at first, yeah. Jazz Chisholm Jr. thinks, what have I done? What have I agreed to? As he looks at a full count walk on 6 pitches, lays off the cutter that does not catch the corners. So 2 on for Will Brennan, looking for his first hit as an Invader. Will Brennan chips this one into left. That's going to be down for a hit. So the Invaders will have a play at the plate. Will Brennan delivers an RBI single. The Orioles now lead 8-1. Scoring Marchand, who reached on the error. So no longer a shutout, boys. No longer a shutout. We're in spring training, Weapon. This is the first spring training game, so, you know, you can see how it's going. Wilmer Flores, 2 out, 2 on. Full count. Yency Almonte now pitching for the Orioles. And Flores will ground it to second. And they throw over to Bregman at first for out number 3. So 1 run on 1 hit and an error for Las Vegas. Now, Ian Hamilton up to pitch. So new pitcher. Thank God they got Woodruff out. And we now have some bullpen testing for the Invaders. So still some important observations to be made here. Now, Vasquez hit the homer earlier, I believe, didn't he? No, he had an RBI, though. So Ian Hamilton, who was actually traded from Las Vegas last year and is back on the team, this very same team that traded him, gives up a leadoff hit in the 4th to the 9-hole hitter Vasquez, who's 2 for 2 today. Hamilton versus Jordan Adams. Hamilton walks the next batter he sees. Has not recorded an out so far. And is now looking at another pinch hitter, Steven Ondina. Lots of pinch hitters going to be coming in spring training. That one into shallow center, showing off some range, is Luis Robert Jr., who makes the catch for out number 1. Another pinch hitter, Reed Trimble. The O's pulling out their entire starting lineup. That one scooped into center, so Luis Robert Jr. gets some action out there twice in a row. He races in and gloves it for out number 2. So, Owen Cassie at the DH, his first at bat today. Lots of pinch hitters. That one scooped toward the gap and right. But it'll be a long out number 3 as Stevenson waves off Luis Robert Jr. and Ian Hamilton gets out of the initial letting on 2 base runners. All right, Luis Robert Jr. up again for the Invaders. New pitcher Nestor Herman. Usually I feel like the G is pronounced like that in these names. 6.75 ERA last year in AAA in 16 starts. So he's coming out of the bullpen for the Orioles today here in spring training to see if he can make the opening day roster. He succeeds in almost striking out Luis Robert Jr., but the umpire is calling catcher's interference as Basalo's glove interferes with the swing path of Luis Robert Jr. And since he hits his glove, he's awarded first base. All right, so that'll be bad defense from the Orioles today, despite their dominant 9-hit performance so far. Cal Stevenson up now with the runner on first. A steal attempt. And Luis Robert Jr. has stolen a base, showing off the wheels. 75 stealing ability, always a threat on the base paths. And that's going to be a line out to third, sharply, playing, guarding the lines there. That'll bring up Justin Foscue. Foscue up the middle. With the speed of Luis Robert Jr., he should score easily. Safe at home, a second run on the Foscue RBI. Still 1 out now. Nicely done. 105 miles per hour off the bat from Justin Foscue. One on for Oslevis Basabe. Basabe sharply to right on one pitch. That'll be an out. They try to tag up or double up Foscue at first and do not succeed. So 2 outs for Marchand, who strikes out, gets rung up on the corner. That pitch looked really low, but the umpire saw it differently. So bad call on the ump, but out number 3 for the O's. New pitcher Bubba Chandler in. He was a starter briefly for the Invaders last season, but then he got injured for many months and came back in the bullpen late in the season. Getting some time here to see if he can make the opening day roster. And he'll get a 2-pitch grounder over to first for out number 1. And now Emmanuel Rivera, pinch hitting. Lots of pinch hitting for the O's. I don't know when we're going to start pinch hitting. On a 3-1 count, gets a grounder over to short for out number 2. Another pinch hitter, Griff O'Farrell. Lots, just infinite pinch hitters now. And he'll come off the bench for a first pitch swing that results in a single up the middle. So base hit given up for Chandler. Now TJ Friedel. TJ Friedel pops it up, and that should do it. So Chandler gets it done out of the bullpen. We got some defensive substitutions. We got Nick Allen playing third instead of instead of Jazz. And then at second, we got Jorge. Catcher, we got Torrens, Perez, Freeman, Brito, and Matos. So like whole lineup just changed for us as well. So we see the substitutions coming out now. So Cooper Pratt gets his second AB in the 9th spot, and that'll probably be the last one for him today. Smacks it over to third, but they bobble it at third. So two errors for the Orioles infield. Vasquez gets charged with an error after bobbling that 95-mile-an-hour grounder. So Pratt reaches for Luis Matos, his first AB as an invader. And this one, he'll pop it up after running the count full on the infield. And now Juan Brito with his first at-bat as an invader. That one up the middle, over the leaping second fielder's glove, or second baseman's glove. Brain not work so good. I was thinking infield. Pratt moves over to second. Brito takes first. 2 on for Jace Young. Still waiting to see his performance in the dev lab, but he strikes out here on 3 pitches. All right, Tyler Freeman. Back-to-back strikeouts. Out number 3, 2 left on. New pitcher, Jaden Hill. Probably going to be a dude who goes into AAA for us, but we got him out here now to get some experience during spring training. He's got 5 pitches, which is kind of crazy out of the bullpen. Lots of potential. So we're going to see what he can do here. Jordan Westberg substituting at bat, and he's going to put it in play into left field on 2 pitches for out number 1. Chad, it's 8-2. We can still come back from this. It's easy. Jordan Adams on 2 pitches. Grounds it to short. Out number 2. All right, Jaden Hill. You got 2 strikes against Ondina. Gets the strikeout. 3 outs. Bullpen looking good so far. Which prospect is your favorite? I don't know. We got so many different people now. It's hard to say. Once I start to see how they develop, then I'll start to get some favorites. I got to see how they actually like play when the league starts, which I need to fix our minor league system too, because dudes retired last season, so we probably got some holes in those lineups. Winfield Perez up off the bench against Bryson Motts. Another pitcher. Are going to have different pitchers, different people batting basically every single time. Perez lines out to right on 3 pitches. Curveball jams him a little bit. Dion Jorge, also off the bench, first AB of the day. Lots of different people. And that'll be liner too short for out number 2. So hitting him right at the defenders here. Luis Torrens, one of our catcher prospects. Well, not prospects. One of the people we may have as the backup catcher this year. He's out on 2 pitches, so 3 quick outs for the Orioles bullpen. And now Quinn Matthews coming out of the Invaders bullpen. Claimed off of waivers from St. Louis to face Trimble. Gets the strikeout for out number 1. Strikes out Casey for out number 2. And then almost strikes out Lane Thomas, but he'll get him to fly out to shallow right field. Out number 3. So great job out of the bullpen so far. And now Nick Allen up. He's kind of a utility defender, so I don't expect him to hit the ball at all. But then again, they're putting in some... Well, actually, no, this is... Matt Bowman is weirdly rated a 35, though he had 21 in the third innings pitch last year and actually did okay. So that's interesting. Nick Allen in play down the right field line, but the first baseman's there. Out number 1. All right, a familiar face to fans of the Invaders. Jodar Arenamo off the bench, playing shortstop now. He'll pop it up at home plate for out number 2. And now Luis Matos. He's 0 for 1 today. Matos, hard hit, but right to short. Out number 3. All right, nothing exciting now happening for the Invaders at all. So let's just get through this. Quinn Matthews out for another inning. He walks the first batter he sees. Gets the next batter hacking and missing at the curveball for a strikeout. And then induces the double play. Great job, infield. Great job. No runs, no hits, no errors. All right. Juan Brito back up. He's got one of our 4 precious hits today for the Invaders. He got a second chance. And he'll just kind of golf this one into left field for another hit. Second hit of the game for him. Looking pretty good. Jace Young with another chance. That one scooped really deep to left field. Still going back. The left fielder just looks up, and this one's gone. Jace Young muscles an opposite field home run, 365 feet. 2-run shot to left. Rewarding Brito, who managed to get on base ahead of him with some power. And that makes the score 8-4. Baltimore over Las Vegas. New pitcher on for Baltimore, Gavin Hollowell. He had a good year last year. 2.54 ERA, 1.2 is the whip. His walk rate is a little high, and in previous years, his home run rate has been a little high. So let's see what Gavin Conticello, who's hitting 303 in AAA, might be a bench player for the starting lineup, can do against Hollowell. Lefty on righty. This one is lined sharply to the right fielder. Thomas moves in on it for out number 1. Now, Winseal Perez, batting lefty. Dribbles one up the first base line, and he's safe. He legs out an infield hit, but the pitcher covering. So nicely done by Perez to set up for Dion Jorge. And Jorge skies this one into right for out number 2. Luis Torrens, possible backup catcher for us. Going to be a fly out to left on a full count. So we get 2 back. 7 hits in the game. And now in the 9th inning, Alexis Diaz. Another new bullpen arm. 2.25 ERA last season in 64 innings. Home run rate, excellent. Has a little trouble with the walks and issuing the free passes. On a 2-strike count, gets a grounder over to third, long throw, and Nick Allen has out number 1. Cedric Mullins getting a pinch hit today. Cedric Mullins doing Cedric Mullins things. Gets a single into shallow center. And now Jackson Holiday getting the pinch hit. Ball gets away from the catcher, but no advance on the runner. So Torrens blocks it in the dirt to keep it from getting to the backstop. Nicely done. Jackson Holiday into the gap. That one's just shy of being a home run. An easy double. The runner will hold up at third. Got a 2-bagger. So 2 on, only 1 out for Aaron Estrada. That's a slow grounder to second. The run will score on the contact. But they do get the out at first. And now Max Wagner coming in off the bench. They hit him. It clips Wagner, and he will take his base. So some command issues continue to manifest for Alexis Diaz here. Lane Thomas pops it up on the infield for out number 3. So another run for Baltimore, almost achieving double digits today. They score 1. Wait, no, I thought that was an out. That was out number 2. That was out number 2. I'm stupid. All right, well, actually, yeah, I don't know what happened, chat. He errored? Okay, did I just assume that it was caught and then look at chat and then he got walked? What? Error on foul ball E3. Brito dropped the ball. He dropped a pop-up. Bro, that's embarrassing. He's got a 65 aptitude first base. First game with us in spring training. And he drops a pop-up to load the bases for Diaz. Of course, they get a hit on the very next at-bat to score 2 more. So they score 3 in the inning. Now they do have double digits on the error as Rhys Hoskins, now a Baltimore Oriole, comes through.
Strike 3.
Diaz gets a strikeout, so more runs score on the error. It is 11-4 Baltimore. Believers have stopped watching the stream. They have no hope left. Final 3 outs for the home team. And they're going to need Nick Allen to hit one out of here, of all people. That's almost gone to deep center field. Instead, it's a leadoff double from Nick Allen. So we only need 6 more of those, maybe 7, against Justin Topa. Let's see what Alec Burleson can do. Burleson lines it sharply to right. Out number 1 on 1 pitch. Now Matos. Matos lines this over to second on 2 pitches. What happened to a patient approach at the plate? Now Indy Rodriguez getting a pinch hit.
Strike 3.
Game over. So sad. This is why we're not going to watch any more spring training games, and we're just going to see what the stats are, okay? Only lost by 7. A close game. Very close game. Woodruff got tagged for 8. So other than that, the bullpen was fine. Diaz gave up 1 run. The error cost us 3. Woodruff just got absolutely bullied. Absolutely bullied. I don't need to read that to know what happened. Doubters, enjoy your channel points. The risks of gambling on spring training. High risk. So, here's a question. Should I be starting Jazz Chisholm Jr. or Luis Robert Jr.? Probably not, because we don't want to risk them. We did that as a ceremonial behold, and now we don't want to risk them getting injured. So, we're going to just flip these. Where am I? Probably ditto for Flores. Trying to figure out who I want in leadoff. Let's just put Cal Stevenson back in leadoff. Something like that. Okay. Pinch hitter. Pinch hitter. There we go. Off day. I mean, well, yeah, it's an off day. And then a righty. Hello, you have personal messages. Chat. No spoilers. Hello. Hello. Bobby Miller has completed his training in the development complex, and as you are aware, he's been working hard with staff to improve his secondary pitch. I've been tracking his progress and can now report. He worked hard on his slider. After some initial trial and error, they found that with a small adjustment to his hand position on release, he could get a lot more on the pitch. Then after many bullpens on flat ground and many more off the mound, he could finally throw it consistently with the change. His slider will certainly be a more effective tool going forward. View my full scouting report on their scouting page, although this will include other changes since the last time, if any. Potential slider stuff improves by 5. Current slider stuff improves by 5 to my best estimates. He thinks Bobby Miller is now a 55. He has achieved more greatness, supposedly. February 2027, that's now. He thinks his current stuff improves from 45 to 50. Potential improves from 60 to 65. Stamina dropped to 40. Uh-oh. That's not good for a starter. Well, he's now an opener. Current velocity improves to 101 miles an hour. Holy. Up to 99 to 101. Overall rating improves from 50 to 55. So his velo got a 1 mile an hour uptick. His stuff improved. Oh yeah, this is the Balatro music, huh? Let's go over here. He wants to be a starting pitcher is his expectations. Well, I'm glad that he's a better pitcher, but I'm not super happy about his, like, stamina going down, but it's nice that he's, like, even more elite now. His slider's still not even close, dude, to what it could be. It supposedly went, was it not 50 before, like when we first started? I don't know. Apparently it went from a 45. Okay, we've also got Cade Horton has completed his training, working hard to improve his secondary pitch. He did quite well and made good use of his time at the facility. He worked extensively with coaches, testing out adjustments and tweaks to his slider. In the end, it was a simple grip change that did the trick. By shifting the pressure of his fingers slightly, it was evident he was able to put more stuff on the pitch. So expect him to come into the season with a more refined arsenal, maybe rack up some more strikeouts. It's difficult to measure the exact changes due to his time at the facility. My best estimate is potential slider stuff improves by less than 5. Current slider stuff improves by a full 5. Okay, so at least we're getting something out of that. Though, why do we think he's gotten to turn into a 45 overall from a 50? Current stamina improves from 50 to 55. Potential drops from 55 to 50. That was October. It didn't look like he changed that much, but apparently he maybe had a 45 slider? I don't know. It doesn't look like it changed that much to me. We'll see in the season, won't we? Tyler Freeman was successful? Was he? With the help of biomechanical readings, team data scientists were able to analyze several inefficiencies in his swing mechanics and provided the coaching staff with insights. Coaches reinterpreted and communicated this info to Tyler Freeman, and they worked on movement exercises to delay his pelvic rotation. Mel, always make sure to delay your pelvic rotation, okay? This has resulted in a clear improvement in his ability to drive off-speed pitches because delaying his kinetic chain has helped him to not commit too early and make weak contact. With the adjustments, he appears to have realized more contact potential. It's difficult to measure the exact changes. We think his BABIP improved by less than 5. I mean, that's better than failing miserably, I suppose. So basically, no change. No change, only that he's kind of better-ish. Hello. Jace Young has completed his training and he's been working hard with staff. I am extremely pleased with the results I saw from Jace Young by the end of the program. I could see his swings were looking more fluid and I just hear the difference off the bat. His current contact is clearly improved, but I've also noticed adjustments have unlocked more of his body during the swing. So I think his potential has improved and I'm excited to see him realize this raised ceiling on his own. We think his potential and current BABIP went up by less than 5. So he's basically, you said it was an outstanding change, if you say so. Look, as long as he's better and Mo better, then that's fine. We haven't seen any God tier changes yet. No improvement on Luis Matos. Despite all the reps, he didn't seem to get anything out of it. Perhaps with more work, we could see an improvement. It's hard to say. That's the one I thought was going to fail, but I didn't pull him just in case. Indy Rodriguez, no improvement. I didn't see any improvement from Indy Rodriguez by the end of the training. While it was standard practice, including on-field batting, cage time, tee work, and more, he didn't seem to make any progress driving the ball to the gap, okay? Jason DeCaro, no improvement on one of my top prospects. Damn. In the end, I did not see any improvements to his pitch movement. They worked on increasing the sharpness of his off-speed pitches to reduce hard hit balls while ahead in the count. He experimented with several different mechanical changes, nothing stuck. They attempted to change his grip slightly, alter finger pressure, did not improve the spin. DeCaro's just getting worse every time we look at him, man. He went from a 75 at low accuracy to a 70 to a 65 to a 60. He was our first pick in the first round. He did awful in high A. I moved him down. I didn't move him down. He's supposed to be a 50 with 45, 45, 45, 55. And high stamina. So we're gonna see what he can do with some more starts in high A this year. Steve Hosky, outstanding. He's been working hard to improve pitch control. I am incredibly happy with what I saw from Hosky. Staff helped him strengthen his front side, and this unlocked something in his mechanics. With this newfound stability, the rest of his pitching motion benefited. Not only did I see an immediate improvement in control, but I project his potential to be higher. Less than 5 potential in active control rating. I think he was at a 25 before? Maybe? Yeah, because he went up from a 25 to a 30. So he is, but his potential came down. Classic. It is what it is. And his potential's coming down. He's only 18. That's even worse. I'd say let him pitch in rookie ball for a bit and then move him up. All right, well, that's everybody that we put through. Now we have to do the rest because we have a few weeks left to get some, like, defensive training in. Peaked in high school, lol. Like, what is even available for pitchers? Bunting drills and infield defense. So, like, Cooper can do base stealing, base running, new position, bunting drills, infield defense. So, yeah. For him... what would you do here, chat? Do we have any non-pitchers? Because it's just like base running, base stealing, learn new position, bunting drills. I would say, like, of all those, probably just base running. I don't know. It's either base running or bunting drills. I just don't really care for bunting. I would not give up 8 in the second. What's up, Min Sauce? Jobin, by the way, thank you for the 28 months. Out of my favorite prospects who are actually prospects, I'm biased because I would probably pick the one who hasn't degraded his potential yet, Antonio Del Bosque, though I'm sure he will come down in time. So it's got to be Del Bosque. I have hope. I have hope. He's got loyalty, adaptability, and work ethic. He's just a little dumb. I mean, you could just gamba on infield defense, but he's already got such great defense. I just perceive that failing. Whereas his base running is just fine. I mean, I guess you could just gamba on improved infield defense and he's probably not going to succeed. I guess he could get worse. It could crit fail. That would be embarrassing. He's already got good stealing ability. All right, just do... I guess just do bunting and see. Maybe we end up using more bunting sometimes. I'm lying. Don't do that. I want to gamba on infield defense and just see if you get like a crit success. Make him into a god. A shortstop god. Sure, why not? Let's take the hard one. Uribe is only going to have improved infield defense. So the pitchers are not who we want. I guess we put like our new stars and like try to improve. Like Jazz Chisholm Jr. can either be improve infield defense or teach him an outfield position. Those are the two options. I don't really want to teach him a new outfield position yet, so let's just see if we can increase his infield defense. We have to get real lucky because they don't have much room to grow. Let's go Luis Robert Jr. and just get him in there for base running. Fundamentals, very easy because he's only got a 50. He's got a bunch of speed, but only 50 base running. I'm trying to figure out who else I am certain. I mean, looking at this, Jace Young looks like he should be awesome, right? Like, look at that. I don't think he had those ratings before, did he? His defense has improved, apparently, since October, according to the scout. I guess he is the same. I just don't remember seeing this much. Oh, what about the catchers? That's actually a good call. Like if we can get Luis Torrens' catcher defense better, or Indy Rodriguez. I don't know which one I want to like actually focus on.
Like Luis Torrens has... He's more of a Gamba. Like Indy is going to be with us probably for a while. Even if he's not actively playing this year. So I'm going to say improve defense at catcher. I like Indy, but I can't explain why. That's kind of how it feels, yeah. I'm trying to figure out who I'm like... I guess I'm committed to Tyler Freeman right now. Maybe overcommitted, but I don't know how to improve him. He's already got like really high defense, base running, speed. I could try and get him to learn a new position, actually, and try to, like, build up his... Like, if you set him as an infielder, what does his rating turn into? 60 range, 60 error, 50 arm? We worked so hard to get Indy. We kind of did, yeah. What, does he just choose a random position? Okay, that's not what I want then. I would say just improve infield defense. Because he could be like a defensive third baseman or shortstop. Just to give guys a day off. But I don't know who I'm like committed to seeing succeed here. Let's go Jace Young. Improve infield defense. One of them has to be successful. Right? One of them does. I don't think I have any prospects to really put in here. We have almost no outfielder prospects. Didn't draft these. That's true, I didn't draft these. That's because Grady Emerson got picked first, though. What about, let's get David Rodriguez. Bro, Manny Longoria is already fallen off to a 55. Holy. All right. David Rodriguez, let's improve your outfield defense. You're my newest prospect, and you're only 16 years old, but let's start working on you now and develop you for the future, I say. Chad, the bad news is I don't think we got any of the God tier. We didn't get any of the God tier drafts yet. As far as I can see, anyway. Alright, I'll get either one of these guys. Ad starting, turn your volume down, gamers. Turn your volume down. There, we'll just go for that. I don't know what would be better, but why not just throw it in and see if anybody sticks. I'll look at all that in a second. What's up, Snorble? We just had our first spring training game. We got blown out, man. That's okay, boys. It was just the first one. Valkyrie, thank you for the 2 Gifted subs to the Valentine and the Kiza. Appreciate those gift subs. Lonely Swineherd, thank you for 29 months of subs. Says Invaders going all the way this year. Of course. Knave Pleasant also, I appreciate the 32 months. Thanks, guys. Okay, ad just started, so I'm not gonna like simulate anything yet. This page is kind of funky. Spring coverage. I guess we could see, are we the ones that lost the worst? I didn't even know this page was here. Preseason predictions? All right, we'll look at that in a second. That sounds like something I don't want to block that content off. Okay, yeah, here's yesterday's spring training games. We got blown out 11-4. Hey, we weren't the worst. The Mariners beat the Aztecs 11-2. So, Rangers and the Rays had a slugfest, 8-7, 9-6. Nats to Pioneers. We lost worse than the Pioneers confirmed. But we weren't the worst loss. I'll take it. Okay? Ding, ding, ding. All right, there's a minute and a half left. Give me a minute and a half. Spinning. All right, I'm back. Let's do this. Dustin May pitching next. I need to lower Bobby Miller's pitch count, I guess, even further because his stamina is even worse than I thought. League news. This offseason, Zach Gallen took his game to another level by achieving a significant
pitching velocity increase after spending months fine-tuning his mechanics and focusing on explosive strength. Gallen has emerged with a noticeable bump in speed, positioning him for a strong year with the Astros. Working closely with the team's performance staff, he revamped his training regimen, focusing on power from the ground up. Through targeted strength training, mobility work, and explosive movement drills, he was able to speed up his delivery and add torque. The result, a primary pitch that now regularly hits new highs, with his secondary pitches gaining more life and movement as well. I put a lot of work into pushing my velo higher, and it's been amazing to see that pay off, he said. I feel stronger, and my stuff has more bite. I'm excited to see how it translates. With his velocity jump, Zach Gallen may not be poised to take on a larger role in the team, and certainly gives the Houston Astros something to think about. As the season approaches, all eyes are on him to see how the improved velocity plays against hitters. We'll see about that, Zach. LeBaron Johnson Jr. looks poised to break into starting rotation after boosting his stamina with an eye on potentially transitioning to a starting pitcher. You only have 35 stamina, brother. So, I don't know if you know what you're talking about. Don't lie to me. All right, I think we're just gonna send it. Let's just send it. Pew! Do I need to do anything else? No, I got everybody in the development center. So, we got our superstar players benched. Send it against Minnesota. Pew! Loss 1-5. Chat, we're off to a wonderful start. We gave up 3 runs in the first and had 4 hits in the game. Why does this look like last year already? May gave up 3 runs in 2 2/3. This is why it's spring training. None of these games counts, okay? None of them. Snyder got an out. Aiken got an inning. Uribe got an inning. Luke Weaver got an inning, even though he's the closer. Franco Ailman gave up a run. He's the guy that we probably are just going to give back via the Rule 5 draft, to be perfectly honest with you. Mansupply with an out. Chandler gave up a run. He's going to AAA anyways. Alexis Diaz, 2 outs. Ian Hamilton, an out. And Jaden Hill, 2 outs. Okay. They just coming out. We got Culpeppered. Foscue got a hit. Or sorry, Conticello got 2 hits. Foscue got a hit. Marchand got a hit. Nobody else. Everyone's got to get shot. The whole team is new, okay? We're going to lose some games because they're getting warm together. They got to warm up together. The clubhouse needs to come together. You know what I mean? Team chemistry is not ecstatic anymore. They're just content. Look at all these leaders. We got Jazz Chisholm Jr. prankster. Jaden Hill is a prankster, but he's not going to be on the starting lineup. Look at these leaders. Tyler Freeman, team captain. Nick Allen, spark plug. Look at that. We got a good clubhouse. They'll figure it out. We have a bunch of bad relationships, though. Jorge's going to go to AAA. We have like 4 bad relationships for some godforsaken reason. They hate Ian Hamilton again, and now nobody even wants him because he's like worse now, apparently. You're missing a 5th starter whose name starts with M. May, Miller, Matz, and Malley? What does the prankster do for the team? I don't know. I'm gonna find out. Supposedly, good things or bad things can happen with them, but mostly it provides a balanced clubhouse that helps keep the mood up.
When they are losing, captains, leaders, spark plugs, and pranksters can help bolster your clubhouse, basically. So they help with endurance against losing streaks and such to kind of like anchor the team. And then different random events can happen depending on the different types of players in your clubhouse. And they can improve the mood that may help you win just a little bit more. Little bit more. All right, I'm not even gonna look at this. We're just gonna have different starters and different orders and just kind of say, who cares? Spring training, I kind of just don't care. I don't know if that's wrong. Win at Detroit 6-2. There you go. 8 hits, kept them to just 2 hits. Because the lineup is so flexible that I feel like there's no reason to get a little, you know, too invested in it. Perez had a hit. Pratt had 2 hits. Allen had a hit. Torrens with a hit. Bobby Miller went 2 innings, gave up a run, and then Snyder, Mantiply, Aiken, Uribe, Matthews, and Ailman combined in relief. Player of the game, Nick Allen. Luis Robert Jr. hit a double. His first extra base hit on the team. Of course, it doesn't count. Luis Torrens hit a homer. Remember when we picked this guy up and I was like, huh, he seems like his stats last year are kind of sneaky good. Well, he already hit a homer. Got some steals in there too. We're gonna have to go in and tell some people not to steal. I'll probably have to do that now, actually. Let's sort by ability to successfully steal bases. Wilmer Flores, you should already. You do not. Override. Do not steal ever. Base running. Conservative. Hit and run. You do make a lot of contact, but infrequently. Sack, bunt, never. Bunt for hit, never. There you go. All right, who else is really bad at stealing? Luis Torrens is pretty bad. I'll probably just tell him to never steal. Be a little bit more conservative since he's so slow. Marchand should be the same. And then Young probably should be told. Yeah, he's already been told not to steal. I still have him set to maybe a little too aggressive. Okay, everyone else's stealing ability is pretty good. I still don't want Indy Rodriguez to steal that much. Yeah, very infrequently. We already set that. Burleson's pretty slow. He does make great contact, so hit and run's fine. Probably no sack bunts almost ever. Okay, and then Brito, you're good. Stevenson, you're fast. I'm looking at their like speed over here. Matos, good. Freeman, everyone else. We have a really fast team who can steal a lot, which is kind of cool. Whole team. There's a thing in baseball that may not be represented well in the game, but in real life it's true. If you have fast players who can have high contact, you're forcing your opposing defense to try and make tougher plays, right? a ball hit to the third baseman, and the third baseman has all the time in the world because you're slowly lumbering to first, it's going to make usually a better play than someone who is challenging them to do what they're supposed to do, but like way faster because that dude is flying down the base path. So putting pressure on the defense with speed is definitely a factor in real baseball. And that can induce more errors or bad plays by the defense by challenging them effectively. Either way, GG, good game. I feel like we have so many dudes in the bullpen, and like now they're all tired. I don't know if I love the bullpen management so far. I guess I could add even more people there from AAA. Just to make sure. Like put Bachman in there. Chat, our AAA team is missing people. And so is our AA team, and so is our high A team. We need to fix that. We got Luis, Robert, and Jazz. Yes, and now we're broke, Flammable Cow. What's up? We're in spring training. We in spring training. But yeah, the like Rally Oaks, for example, have 34 out of 35. So they're good. My rookie team. The King Cakes have 30 out of 32, so they're good. Torn rotator cuff out for 5 months? Oof. Go on the injured list then, brother. Oh man, Luke Dotson. You gotta go down to rookie or lower, brother. Oh my goodness. Transactions, demote to rookie. I gotta check all my guys before the season starts. Yeah, the AAA team will get a bunch of players back from the spring training roster, but the AA team needs people. It only has 19. High A should be good. But we got a few people who are ready to move up. So we need to organize all this. I don't know when their season actually begins. Maybe we organize this on like our next day off or something, like the next, or it's not really a day off. Till like Sunday. Well, that's a lot of games in a row. Braden Nett, Tampa reliever, is out for the rest of the year with a torn UCL. Gotta watch the waiver wire. These are dudes that would... I guess I need to save this filter. That way I can clear it. There's still a few dudes on here, but most of the big names are already gone. But yeah, all the teams have 32 players, up to 32 players, but they don't need 32 players. They just have like extra roster space. All right, send it. Pew. Loss at Texas 07. No runs on 10 hits. Feels bad, man. How do you score no runs on 10 hits? Pratt with the error. Young double. New pitcher Mats gave up 4 runs. They got to get warm. They got to get loose. Jaden Hill gave up 3 runs. Yeah, it's fine. That should be an achievo. Maybe that should be an achievo. It's impressive. No lefties. All right. Tyler Malley is pitching. I have no idea. I'm not even managing the lineup right now, so. Loss at LA. We've only won 1 spring training game so far, chat. Should I be concerned? All of my starting pitchers are giving up like 4 earned runs in the beginning of the game. They're just not warm. They gotta get warm. Whereas my bullpen's actually doing pretty well. Bachman's not even gonna be one of our guys. Don't you know it's a contract year, Mally? Oh my god, the scout downgraded him to a 45. Oh, chat. 50 to 45. But everything, I don't understand the scouting reports because it looks the same. Like his stuff hasn't changed, his movement hasn't changed, his contact hasn't changed. So I'm confused. No one's gonna want Mally, man. We'll see how it goes. The Diamondbacks announced today the acquisition of 32-year-old Damon Jones for the White Sox in exchange for Jeffrey Herman. Okay, and then Detroit and New York change hands. Some minor leaguers. Jose Alvarado, a closer. Did I make my team worse somehow by spending twice as much money? That'd be funny. I think we'll get into it. It's a bunch of new guys trying to figure things out. You know what I mean? All at the same time. Everyone's trying to figure everything else out simultaneously. It's not easy. Though it does feel like we're the only ones giving up all of those runs for some reason. Okay. Anyway. It's just because we're just putting whoever in. Mally gave up 8 runs came across on an Arenamo error. No way that he allowed 2 extra. He allowed 4 runs. They won 9-4. Mally allowed 4 earned, but 8 runs scored because of Arenamo. No shot. He's still Arenamo. So he's so consistent somehow. I don't understand it. Nobody's taken Sergio de la Cruz yet. He just wants $1.8 million. That would have been a pretty sweet deal. I don't have that money though. Okay, let's take a look. Let's do like one more automatic. Make sure we have pitching staff. We do. Lineup's not tired. Play the game versus Tampa. Loss versus Tampa 3-9. Chat, we've only won 1 spring training game. Cade Horton went 2 innings, no runs. Jaden Hill gave up 3. He's not going to be a guy. 2.1 innings seems like not much. You're asking the bullpen to go pretty far. Dayan Santos gave up 4. He's not going to be a guy for us anyway. So the guy who's given up runs, except for Alexis Diaz, who's definitely better than that 45. Everybody's getting downgraded by my scout. I don't think my scout's doing a good job. He waits until after I sign people to be like, nah, they're worse now. He's very reactionary in that way. Will Brennan had a home run. That's the only thing I'm going to take away from this. The only thing that can be taken away from this. I know you guys think I'm going slow, but I feel like I'm going too fast, like I'm skipping something. Let's do one more sim and then try to plug the holes in the double A, single A minor league teams. I'm still annoyed about the Dominican Rookie League stuff from earlier. It's kind of just like a pain. Win at Toronto 8-5. We're allowed to win? We scored 5 runs in the first? What? What? Woodruff gave up another 5 earned runs in 4 innings. He's had 2 terrible starts as a spring training guy. And then the bullpen was lights out. Okay, so we just need to batten up the hatches on the starting pitchers kind of getting in a groove. We had 4 stolen bases, which seems like a lot when you're winning 8-5, but I guess not. Doubles. Will Brennan? Okay, so we had a homer last game and a double this game. That's a good sign. Luis Robert Jr. had a double. Chat, you'll be happy to know Luis Robert Jr. has a hit in each of his last 3 games in spring training with a 962 OPS so far. Okay, okay. Let's keep that up. Cal Stevenson had a triple. Okay. He is his first hit in spring training. Let's not look at that. $12 hits in the game. It's kind of hard to approximate this stuff. Tyler Freeman is 2 for 2 in this one. He's got a 308. Up that contact. And then he's going to be a real like gamer if he can just reach. We tried to train his BABIP. Apparently it went up a little bit. My whole pitching staff is exhausted because the bullpen is having to go out every single day, man. I don't have enough pitchers. I'm gonna have to get Meagle and Heaney up there just for relief. Okay. We're gonna need a day off, man. I gotta have like a bullpen of 20 pitchers. I haven't changed the lineups at all. What I might do is just do... I was wondering if he was going to give me different... Since I don't know what this is going to be anyways, I might actually just clear this and ask the bench coach and let him do it. That way we just get different people. All right, ask the manager. I'll just let him make the depth chart for a couple games. That way we just get some different people going in here. All right, hi. We're building a false sense of confidence for the opponents. Of course. Hey, what's up, Dr. Dynastic? Just popping in and saying hey. Thanks for stopping by. We're in spring training of our second season after making some stupid signings. We're trying to pull things around, but thanks for saying hey, what's up? Do you feel like your knowledge of the game and teams helps you make more informed decisions, or is it mostly all simulated stats? The knowledge of the games and teams IRL definitely informs the decision making with regard to like where to put who, what lineup to play, like what's kind of important. Like, oh, well, the guy at third base needs a stronger arm than the guy at second, and the guy at second needs more range. Maybe like you kind of could gather that from knowledge that you would have to figure out if you didn't know how to play baseball. You would have to do some research on that kind of stuff. Like you wouldn't, a person who didn't know or at least some baseball would never assume like, oh, yeah, on the infield, the first baseman is the worst defender. You wouldn't have any like context to figure that out. So definitely a lot of my decision making is informed by having some knowledge of real baseball. But as far as targeting individual players, a lot of the players who are great in real life are great in the game. But as the simulation goes on, that becomes less true. And even if they are great, they can have random variance that makes them have a terrible, like worst in their career season or best in their career season. So there's still a lot of simulated stats to it. Like you can't just pick only the people who are good in real life and expect to just dominate necessarily. That'll help, but then once you get past those guys being in their prime, there's not a lot that you can do. You have to like react to how the game is changing dynamically. Just finished watching the Giants hang 9 runs on the Cubs in the 11th. Wow, that sounds like our first spring training game where my starter gave up 8 back-to-back runs in the first. Or the third. Yeah, he went from 4 back-to-back strikeouts in a row for the first 4 outs of the game to giving up 8 runs in the third. But luckily, it doesn't count because it's a spring training game. So, not what you want to see, and my scout thinks one of my starters has gotten worse. But and he thinks Bobby Miller's gotten better, but has less stamina, so I could buy that. Bobby Miller hasn't had much stamina at all. But otherwise, he's improved a bit. But yeah, if you like soccer more, I'd recommend Cold Diggity checking out Football Manager for a similar itch to scratch. And if you want a similar number go up itch to scratch, but you like building houses in The Sims, you should check out Software Inc. It'll give you the number go up with some cool decoration, cute graphics, and let you kind of express a little more creativity. So I think that there's a management sim out there for everyone. Dr. Dynastic, I feel like I'm staying up past my bedtime every night because I'm addicted to baseball right now. It's been fun to kind of plod through this slowly and try and figure it out and learn more about the game as I go as a casual player. So it's been fun to just experiment with things and kind of like, I think games like this, you have to turn knobs, pull levers, and kind of just see what happens. You can read a bunch of strategy, you can like listen to videos, but at some point you gotta just push buttons and see what happens and go, oh, okay. I won't do that again next time. Or like, I won't sign all of my expansion team staff to a 3-year contract next time. They'll be on 1-year deals until I see how their relationships are with the players. That kind of thing. So definitely some missteps, but always something to apply to the next attempt. And I'm constantly picking up like new little details. All right, I guess are just gonna keep plugging away at some spring training. Let's do a couple more spring training. I need to fill in my minor league rosters. I'm just being lazy. Tie versus New York. You're only allowed to tie in spring training. You're not allowed to tie in the regular season. Jazz Chisholm Jr. is injured. Torn ligament in his thumb. He'll be out 4 weeks. Let's go, baseball gods. Let's go. We can get Luis Robert Jr. injured as well. Come on. Just get both of my big signings on the injured list before the season has even begun. Luckily, it's not worse, but he's going to miss the rest of spring training now. So, going on the 10-day IL. He wasn't doing so good anyways in spring training, but now he's on the bench. All right, you know what? I'm gonna see. There's a lesson to be learned in putting one of your star players as a starter in a spring training game, right there. Right? I let my coach set the lineups, and very next game, guess what happens? Well, Young, you're about to get a lot more starts at third, aren't you? He is indeed. Tie at New York. May had 3 innings of 1-run ball. It's better. We're not using Miguel. These are just some guys to kind of carry us through some spring training innings and get some experience because our bullpen has been strapped in spring training. Everybody's tired, dude. Do we have a day off, or is it just... Oh, he was injured. Okay. So we should have a few more people rested. Yeah. For Bobby Miller. Unfortunate, but I guess it could have been worse. Tyler Beagle's actually good now. He's not, like, bad or anything in the game. He's just... not worth paying millions of dollars at the moment. There's Trevor Megill and Tyler Megill. So I don't know if which one you're thinking of. We have Tyler Megill. There are 2 T Megills. Trevor Megill is on the Diamondbacks right now. Had a great season last season, but he didn't pitch many innings, so not a big sample size. Okay. Well, what is there to do but to do it again? Loss 1-3. Gavin Conticello has suffered a day-to-day hyperextended ankle. Recovery is expected to take a week. It begins. We were actually, I can't overstress the fact that we got super lucky last season and had no major injuries. I am playing on realistic injuries, by the way. So we kind of just dodged 1,000 landmines last season. So I fully expect, actually that's not true. Wilmer Flores did get taken out. He was our top offensive bat and he did get taken out for like 2 months. That's true. But other than that, we dodged everything else. None of our starting rotation got injured. I'm gonna have him benched for 7 days. Had 5 hits. Miller was okay. Megill gave up the runs. Aiken gave up a run. It is what it is. It's not real. I feel like even though it's spring training, I feel like how many bullpen arms do you actually need in spring training? I have 21 pitchers in here. That's about 8 pitchers more than I would have in my regular bullpen. And I feel like it's still not enough with how few innings the starters can get through in spring training. I don't even have any more pitchers in my organization that I can bring up. Unless I guess I could go, we have some AAA players who are in AA for some reason. So you're in. Charlie Oshell is definitely not ready. He's barely ready for AA. I might bump him down to high A. I just don't want him to get upset about it. Okay. Anyway, I got a couple dudes. These games are made up. These games are made up, brother. All right, next. Oh, we had day off. Or no, I didn't get to finish the day. That's what it was. Okay, sorry. I'm going slow. Setback for Twins. I almost... This is the person that one of those chatters told me to trade for. Brock Stewart suffered a setback in rehab for a sore wrist. He's expected to finish treatment soon and rejoin the team slightly ahead of schedule. The prelim examination revealed more damage and is worse than the first injury. Anonymous sources said he would be having to miss 1 to 2 weeks. I almost traded for him. All right, next game. Tie? That's a second tie. We had 9 hits. We're always out hitting some teams, but we just can't score. See, I don't care about Bryce Wilson or Soroka giving up runs. The rest of everybody else is fine. Pitching staff, plenty of people. Tyler Malley pitching. So Matt's had a better outing this time. Good. Lost 3-10. Oof. Malley gave up another 6 runs. Is Malley washed? Chat, is Tyler Malley washed? I was trying to trade him at the end of last season and nobody wanted him. I think they knew something I didn't. 10 earned runs in 4 1/3 innings. So the good news is we actually do have a 6th starter. I'm doing a 6-man rotation for spring training so we could get more starts from Cade Horton. And that's not even the only one. I also have Quinn Matthews here, who's 26 years old. He didn't have great numbers last year, but I think he's better as a starter than out of the bullpen. So I guess the upside is we do have people to replace him, but we're going to be paying $8.7 million in salary for a dude to play in AAA. I only signed him on a 2-year deal the first go around, and he was honestly fine as a workhorse pitcher. Had a 4.16 ERA. Like, he's honestly fine. He was almost league average in ERA plus. I'll take that for like a 5th man in the rotation, but if he keeps this up, worried, you know, worried. Oh, but Chandler's not going to be a starter for us. Aiken is probably, and he's had some struggles. Young had a double, his 3rd. Luis Robert Jr. had a double. Chad, Luis Robert Jr. has got a double in 4 of his last 5 games. He had a 2-hit game and a home run this game. So, hey, at least he's doing what he's supposed to do so far. Hopefully he doesn't get injured too. He's riding the high of getting $47 million this year. So I'll take that, I guess. He's got to get comfortable. The injury has kept Heath Hembry out of action. He'll be out a while longer, 6 to 7 months with a torn flexor tendon. Davis Martin for Adriel Radney. LA and Tampa finalize the trade. Logan O'Hoppe going over to the Rays. Holy. Los Angeles gets Christopher Morel and... Huh. Were they just trying to offload some contract? Because they gave Christopher Morel for Logan O'Hoppe. He's only on a 1 year 11.9 mil, and Morel is on a 1 year 5.8 mil. So is it just like dumping contract? That seems like a pretty lopsided trade, I guess. But what do I know? Okay, anyway. Let's get to the off day, and then I'm gonna work on filling some rosters. Win at Houston 8-5. There we go, boys. Home run, Alec Burleson, his first. Young, his second. Foscue, his first. Look at that, some power in the bats. 3 homers. We don't see that too often with this team. 2 stolen bases. Cade Horton has not had a run against him in 2 starts. That's promising. That looks great. Franco Ailman gave up another 3 runs. He has low adaptability, and he's also just kind of like, I might give him back to his team. Jace Young, player of the game. 2-on, 3-run homer from Young. 2-hit game for him. Looking sharp, man, looking sharp. You've just been informed that Cade Horton has back tightness. He's day-to-day for 2 days. All right, that's fine. He will have 2 days. San Francisco trade. Jack Choate? Chody? His season is over after a stretched elbow ligament. That could happen to us, man. That could happen to us. It's possible. All right, we got a day of rest. Everybody gets to chill. And we got a bunch of shit. Look at all this stuff. Uh-oh. Hold on. Oh, wait, we've already read these. Never mind, we're good. I have compiled the scouting reports published since Monday. Here are a list of notable player development changes. It is March 1st. Antonio Velez, don't care. Dion Santos, potential stuff rating improves from 60 to 65. Current stamina rating improves to 50. Overall rating drops from 40 to 35, but his potential, we think he sucks, but we think he could be amazing. So he actually gained potential up to 50. So that is interesting. He's pitching out of the bullpen for us for some reason because we're desperate right now. But we'll probably put him back in Double-A and see if he cooks a little longer. Potential going up is nice. Bobby Miller, current stuff improves from 45 to 50. Potential stuff improves to 65. We saw this already. We saw this from his other report. Yeah, his stamina tanked. Megill is weak. Jaden Hill, potential stuff and control improves. It's good. Arenamo, current contact rating improves from 55 to 60. Gap rating improves from 45 to 50. Arenamo? Learning how to hit the ball? Is it possible? Hitting 389 in the win against Houston? Is Arenamo trying to be who we always thought he could be? His BABIP is up, his gap power is up, his avoid Ks is 80. He just can't take a walk to save his life. Interesting, Arenamo. Interesting development. So he thinks he's a 45 now. The scouting report doesn't even have him as a 45. Like, it's not even updated yet. Wow. So he's got potential to become like if he could get 55 BABIP with 80 avoid Ks and 50 gap power, he might actually be a god. Contact second baseman god with 60 infield range. And Aeronamo's got to make fewer errors, but he supposedly has pretty great defense. So I don't know. Maybe he's not making as many errors as it appears. Something to keep an eye on. He's only 23. We put a year on his Major League service time last year, but he's got 3 option years, so it's not really a rush. Winfield Perez, potential I rating improves, but overall drops to a 40. So sad. I noticed that. Tyler Freeman, current speed drops to 60. I bet I know why that is. No, he's got tangible power losses, which is not my favorite rating. I was trying to like brute force his BABIP. We need to go through and change the development on all of our players that we just got. I just remembered that, chat. We need to do all of them. That's what I'm forgetting. Their training and development plan. All of the players. He's gonna want like 20 mil a year? Yeah, but I don't have to worry about that for 5 years. Or we could just buy out his arbitration years before he figures out what he's got going. Let's go boom, 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 boom. I just need to keep the avoid Ks maintained. It just needs maintenance. It's already at 80. I don't want him to lose more power. Did it say they thought his defense went down? No. They think his potential rating dropped from 50 to 45, but that's as a center fielder, which doesn't really concern me as much. Okay, who else was there? Steve Hosky. Current stuff improves to 35. He's one of our prospects, but not the best one. Control improves, velocity improves, overall rating improves, potential rating drops. So sad. David Rodriguez, potential I improves, and then potential, he's already dropping his potential. We literally just drafted him, and he's already lost 5 off the top of his potential in no time. Where are the rest of the player? Here's all the player development reports from the past 3 months. But what's weird is it doesn't feel like these are actually all of them, but I guess they are. I need to figure out their info and reports if I want to find them again. Siani dropped to a 40. All right, I mean, that was pretty much all the stuff that I was curious about. I want to see how much he might actually... I guess we could look. I'm not going to offer Aeronamo extension right now, but it would be interesting to see what he would want. To buy out his arbitration years. I'm angling for a long-term contract of 9 mil during my peak. This is an AAV of 5.58. I was just curious. Now, if we wait too long and he does develop, then yeah, I'm not going to ask him for a response. I was just curious. Like, he hit reasonably well for like a 22-year-old last year, and if he's even better now, that could be up. Joey Gallo, he's just a free agent. Just a free agent. Let's get Basabe some more ABs. Conticello is out. Let's get Torrens a couple starts. Let's get Flores a couple DH starts. Okay. Chat, I gotta stop procrastinating. Let me just go do the thing. I am procrastinating. Oh, because I don't want to do it, man. Let's go ahead and move these dudes up. Try to get these guys where they're going to be challenged a little bit more. Matthew Barefoot. That is an interesting name. All right, our A team looks good. Our rookie team also looks good. Okay. So really it's like the A+ team. So I'm looking for people who are like a 35 overall, because relative to high A, they're like a 40. They should probably be in A, to be honest, not high A. Some of them anyway. All right, so let's look for like 35 overalls who are... Actually, who do I need? We have 1, 2, 3... How many starting pitchers do we have? Only 2? El Paso Tumbleweeds. Congratulations, you two have been promoted to starting pitcher. Why did you promote Lebowski? Can I go into his strategy and force starting pitcher? I can, thank you. Why are you picking Lebowski to be a starter? Thank you. All right, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So we need like a 2 to 3 arms. So let's say like 3 relievers. And then you've got 2 catchers, so let's say a catcher. Where are the outfielders? There's no outfielders. Okay, so like a catcher and some outfielders. What am I filtering here? What am I filtering that is making these guys not come up? There should definitely be random free agents in here with less than 5 years of pro service who are less than 26 years old, right? Overall is 35. Is between 35 and 40? Which of these is the problem? The age? Maybe it's the age. Oh yeah, the age was just preventing people from coming up. Sorry. So we need a couple relievers, is what I said. We could do like Add a thing where your personality is not disruptive. Your personality is not unmotivated. Your personality is not selfish. I don't think there's another one. Outspoken's whatever. Oh, I already have a filter for this. Classic. Welcome to our farm system. The ad just started! Classic! It doesn't matter, I'm not doing anything crazy anyway. I'm just picking a couple of these dudes. Offering them a minor league contract. There's no fielders. Where are the batters? What's going on? What filter is it? Is it the pro time? What? Where did we used to use this a filter similar to this? Pro years is less than 3, is not even checked. Work ethic is not low. Baseball IQ is not low. Personality is not disruptive. Personality is not selfish. Personality is not unmotivated. Maybe I picked the wrong like pro years. All right, whatever. I got people now. I don't know. Oh, because these guys don't have like a potential. But I need them, their overall to be between like 30 and 40 or something. There's nobody there. They're all 20 overall, holy. There's like 130 potential. Like, look at this dude relative to high A. He sucks. These guys are gonna get mopped. All right, this is gonna get left fielder, center fielder. Second baseman. Offer contract. Zach Cook, Zach Chase Drew. Kyler Wren. Okay, I just invited. Hi, welcome back from the ad. I was just trying to figure out why the hell I couldn't see anybody in this list so I can invite them to my minor league system. Okay, next. That should be good for high A. Double A doesn't need that many people because we do have some double A'ers in here, but there's still only 20 right now. So we have enough starting pitchers. Get a couple relievers, and then a couple outfielders and infielders who are around that, like, man, these guys are kind of like gonna get their teeth kicked in though. This is why I had the AI manage this before. Like, these is relative to double A, right? And like you, and you need to go down to high A. If not below. Now let's look relative to high A. Like you, and you need to go down to regular A. Okay, man, this is crazy. And then down here, relative to regular A, you guys need to go down to rookie ball. Holy moly. You left 225 potential guys in high A? Just wait. Just wait a minute, okay? Just wait a minute. Just give a few minutes. Let the dust settle first, okay? What is happening? What just I'm gonna save the what just happened. Chat, I just realized something. Am I still in? No, I'm not in commissioner mode. What music is this? Don't listen to it. Why is this such a pain in the ass? All right, relative to rookie ball, you guys are released. Oh God. I'm making sure these guys weren't draftees. Actually, let me like select them all. And then change the view back to MLB. Some of them have like higher potential, but I don't know where they're gonna reach it. So leave Jaden. And I just want to make sure that I like. Didn't draft any of these guys. These are all just random minor league signings. This was a draft pick. All right, you can stay because I just drafted you. And I feel bad. Chat, I just noticed that it scrolls every time I go back. He was a draft pick too. How am I supposed to manage this? Do you just keep people who are so shitty in your rookie ball? This is ratings relative to rookie ball. Wait, no, it's not. It's MLB. These are ratings relative to rookie ball. These dudes are like 30 relative to the rookie league. I guess it just doesn't matter. They all technically have potential 80s relative to rookie ball, which means they could grow. But I don't know how else to like manage this. We have 44 out of 35 players. Like I gotta cut at least 9 dudes. So why not just cut the lowest? Overall pick 495th. That's so sad, man. That's so sad. 500th pick. Ow. All right, let's get rid of... Start with this, release these players, goodbye. Okay, then we have 39 out of 35, so I need to get rid of like 4 more. All right, you, and you. There, Jesus. You should have plenty of players. Do what you want. Luke Stevenson's the only one who has to play. He's my boy. Even if he's only a 50 overall now. And Braden Holcomb has to play as well. I don't know what you're going to make him do, but good luck. All right, I'm not done yet, but I'm closer to getting done. Ugh. I'm probably going to need to wait until these other dudes I just invited join the organization and then take another look at this chaos, because we've only got 15 people in AA. And we got some dudes who even for AA are pretty bad, but maybe they'll be fine. All right, let's move on. Next, we'll come back to this. All right, Woodruff is pitching again. You got to get it together, Woodruff. You got to get it together, dude. Loss at Kansas City 0-4. All right, this is still spring training, so it doesn't count. But it's still embarrassing. Woodruff gave up 1 run today. Basabe with his second error of spring training. Allowed additional 3 runs to score, which is not great, or 2 runs. Nothing happened in this game, so don't worry about it. Mail! All right. Thank you for the offer. I might sign with you. Figure it out, boys. Injury update for Matt McClain. 4 to 5 weeks with a fractured wrist. 27-year-old second base god, potentially. Should be hitting way better than this soon with that gap power, and that eye with the on-base percentage. All right, Dustin May, go. Win at the White Sox, 4-3. We only had 5 hits. Flores doubled, Nick Allen doubled, Flores hit a homer. So Flores with a double and a homer won the game, classic. Bachman gave up 3 runs in relief. Doesn't matter because he's not going to play for us. Wilmer Flores, player of the game. May with a good outing. Making sure I have enough pitchers here. Okay, and then another righty. Win at Seattle 8-3. 8 hits in the game. Arenamo double. Burleson, his second homer of spring training. 2 sac flies. 2 stolen bases. Bobby Miller gave up a run. Ailman gave up 2 more runs. Yeah, I don't think Ailman's the guy. I think we're just going to give him back. Arenamo, player of the game. 2 hits with a double and 2 RBI. He wants a spot on the roster. I respect it. He had one all last year, but now it's in doubt. I respect it. Okay, we got a deal inked. The problem is these dudes... Where did I want them to go? Did I want them to go to AA? I thought I wanted them to go to High A. Now I don't remember. This is the I hate this part of the organization, to be honest. All the signings and the contract stuff is very fun. Managing your minor league teams is my least favorite part, but the AI did such a bad job that I have to, like, take over myself. I think we just need to hire some more people in that sort of category. And just cast a broad net. There's too many first basemen, dude. It's just a bunch of first basemen. All we have left are the people that nobody else wanted, which is so funny. All right, here you go. Boom, boom, boom. Boom. Pittsburgh loses Woods out. Jaden Woods out for 5 to 6 months. That could happen to us. David Bednar set back in rehab with a strained oblique for 1 week. Trade. Minnesota Twins. Brock Stewart got traded to the Angels from the Twins for Joshua Lugo. Okay. Let me see spring coverage. Where are we at? 5-8. 5 wins, 8 losses. So not off to the best start, but it's not real. It's not real. It can't hurt you. Brennan and Matos have like the most at bats for some reason. 4 stolen bases. We got Quinn Matthews on inning pitch. 2 saves for Alexis Diaz for some reason. I don't know if those stats are real. Some of them. All right, newbie Steven Matz. We're looking for him to have a better outing. He had a good one last time. He's the new lefty. Win at Baltimore 6-3. There you go, boys. There you go. Let's get in a groove. Matt's 4 scoreless innings. Don't care about Jaden Hill or really any of these guys. Except like Alexis Diaz. Luis Robert Jr. Stolen base. Burleson with a double. Brother, when did Burleson become a 45 overall? I get these dudes, and they just keep telling me how bad they actually are, apparently. Marchand triple, Matos home run? His second? There you go, boys. 7 hits on the game. All right, 9 messages. Hello. They're like, maybe we'll join you, maybe we won't. I'll never tell. San Diego and Toronto have a deal. Justin Wilson, Zach Evans, who cares? Next, loss at Minnesota 3-9. Nick Rodriguez has gout. You can get gout in this game? They can get gout, dude? Good morning. C. Pratt, not to be confused with Chris Pratt, is currently undergoing training at the development complex, and as you're aware, he's been working hard to improve his infield defense. I'm happy to give an update, and I have a scouting report. He's doing a lot of work with coaches, fielding ground balls, turning double plays. It's going nicely. I've seen some subtle and steady improvements over the first half. If he keeps it up, he'll make some strides with his defense. Hello, Jazz Chisholm Jr. is currently undergoing training at the Dev Complex. He's working to improve his field defense. It's not looked good, to say the least. Coaches have been working with him on numerous drills on and off the field, but nothing seems helpful. He's having a rough time, so I don't expect him to make any lasting progress. Decide if you want to cancel it. Luis Robert Jr. is on track, working hard with staff to improve base running fundamentals. I have also completed an interim report on his current progress. He's doing well with training, working closely with coaches. I'm noticing him looking better on the base paths. Indy Rodriguez is currently frustrated with catcher training. It's possible he develops the intended muscle memory, but it seems unlikely. Tyler Freeman, frustrated with infield defense. Classic. He's showing up and working with the staff, but nothing's happening. Jace Young, frustrated with infield defense. That seems like the MO. I'm gonna stop picking that one. I doubt he'll see any major improvements. David Rodriguez, frustrated on outfield defense. Okay, so basically everybody sucks. And Alex Lopez, frustrated with infield defense. So none of these are good. Just stop picking it. One person is on track by this much. Indy Rodriguez might figure it out. Jace Young and Graveyard ain't gonna come close. Mally has been given chat. Look at Mally's last 3 outings and tell me you want him to be our starter. I don't think he's going to make the starting rotation this year. He's had 3 back-to-back terrible outings. This guy doesn't count. Foscue Homer. Cade Horton. Nick Rodriguez has the flu. He will not miss any additional time. Well, wait, did he just get gout? He got the gout and flu simultaneously? Oh man, brother. It's rough out there. Holy. Just having a real bad time. He's got the glue. He got the glue. By the way, thanks again, Witch Vomit, for the 56 months earlier. Chat, I need to stop procrastinating, dude. I gotta stop procrastinating. It's so easy to procrastinate. I gotta do this. I've already got Bobby Miller development focus. I don't know how he lost stamina despite working his stamina. All right, I need to go through and just like set everybody's development focus. Man, Abner Uribe looks crazy. Because I haven't set the development focus of these guys. I'm telling them what I want them to work on. You don't have to do this. You can let the AI decide. And who knows how much it actually does. A lot of it is just making sure that they maintain stuff too. Like when I have a reliever though, I'm pretty much turning stamina like almost all the way down. I kind of like that he has 30 stamina, but you could just turn it all the way down and just let it regress. Okay, let's maintain the slider a little more. Are you okay, George Maka? Are you good? So like when you have a bunch of potential stuff here, movement, this time I'm gonna give up the stamina. And try and like develop that movement. He's got like 5 pitches. You can't do all of them. But how do you choose what to focus on? Like the changeup is a necessary pitch. Do you really need a fastball, a sinker, and a cutter, and a slider? That's just a lot. That seems like a lot. You know what I mean? Like if I were him, I'd probably just go fastball, slider, changeup, sinker, and just eliminate the cutter. I don't like the cutter as much as some people do. It's not my favorite pitch. Maybe a little bit more work on that. Something like that. Okay, I've already got Cade Horton. He's got minimal losses on his changeup. Which worries me a bit. I want him to maintain some stamina. Okay, and then Quinn Matthews is new. He just joined us. Got a good fastball. Let's develop the slider. Maybe put a little bit more into the curveball. Okay, and then Steven Matz is also new. Honestly, that looks pretty good already. I don't hate that much in the changeup. It's pretty good. Move the fastball. Slider, curveball. And like in this case, I might just give up on the sinker. I don't know if that's wrong. Is it wrong to just abandon a pitch that has like a 35? I guess it's nice to just have in your back pocket. I don't know. Feels like it's just, you could spin that on something else. It's not a particularly impressive pitch. Go kind of even on Dustin May. Deon Santos, he's got some movement and some control potential. I would really like him to get the control up, so maybe take the movement down. Minimal losses on his fastball already. Okay. Colin Snyder, he's just had pretty much strictly gains. I'm gonna drop the Stam, since he's supposed to be like a reliever setup guy anyways, and go more movement. Luke Weaver is also new. Like, he just got here, lost a little on the curveball and the cutter. That makes sense. He's only been working on the fastball. You gotta at least put some maintenance time into these pitches, I think. Okay, and then after Weaver is Woodruff, who's just struggling right now. Lost some on his slider, lost some on his curveball, gained some on his fastball. Okay, and then Franco Ailman, who we may or may not even be keeping. Pretty much fine. Bachman, don't care. Diaz. Why did the Yankees give up Weaver? Why did anyone give up anyone? I have no idea. I can look in a second for you, though. I feel like these pitches are basically the same, so maintaining both would be good. Weaver's history is signed a 3-year contract extension worth $10.8 million with the Yankees in 2025. Claimed off waivers by Washington while with New York 2026. Injured, missed additional time. Was traded here for Spencer Howard and Nick Emmanuel. And I'm paying $3.6 million. So, waivers is a short answer, Canuckers. Alright, I don't care about this dude. I do care about maybe Ian Hamilton, assuming we keep him. Can we keep him? Can we keep him? Mally, what's wrong with you, brother? I think we're gonna have to let you go. Blame the coaches. Blame the pitching coaches if you'd like. I don't know. I don't know what to tell you. Man supply. Drop the stam. Up the movement. You're going to have a real problem here, losing stuff off of the changeup, which we don't want. Chandler's even worse. Don't really care. Don't care. Don't care. Don't care. Don't care. Don't care. All right. Pew. Good news and bad news. The bad news is that's all the pitchers. The bad news is I haven't done the actual lineup yet. Oh. We've done most of these dudes except the new guys. To be fair, there's a lot of new guys though. It's almost like people do this for a job. Kinda, yeah. The manager has an excellent relationship with Luis Robert Jr., so that's nice. They get along. Like, if you were looking at this, I don't even know. Where to move points around. I think the gap power is kind of not necessary to have that much. I don't want him to lose anything off the eye because he's already so low on it. And if you take too much off of running, he'll slow down. Ditto for defense. I would like to put the ball in play a little more. I feel like this is just such a generic lineup, but we'll see. They just really, really, really hate putting development time into the eye. I value taking walks when possible. I think they're putting too much into gap power. I don't really want to get weaker. All right, something to kind of stabilize there. Young, we should already be developing. He's lost a bit on running. He's already pretty slow, isn't he? Trying to get that BABIP up. Maybe some power. He's also got a good eye. Defense is already good. Okay. Marchand is a catcher. Do I really care about his run speed? Not really. But I don't want him to get like a free out on the base paths. Doesn't really have any potential anywhere else. If he could develop his batting average, that would be probably best. Matos. Get that BABIP up, brother. Brito. Your defense is fine. I don't want you to lose any off of running because you actually have speed and you have a good eye. You have potential in BABIP. So maybe try and realize that. Micro management. I like this kind of micro, but not in large doses. Not in massive doses. Tangible loss in power for Tyler Freeman. He never had much power to begin with. I think I'm just spreading everyone too thin, maybe. I don't know. Just pick more things to focus on or something. Like, he has potential in eye power gap BABIP. He's also got good speed and stealing abilities, so I don't want to take too much off of running. Maybe something like that, just to get the gap power emphasized, or the home run power emphasized. All right, was that Pratt? I think that was Pratt. Rodriguez. I can't go 0 running, like that's too much. Does not spending all the training plan help them rest more? I don't know what that means. This is just giving them like some generic how the coaches direct their training when the training happens abstractedly off. Like you can't actually see it. It's just sort of what's happening. They're trends behind the scenes. Like, I don't want Aronamo's eye to get that much worse. Okay, Basabe. Almost done. Alright, for a 30 power Basabe, I do think taking that little power off is good, but he needs more eye. He's got gap and BABIP potential. Something like that. Luis Torrens. Minimal running losses. Yeah, he does have a little bit of speed. Not much, but for a catcher, he's got a bit. Power is kind of his strong suit. BABIP looks like it's just going to be difficult to brute force. Yeah, centrist. Very centrist. Wilmer Flores, nothing on running. Nothing on defense. We'll have other defenders. You just worry about increasing that BABIP to maximum and not striking out. The DH life. All right. Dion Jorge, you give up on power 2. He's got BABIP potential and gap potential. All right, Perez, we already did yours, but I'll see what I did. I do want actually to go a little centrist on this. And then Nick Allen is new, but I don't expect him to develop much at all. All right, good enough. There we go. At least everyone has something. Oh, my brain. I'm ready to play regular season games. How long is this left? We only have a few more to sim, and then it's time to make the actual regular season opening day debut. I'll need to fix the minor league system before then. Win at Texas 5-1 in spring training. Good job, boys. Conticello with a double. Brennan with a double. Freeman with a double. 2 fielding errors. Justin Foscue and Will Brennan. Great. Good job, boys. We actually only allowed 1 earned run on 4 hits. Woodruff actually had a good game. Luke Weaver, nice. Snyder, nice. Mantiply, not nice, but fine. Santos, nice. Some dudes who were not going to be pitching for us, but that's okay. Will Brennan in the 9th inning. He had a 2-hit game, 2 RBI. Good job. Freeman had a 2-hit game. Tyler Freeman hitting 364 in spring training. Is he gaming? Which active pitchers are leading Major League Baseball in career shutouts? Clayton Kershaw with 15. Anthony Misewicz? I don't know. He's missing 6 months. All right, Dustin May next. Send it. Tie 3-3. Wow, we gave up a run in the 9th inning. Who's responsible? An Arenamo. An Arenamo error is responsible. Bryce Wilson with the blown save. He's not going to be a starter. So the only 2 guys who are not starting for us are the ones who gave it up. Marchand double, Brennan 5th double, Marchand with a homer. We only had 3 hits in the game, but we still managed to eke out that dub. All right, next game. Loss at Tampa 5-8. Spring training doesn't count. Jace Young double, Conticello double, Perez double, Matos homer, his 3rd. Matos with some power. Stolen base, Nick Allen. 3 errors? Arenamo again. There's no shot he has 65 infield error rating, man. How many errors is that just in spring training? Like 4? Dion Jorge and Oslevis Basabe. Holy. Miller gave up 2 runs. Bachman doesn't matter. Everyone else is fine. We had 8 hits. Matos 2 for 3. We're not going to be able to get like a good lineup until we actually... I got to look at their stats from spring training and whatnot, and then kind of go from there. Steven Matz pitching. All right, go. I'm just letting... We tied Toronto 1-1. 6 hits each. Weaver with a blown save. Rip. Not what you want to see from your new closer in spring training. Though I think that's the first run he's allowed so far. No extra innings in spring training. Correct. Season-ending injury for Arias? Lurbert? Okay, so we're basically, like, I'm kind of just fast forwarding through spring training. They know what they're doing. They're getting warm. There's only like a week worth of games left. Win at New York. Someone injured or coming off the IL? Mally day-to-day with a sore elbow. Was it just that? Recovery time 1 week. So I haven't been so impressed with Keegan Aiken so far in spring training. We'll have to see how he performs when there's actually, like, skin in the game, you know what I mean? He's been the only one that I'm expecting to do well that hasn't had a great start. I guess that extreme fly ball gets you eventually. Brito double, Burleson double, Torrens double. We're getting a lot more doubles. A Basabe triple, an Aronamo triple, and a Conticello home run. Chat, Gavin Conticello, the Rule 5 draft pick, he's producing so far 417 average in a limited amount of appearances, but slugging 667 in that stretch. So that's pretty cool. Are you winning? We're in spring training, Swaganini. Not really. We're about to be finished with spring training. We're kind of in like a tedious part of the season right now, to be honest. But once it smoothens out, then it'll get better. We are apparently 8 and 11 at the moment in spring training. First place is 12 and 10. Guardians are doing crazy in spring training. So are the Yankees. So are the Mets, the Cards, and the D-backs. But we'll be okay. We'll be okay. Kind of just like let them go. Garrett Crochet coming up. Finish the day. Tie versus Boston. We've had a lot of ties, strangely. We only had 4 hits. We're scoring more runs on fewer hits. I have noticed that. Luis Robert Jr. with his second spring training homer. That's nice to see. 1 on, 2 outs. Cade Horton is looking extremely... He went 5 innings. So... it's looking good. Bryce Wilson is not a guy who's going to pitch for us, nor is Giacone. So we actually... Our regular bullpen did not give up any runs. And we scored a couple off of Garrett Crochet, which is nice. Tigers looking to swing a deal with the Mariners. Just checking waiver wire. All right, at some point I have to finish the minor league hires. Loss at Oaklamento. 6-4. We had 14 hits, but only 4 runs. Luis Robert Jr. with his 6th double of spring training. Matos double. Jorge double. Foscue double. Pratt with a stolen base. Woodruff, 4 good innings. Quinn Matthews, 4 bad runs come across. Blown save. Snyder, 1 run given up. All right, so some decisions to make with the bullpen. We'll see how it goes. And we also threw out a dude. Who threw him out? I don't know where do you even see the data on if a catcher throws out a runner? Where is that on his scorecard? All right, next game. Keep it trucking. Keep it moving. Loss at Cleveland 2-6. Don't worry. When our best players are in there every single game, we're going to be goated. When May's not giving up 4 earned runs. Get it all out of your system now, dude. Just get it out of your system, okay? Jorge home run. He's not even going to be a starter. Tyler Freeman home run. That doesn't happen too often. Had 9 hits. Oh, that reminds me. When in the previous laws, didn't we have like 14 hits? I wanted to see who had most. 2 for 3 Jorge's. Not even going to be a starter. Brennan. I'm curious to see who does the best in spring training. Lost to Houston, chat. This doesn't indicate anything, okay? This means nothing. Keep telling yourself that, man. 3 stolen bases, 1 caught stealing. Stevenson double. Nothing else exciting. We had 9 hits, just a bunch of singles, I guess. This doesn't mean anything. Okay, you just have to wait. Zeppy Matthews' season has come to an end with a partially torn UCL. Feels bad, man. Feels bad, man. River Ryan out for months. Joely Rodriguez, Joely, Tampa reliever out. Julio Rodriguez is out a little longer, recovering from a stiff back. 1 week of action, supposedly. Some people starting to appear on waiver wires, including Cody Clemens, former Las Vegas Vulture, and Ken Giles, former Houston Astro. Scott Efros, been on the Yankees. Some interesting picks there. All right, the final games of spring training. Tie 2-2. We gave up a run in the 9th. Feels bad. Alexis Diaz with a blown save. Yeah, we're gonna have to make some decisions soon. Win at White Sox 4-1. 9 hits. Brennan double, Marchand double, Brito home run, Young home run, his 3rd. Malley looking a little better. Stevenson with a .052 average. We're about to be deciding who's on the bench and who's not. And we only have this data to go off of. Flores is also hitting 118. So, you know. There's some concerning issues to be sure, but we've got some nice things like Freeman hitting 319, Conticello off out of nowhere hitting 419. We'll see if that can continue. John Brebbia out. Trade between the Padres and the Rockies. Kyle Hart and Gerald Capellan. Washington and Toronto have swapped Perez, Gore. Nobody crazy. Just seeing, anybody crazy shows up in the trades. There have been a couple of big trades. I feel like trading Logan Ohapi is a pretty big trade. He's like $9 million catcher. All right, the last game of spring training. I'm afraid it's going to erase the spring training data. I'm going to save it real quick just in case, because I want to use the data to pick my rosters to some extent. This is all we've got to go on. It'll at least help us. Luis Robert Jr. has suffered a day-to-day injury, tired arm. Will take 1 week. He's not going to make the opening day roster. And Jazz Chisholm Jr. is back in 2 days. Oh my God, you guys. March, okay, ad starting soon. Both of our signings are down. Oh man. Oh man. All right, ad starting soon. Here's what's gonna happen. I'm gonna take a BRB, go get a snack, go get a drink, and then come back, and we're gonna take care of the last minor league stuff, and then opening day. Make the rosters opening day. Minor league stuff, opening rosters, opening day. Okay. Oh my God. That's so funny. Let's just hope they don't get, like, actually badly injured. Will Jazz Chisholm Jr. need a rehab start with his injury? Torn thumb ligament. I feel like a rehab start might be okay before he shows up. A couple rehab starts just to see how he feels. All right, ad just started. I will be right back. Dude, this team injuries list is killing me. Thanks for watching. Hope you guys are having a nice evening. I'll be right back. You guys want some sweet potato fries? They can be yours. Right there. I'm about to eat them all. Are they good sweet potato fries, though? I don't know. Have you ever had a bad sweet potato fry? Mini? I have never had a bad sweet potato fry. It's sweet potato. How can sweet potato be bad? I think anyone in chat who thinks that there are bad sweet potato fries also doesn't like it when the food on their plate touches the other food on their plate. Sweet potato isn't bad, but it overstays its welcome. What the hell are you guys talking about? All sweet potato fries are bad. You're bad. What do you mean a sweet potato fry overstays its welcome? What the hell does that mean? Didn't care for the sweet potato fries at BJ's. BJ's Brew House? Bro, you just went to like Applebee's and was like, I didn't care for the steak. Yes. I'll have to order something else next time I go to Applebee's. The problem was you went to the damn BJ's, man. It's also a Costco type store. Oh. Anyway. I've never had a bad sweet potato fry. Unless it's like, you know, this doesn't count. This is like the piece that got like the rind, right? That's just like a bad piece. No, he was right. Yeah, I was right. I was right. Okay, here's what we need to do. I need to fix. When does the roster shrink? Tomorrow? I'm afraid it's gonna erase the stats. So let's look at the stats first. Oh man, you can't. Oh, hang on. There we go. All right, here are the stats from spring training that we've got. Before Luis Robert Jr. tired out his arm, He was second on the team in WRC Plus in spring training. So that's good. He was being productive. He had 2 home runs, 304 average with a 565 slugging rate. That money was powering him, you understand? But he did have a 35% strikeout rate, which was the highest on the team. So if we could work on that avoid Ks in development, that'd be great. So let's start focusing on that a little more. Going back and looking at the data, highest OBP and honestly WRC Plus in general was Gavin Conticello. So he was definitely like the most impressive kind of off the bench guy because he has no MLB experience. So he's kind of an unknown. 23-year-old dude, plays first base and right field. Supposedly has low adaptability, which we'll see what that involves. It's nice that he's been productive. Hopefully he can carry that over into regular season games because he's a Rule 5 draft pick, so we can't send him to AAA. If we want to send him to AAA, we have to give him back to the Diamondbacks who we drafted him from. So I think we're going to give him maybe a start at first because I think Foscue was kind of barely there. 200 average. Now I wonder what like his splits were versus, let's see, versus righties. Foscue's all the way down here as a right-hander. So like Foscue maybe is better versus lefties. Let's look. Oh yeah, Foscue was number 1 in WRC Plus against left-handed pitching. Why do some guys have all caps? Because they're on one of my lists. Anytime somebody's on a short list, it's just kind of a thing. But I had basically when you put someone on a list, they go all caps so you can see them easier. Because they're more important than the other players. I don't know. Okay, but in a very, very, very small sample size, Foscue did really well against lefties. I don't remember what his splits were last season. But he can also play second base. Brennan was 9 at bats, hitting 330. So he had 3 hits and 9 at bats. Jace Young, pretty good. Luis Robert Jr. was pretty great. Tyler Freeman was surprising. 2 for 6. But yeah, Foscue had a 615 OBP against lefties. Young had a 500. So there's some interesting data points here. But yeah, I think Gavin Conticello gets the start at first, probably. Against right-handers. Which means I need to start creating those depth charts. That way we know what's going on here. We're trying to not play favorites with the players who played for us last year, you know? Like if a dude just shows up and is popping off, psh, yeah, let's go. You know what I mean? Like, bring it on. You will be rewarded. I guess I could just look at it on that menu. I don't have to do the other menu. This menu also works. Conticello has the gap power. He was slugging for 594, which is insane. So let's put him... He's also reasonably fast.
for like a first baseman. He can technically play outfield, just not as well. But let's give him the start at first. Juan Brito was the only other dude I was interested in. But he's kind of like a utility guy. So versus lefties, I'm going to go ahead and put Foscue in because we just looked at that. Okay, so Luis Robert Jr. is currently out for 1 week. So I am going to make sure that he has a week on the bench. We could just put him on the IL, but that'll take 3 extra days, and we don't want him gone for 3 extra days. It's a waste of time. So what's interesting here, Chad, do you notice anything interesting on this menu? Do you see anything worth noting? There's something that is slapping me in the face, and then there's a second thing slapping me in the face, but not quite as hard as the first slap. Do you notice any standout performances from any of our players? Foscue's bad now. Foscue is bad now against right-handed pitching. That's not what I'm looking at, though. There's something that's like, holy moly, what happened? That I am completely flabbergasted about. I'm curious if chat can pick up on it. I'll gift a sub if a non-sub can figure it out. How about that? To the chatter who figures it out. I see you, Jace. Jace did well. Not who I'm looking at. He was slugging for 531, which is insane, over 49 at bats. WRC plus 131. That's really good. It's not Conticello because I've already got Conticello on the list, but yeah, he is. He's going crazy. All right, I'll tell you what it is. Of all the players, Jader Arenamo in 42 plate appearances, 39 at bats, is hitting .359 against right-handed pitching with a .410 slug percentage. Brother, he showed up and demanded a... I was going to send him to AAA, and now I have to consider whether he's getting a start on the team again. Or is he just swinging a really hot bat right now? Like, remember over the training arc when he like raised his BABIP? Like, he's up to a 45 now. He raised his batting average and he never strikes out. He does never take walks, but he's built some gap power in there. Like, he's improved his batting average on balls in play and the gap power and never strikes out. Arenamo Nopers. It's really hard to quantify how many errors he makes compared to others. Let's look at like I wonder if fielding stats will show me. Why can't I do spring training stats for this? This doesn't make any sense. I could probably like create a fielder's view. I sit here, listen to those numbers, wondering, is that good? Okay, so like, let's just put it like this. By purely hitting the ball, he is number 2 on the team in spring training. Let's put it like this.
Solaire, if you hit like 300 average or better every single year of your career, you would go into the Hall of Fame one day. So in baseball, you only need to be successful at hitting the ball less than 1 out of every 3 times. Like, if you were hitting 1 out of every 3, you'd be hitting 333, and you would be an easy Hall of Famer. 300 would still be, I think, good enough to get you in no problem after your career is over. Yeah, he's locked in right now. Average being better than OBP concerns me, but I get you. Yes. I would agree, but here's the difference, Steph, too. His average and his lack of OBP is made up for by his lack of strikeouts. Right? So he's not taking walks, but he's also second best on the team at not striking out. So that means he is putting the ball in play a lot, and it's going down for a hit a lot. So if he had a high strikeout rate and a bad on-base percentage and wasn't taking any walks, I feel like that would be a worse problem. And he's slugging 410, so he's hitting some doubles. Like, he's 5th on the team in slugging. Have we considered that errors fuel his bat? He might just be on a hot streak, to be perfectly honest. It's hard to tell in spring training, but it's still a good sign. He never did that. He never did that at all last season, ever. So it's things that are like tough to process of what do you want to do with that information. I'm trying to figure out how I can see. Maybe I should just try and set up my own like little custom thing. I'll try to make my own custom view. What would be the best stats to show? I don't want to have to make like a bunch of different ones. Like, do I want to incorporate just their aptitude at one position? That doesn't really tell me a lot of info. Let's just try this, that. Fielding at primary position. With fielding stats, I don't know, fielding position. Games started, assists, putouts, errors, double plays. There's not going to be a triple play. Fielding percent, range is kind of not an important statistic. Let's go zone rating and defensive efficiency. Runners thrown out, that's more of a catcher stat, but why not? Innings played. There's more stats I could use for catchers. But it's not going to apply to anybody else. We need to make a separate one for catchers, actually, I think. Okay, what, I like that there's stats for unlikely balls. I don't know which of these I care about the most. Routine balls percentage. We could try looking at some of these. Likely catches percentage. Even. Unlikely. Remote. Impossible. Let's try this. Okay, so we've got game started, innings played, assists, putouts, errors, double plays, fielding percentage. I feel like that should go next to errors. Double plays, zone rating, defensive efficiency. We don't need runners thrown out now. Okay, let me save that. As its own window. Now here's the problem. How do I get... Why can't I show spring training data? Like, this is all great, but I can't see spring training data for some reason. I have no idea why. You can if you're looking at offensive stats, but not defensive, apparently. So if you try to stretch a single into a double and get thrown out, that's a plus for batting average and a minus for OBP. Is that correct? Huh. I guess so. Yeah, I think so. Chat? AAA player hitting well against AAA spring training players? Well, yeah, but if that were true, then everyone else on my team would be hitting better than him. You know what I mean? Why is it all their OPS? Okay, so it's not against other players or parks. It's all one park. I don't think there was a spring training scope tab. Was there? I don't see spring training on this list. I just see leagues. So I don't know. I'm a little dumbfounded. Do we have to make all these decisions based purely on... Yeah, short and saucy is not a base running statistic, but you're not, like... I guess the question was, if you are out, you're not on base. So does that detract from your OBP? Or does a hit that results in an out not count against your OBP? I'm trying to figure out how else his average is higher than his OBP. We've actually had this conversation a few days ago and I forgot. We had this conversation and I forgot. Okay. Anyways, we got Gavin Gonticello. And we should have, I guess we're gonna have Jace playing third. While, dude, our opening day is not gonna have either of our superstars. Fans are already making Reddit posts as we speak. You know what I mean? Marchand is day-to-day for 2 days with a sprained knee, but he should be fine. As far as the catchers go, he seems like the best against righties. And Indy Rodriguez was decent, but not good. He had hit like 227. So it's still Marchand, which I think is reasonable. He's somehow hitting better than he appears to be able to. I feel like he's just been doing that. All right, so he'll be at catcher. So we need a second baseman. I think Arenamo has earned a start at least. And then we need the shortstop, who is pretty much going to be Basabe, who didn't do bad. He hit, well, against righties, he was hitting 250 with a 327 OBP. So that's not so bad. His slugging's a little low. He could be a little further down the order. Wait, no, Basabe's not the shortstop. Oh no, Cooper Pratt. Low adaptability. Yeah. Low adaptability, dude. Dion Jorge, I respect the hustle. All right, Cooper Pratt's just going to be the 9-hole hitter as the shortstop. Gotta be the saddest opening day in Invaders history. Well, there will only have been 2 of them by the time we get there. So that's not too crazy. All right. So we got first, second, short, third, center field. I think Will Brennan in left is great. He was hitting 300, slugging for 467 with an 821 OPS. Strikeout rate's pretty low, 10.7%. Walk rate's 7.1, which is better than some of these dudes. When he hit the ball, it was landing like a third of the time. He's also got some stolen base runs value that's like higher than everybody else, or tied with Basabe. Was Alec Burleson trying to steal? I told him never to steal. Maybe we didn't tell him fast enough. All right, so Brennan's definitely getting a start. Actually, we'll probably put him in the 2 spot, but that's a bunch of lefties stacked. Which is fine if we end up doing some pinch hitting later. Could also move Marchand up as a switch hitter over Jace. They actually both had pretty great spring trainings. I hope that carries over. All right, I think Tyler Freeman gets the start in center. He's been hitting well, and our superstar is out. So that just makes sense. And then Burleson did not do so well. In fact, the rest of our outfield is down the list here. Cal Stevenson, I can't believe he's last. Negative 37 WRC plus is pretty bad. He wasn't that bad last year, was he? I thought Cal Stevenson was pretty good last year. He's just off to a rough start, maybe? So who is going to play the outfield for us then? It's either Matos, Perez. Perez has been rough also. Or Burleson. They've all been really bad. They've both been really bad. And then DH is just hope Wilmer Flores turns it around, dude. Did he just have a career year for us last year and then just dry up? Dude, he got lowered to a 40. Well, I mean, how does this keep happening, brother? We got to put Flores in the lineup for the fans, at least at first. And if he sucks, then he sucks. Okay, and then I just need a left fielder, which honestly shouldn't be this difficult. But they were just all so terrible. Oops, wrong guy. Like, I think Matos should have the most potential, but realistically, Perez had a better OPS than him last season and has pretty great defense anyways in left. So I guess Perez, he's not going to be leadoff. That's for sure. I'm going to say Freeman leadoff. He's team captain anyways. Scout is, he thinks this is a bear market at all times. You know what I mean? He does not ever think it's a bull market. So here's what I think. You know what? I'm going to give Arenamo 3, Conticello 4, Marchand 5, Jace 6, and then Perez, Flores, Pratt. Okay, that's going to be my... Oh, I just moved you out of the wrong thing. That is going to be my opening day roster unless something changes. My scout will go, this guy's great. Then 2 months later, actually, he's crap. Unfortunately, that's just how it works. That is just how it works. All right, Basabe backing up second, third, and short. Nick Allen is the defensive option at all three of those. I guess, who's first base backup? Brito? Dude, we got too many utility players, which I guess is a fine problem to have. Brito didn't do so great. We'll get Luis Torrens. We're gonna have to cut some people from this list before opening day also, which is about to make things really spicy. Though I think I know it's gonna be Nick Allen. He's got a minor league contract anyways. Dion Jorge's gonna go back down. Some of these guys aren't supposed to be here. Outfield wise, Burleson and Wright. Who's better in center? Okay, so it has to be Matos in center. And then backup DH Brito? No. Burleson backup DH. What's Foscue then? Foscue's backup first base. I don't know what Brito is. Brito's backup second. He's back up everything else. Torrens pinch hit. Burleson pinch hit. Well, actually, hold on. Basabe pinch hit. Who's pinch running? Basabe, Nick Allen, Jorge. Jorge's gonna get sent down. I think it's gotta be like Basabe, maybe. Actually, I guess it would be Brito. Okay, we have a lineup. I don't know if it's any good. I don't have the lefty lineup yet. I wonder if your scout is drinking on the job. Maybe. We're gonna have to cut the roster in a second. The hard part is, do we have enough players in the other? Okay, we have to do a few things. It's just always something else, man. There's always something else. I gotta fill the AA team. I need some 35 to 40s. They need a catcher. And they need more infielders. All right, well, both of you are in. And then whoever the hell else is left. Whoever's left. There's not many options. Brett Callahan looks kind of crazy for everything, for his level that he's at. All right, second base, second base. Second base, second base. Good luck, brothers. All right, and while we're here, let's look at some pitchers. Just gonna grab you, and you. They might need another starter as well. One. Looking for someone with more than 40 stamina, but 2, 3. And then if you guys don't want to join, then we'll go this dude. Okay, there. Trying to fill them in, man. And then there was something else I needed to do. What was it? I'm trying to do everything at once. There was something else. Think. Think, chat. Think. You don't know what it was. I probably didn't tell you. I guess maybe I do need to look at the overall strategy, actually. Chat, why is my total money available minus 1.3 mil? Where did $7 million go? Team cuts is when the shrink the... We'll do team cuts in a minute. Where did $7 million in cash just go? You don't have to pay minor league contracts. It's not calculated. I wish there was like a list of recent transactions. That would actually be very helpful. The only thing I can think of is a couple of these dudes had contracts that activate if they're called up, but I don't think his activated. Chat, you need to read his mind. Kinda, though. I gotta click on everything until I remember what it was. Damn, I was just thinking about the things I needed to do. I should have told you. No, I can't remember. It was something I need to do before opening day. Oh, okay, it just came back to me. I need to go and look at my farm system players and make sure they're in the appropriate league for their current level. So Antonio Del Bosque, for example, is in the Dominican Rookie League. Which should be fine. I still haven't figured out what I want to do with that. Because I'm aware that I could generate players in it, but then I'm going to have to keep generating players in it when we don't get any more. So I don't want to do that. All right, David Rodriguez is in the International Complex. So is he good enough to go into the Dominican Rookie League? No. So he's just going to have to sit out this season because he's only a 30 relative to the lowest level league. So he's just going to chill. So then there's Jason DeCaro, who's currently in high A. Relative to high A, he's a 50, so he should be fine. He just needs to figure it out. Okay. And then Manny Longoria is in the International Complex and is not good enough to go to Dominican Rookie League, so I guess he just chills. I don't know. I don't know if you're supposed to throw them in there when they're just a 30 relative to that league. When they're 18, like, do you just toss them in and say good luck, have fun? He's got 40 contact, 40 avoid K, 40 BABIP, 40 power, 40 gap, 40 I, or 30 I. That doesn't seem very good. He's probably gonna do poorly, but I don't know if he's already almost 19. Do you just throw him in there and hope he figures it out? If anybody wants to weigh in on that, feel free, because I don't know, man. Same thing for Alex Lopez. He's 18. Could wait until he's 19, I guess. Ryan Garrity is 22, currently in A-ball, which I think he's good with. He could get bumped up, but I want to see him succeed in A-ball first. Braden Holcomb, rookie ball. Yeah, okay, he's fine in rookie ball. Steve Hosky in rookie ball. He's a 55, and he's a 45 relative to A. So I might just go ahead. I'm gonna leave him where he is, because I don't like where his control is relative to rookie. So I'm just gonna leave him there. Then Luke Stevenson is in rookie ball. Okay, looks good. Charlie O'Shell. Oh man, Charlie O'Shell fell off. He was our second round pick in the last draft, and he's already a 45. That happened so fast. Damn. I don't know why he's in AA, though. He might have been a little in over his head. I'm gonna send him to regular A. Or wait, high A. Or maybe just A, actually. Okay, well, it is what it is. So, go to pitching, get him in the rotation. There we go. Well, maybe one of these dudes will pan out into somebody worth it. All right, I think that's it. Now we're ready to go, I think. Jazz Chisholm Jr. is eligible to come off the IL. Okay. He's back. Before opening day, I don't know if we have time for a rehab start. Would you rehab this situation? Pittsburgh's Carlson Reed told reporters not what I wanted to hear. The injury he sustained on March 19th would force him to miss the rest of the season. Doctors made it clear there's no chance. Okay, so for Jazz Chisholm, he just tore his thumb ligament and had 4 weeks on the IL. Does he need a rehab start for that, or is that mostly for pitchers? For hitters, if it's minimum stay on the injured list, I'll get them straight back to the majors or maybe do a day or two. If it's been a few weeks or months, I'll do 3 days of rehab. For pitchers, I always give them like 1 start, 5 or 6 if it was a long-term injury. There's supposedly a rusty mechanic in the background if someone hasn't played in a long time. I feel like 2 weeks is fine. Like, he was just out for what, 2 weeks? Minor leagues don't even start the same week as the majors, so he would have to wait weeks. That's a great point. He would have to wait like weeks to get. He's gonna have to impress the home crowd. So I need to change the roster real quick. So where can I put Jace Young to get his start? He's like first base or third. He could get the DH instead of Wilmer Flores. But that's kind of a diss as well. And then we have Conticello. Who do you pull? I don't know if you pull Conticello. I think you have to just pull Young. But we're about to have the other problem, which is who's gonna get cut. Okay, Jazz Chisholm Jr. In the 2 spot, like Brennan did play really well. But if he played really well, he can also play really well down here in the 6th spot. Yeah, both Jazz and Luis Robert Jr. got minor injuries. So Jazz will make opening day, but Luis Robert Jr. is out for 1 week. Five more days. Okay, I think that's going to be like pretty similar lineup there. No game today. News. All right, a bunch of... This guy is not AAA, dude. No. You don't understand. I was trying to sign you for my AA organization. So now we'll have to demote. There's got to be a faster way to demote these guys, but it's fine. Just do it one by one. Oh, he's already in AA. Cool. AAA. To AA, please. Wait. Yeah, they keep getting thrown into AAA. I don't know if they're ready for AA. We might have a terrible AA team, but okay, you're good. And I don't care about you, Tyler Laporte, and your little mustache hat. Okay, when does the roster shrink? Now, probably. Generating predictions. Oh boy. Oh, here we go. PM from Las Vegas Invaders owner Ian Grigg, season expectations. Etal, welcome to the new season. I hope the offseason treated you well. This is a reminder that you should at least try to stay close to an even record. Good morning, Etal. I took a look at the Oaklamento Aztecs, our next opponent in the 3-game series, and here are the results. It's too early to comment. Oh, okay. Our projected matchups. Brandon Woodruff, Brady Basso. Actually, you know what? All of our pitchers should be rested, so I can start with who... Oh, we're gonna have to do the starting rotation. I'm gonna make May the actual starter. It's too early to tell. The top 5 players on their team are Brent Rooker, Lawrence Butler, Tyler Soderstrom, Mason Miller, and Jacob Wilson. God, they have so many better players than we do. You have Jacob Wilson? Look at this. Look at this defense. You have Mason Miller? Jeez, guys. Save some for the rest of us. Hello, Etal. Cooper Pratt, no improvement. We've been working to improve his infield defense. It didn't work. No noticeable change. Jazz Chisholm Jr., program conducted poor. It was ugly. That may be an understatement. Jazz Chisholm Jr. certainly did not show up in peak form, as I saw plenty of balls eat him up or skip under his glove. Moreover, his transfers seemed slow and he was having more difficulty than usual hitting his targets. This was a surprise to everyone, so the focus of the program ended up being merely to get him back into form. At least after putting in extra work, by the end of the training, he was looking back like himself. So I don't think he regressed, but again, it did not go well. He's like, man, I didn't know I was going to have to work after you paid me $26 million. I thought I just made money and then, you know, chill out for the next 5 years. Psh. I hope his defense didn't get worse. It's already kind of questionable. His power rating improved, his potential power rating improved to 60s. That's pretty cool. And then Luis Robert Jr. base running went well. I saw nice improvements as he progressed with the training and talking with coaching staff. They feel the same. He'll look better on the base paths going forward. Improved by 5. Okay, yeah, I'll take that. Fewer outs in the base paths. Let's see how Jazz is doing in real life. I think he just came out for an injury for a week or two recently. In 2025, he has had 105 at bats and is hitting 181. Uh-oh. Chat, is that foreshadowing? Though he's slugging 410 and so still has a 714 OPS. Because he's got 7 home runs in 19 hits. So, I mean, he's still scoring, but that's quite the gap. No improvement for Indy Rodriguez at catcher. He tried implementing coach's feedback, but nothing seemed to give him that extra boost. Couldn't find an exercise or drill to make the difference. That happens sometimes. He just didn't get anything out of his time and effort. No improvement for Tyler Freeman. Expect him to be about the same defensively as he's always been. No improvement for Jace Young. David Rodriguez, poor. He didn't regress, but made no improvements to his defense. Wow, all of them failed. Every single infield defense or improved defense failed. Are these kids putting in any work? How is Jason DeCaro still the top prospect? The OSA thinks he's an 80. My scout thinks he's a 60. We still have the #1 prospect in baseball, but my scout hates him compared to all the other guys. So I wonder why that is. We still have the #1 prospect. That's insane. Also, the ad's about to start in like 5 seconds. And then after that, it's pretty much time for, well, it's almost time for opening day. I got to cut people from the roster. So I already snoozed the ad once. And then it's time to play ball soon. Ish. Great work, training staff. The good news is those weren't the only things that the training staff did over the offseason. They did have some other more successful training programs. If the other scouts think he's better, is it worth trading him while his stock is inflated? Either that or they know something that my scout doesn't. One or the other. So, I'm not sure. I could try shopping him around just to see what happens. But it feels bad to give up. I mean, I'd have to trade a prospect for other prospects. Because it would be stupid not to, you know, be stupid to try and get, like, star power in exchange for the #1 prospect right now. They'd be playing it backwards. Okay, chat, while the ad's playing, tell me about what you guys are playing right now. On this weekday evening. What do you got gaming? Ding, 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 ding. All right, let me see what you got. RimWorld. Unreal World. That's a different world. 33. I like that it's just abbreviated 33 now. That's so funny to me. Cyber Knights. I don't know what that is. The Bazaar. Motor Town. I don't know what that is. Dinkum. I don't know what that is. I know what most games are, and you guys are playing some weird ones. Tropico 6. PoE 2 grind. My Excel final. Hey, that's what I'm doing. I'm doing baseball Excel. 33. Slay the Spire, Age of Empires 2. He'll become a superstar the second you trade him away. True. I finally finished my Out of the Park expansion draft. That's a nice feeling, Avocado. Now you've only got 10,000 other things to do. There's the Rule 5 draft. Make sure you protect your players. Put them on the secondary roster or you're going to lose them on the Rule 5 draft. I would recommend changing your home screen. If you go to your front office, you can change these menus. I like changing one of them to Rule 5 eligible players to let you know who can get taken off your team. And I like upcoming free agents as well, so you can see who you might want to extend. Dinkum is Australian Animal Crossing. What? But yeah, there's a ton of menus that you just have to take like tens of hours to figure out that are helpful like that. And it's kind of fun finding all of them because you're like, whoa, peeling back the onion a little bit at a time. They still like Jason DeCaro. Yeah, I don't know why they like him so much. Because they update, this is updated, right? Like they just updated it. This is their annual report and it hasn't changed from last year. So I'm curious. I really thought that when they updated their prospect list that they would be like, oh yeah, and kind of like get closer to where our scout is at. But no, they just doubled down. They doubled down that he's a top prospect. So he's going to have some time in high A ball to hopefully figure it out. If he could turn into a 60, he'd be a god. Like, that would still be the case, right? If he could become a 60, he'd still be like Sandy Alcantara with that $30 million a year contract. And he's got high adaptability, high work ethic. I think I definitely have seen Unreal World. But yeah, it is very esoteric. You're right about that. It's opening day in Major League Baseball. The brand new 2027 pennant race begins today. The clubs are poised and primed for another season of baseball filled with plenty of spills, chills, hits, runs, errors, and homers. Another exciting season kicks off with these games. Las Vegas versus Oaklamento, which again is not a real place. Chicago versus Tampa Bay, Minnesota versus Cleveland, Seattle versus New York, Kansas City or Royals versus Angels, Rangers versus Tigers, and so on. Any interesting matchups? Where are the Red Sox? The defending World Series champs. They're playing the Astros. What happened to the Cards last season? Jose Siri leadoff. Interesting. Dude, they still got him in leadoff. He hit 180 last season for them. I get that he's got a good glove in center field, but come on, man. They got some other goated players on the team behind them. It's just why him in leadoff? Nolan Arenado had a pretty good season last season. Okay, is it time? It is time. We have to cut 20 players off the active roster. Okay, so let's get started. Which means we got too many on AAA, probably. There's a couple easy gimmies down here. Bryce Wilson, for example. Antonio Velez. Actually, what are you? Where are you supposed to be? A couple of these guys are supposed to be in AA, not AAA. I guess you could start them in AAA and then move them even further down. Velez. Oh, dude. Wait, no shot. Chat, that catcher that I paid 3.8 million as a Gamba, remember him? Yeah, my scout's like, he's actually a 40 now. Not even a 45. I gambed $3.8 million to see if he could duplicate his actual, like, 124 OPS plus in the MLB last season. And I think he's fallen off. Well, I mean, I think I know who I'm going to send down now. So, but the thing is, I can't send him down because he's out of option years. But I'm just going to have to DFA him. And then I'm going to let him go AAA. And I'm just going to give Indy the backup catcher role like we originally planned. Indy gets the backup catcher role. At least he has room for growth, right? He has room for growth. He has gap power, avoid Ks. Which, if he could get all three of those, he'd be amazing. But he's fragile. But not that fragile. All right, Indy, you're in. Torrens, you are DFA'd. Waived and DFA'd. Boom. Yeah, we're going to check the waiver wire. 100% yes. Waiver wire is going to go crazy right now because, like, what I'm doing. Soroka, you're supposed to be down here. Megill, Heaney, probably Bubba Chandler. Bubba Chandler got worse. He's down to a 40 as well. He was not good during spring training, so that's fine with me. Chat, Wilmer Flores got demoted. We paid him $5.7 million after his amazing... You know, like when people who are close to death's door have a moment of clarity and mental resilience, and it's like, oh, he's back. He's back. He's healed. I think that's what, like, the 2026 season was for Wilmer. I'm willing to give him some starts to find out. He's unknown. Okay, so the team won't career year cash in for Wilmer. I mean, can you blame me? He went from a 729 to an 821 OPS. So even if he hit a like 750 OPS, I'd be happy with that. He doesn't have to have this. He just has to have somewhere in between these, and I'll be happy. I don't know. Maybe my scout is stupid. There's that possibility as well. We've had questions about him this entire time. Let's sort by pitchers, because that's going to be the easiest thing. Like, Bachman is definitely not here. Is he not on the secondary? Okay, Giacone. Santos. Was actually on... I'm going to go back to AA for Santos. Did I give you a... When did I give you a major league contract? Automatic renewal worth $800,000. This guy's just taking up a spot on my secondary roster. I wonder if Major League Scouting budget affects their appraisal of your own players. I mean, maybe. I'm still giving a ton of money to scouting. Like the league baseline is 9.7 mil, so I'm giving 27 mil just for scouting. I'm at 12% of the budget for Major League Scouting. 22% of the budget for minor league scouting. 30% for amateur scouting and 36% for international. I think I'm going to turn down international scouting a little next year. It's something to experiment with. Jaden Hill's ready for AAA. He could turn into something too. Ailman, we were talking about maybe just giving back. He has low adaptability, but he just did awful for us during spring training. And he's got a 45 overall anyways. Which, you know, his pitches are good. Like, the fastball and the slider are really good. The HRA's not. He's going to give up some bombs. Yeah, we're not going to look for a new scout because we got him under contract for 3 years, and we just need to, like... I can't be sure until I see more information. You know what I mean? Like, I don't know if he's the problem or not, but I don't want to fire the scout because the new scout's going to take like 3 months to get information on everybody again anyway. So I would want to do that in, like, after I've got all my free agents signed. But he's on a 3-year deal. He's supposed to be really good, so I'm trying to like just trust him, you know what I mean, and see if trusting him is the right play. So I have to put Santos on the big roster. We're gonna have to move some people off AA. Why is Caratini still here? I guess it'd be better to release like Andrew Miller. Okay, who else? We need Bachman. I don't even want Bachman really. He did okay last year. What I want to know is who's on the secondary roster right now. That doesn't need to be. A lot of people, according to this. Good God. I think Dion Jorge is getting cut. I like his BABIP and his avoid Ks, but we're kind of just moving on. He's got the potential to get even better and be a contact machine. Chad, I still have to cut 10 players, dude. Hold on. Let's look at pitching first. This will be easier to look at from here. So who are our starters in a 5-man rotation? Because I actually don't think it's Malley. He did awful in spring training and looked terrible up there. Like, look at this. He was the worst on the team in FIP minus. Woodruff was second, which is cause for concern for both of them. Cade Horton was actually pretty goated. 0.44 ERA through spring training. Holy. How many innings was that? 20.1 innings with 5 starts, and he gave up like a run. like one homer in that entire stretch. That earns a start. He was going to be a AAA player, but I think he gets the start over Mally. Steven Matz was not especially good either. Well, no, his ERA was good. He just let a bunch of base runners on. Yeah, K definitely earned a start. And then there's Quinn Matthews. Hitters had a 148 average against him. BABIP was 211, whip 0.75. Strikeout rate was 32.8%. Second highest strikeout rate, only under Abner Uribe. Walk rate only 6% in 17 innings. And that's out of the bullpen. He didn't start any of those. So those are pretty incredible numbers. His expectation is bullpen, which is great also, even though he's good enough to be a starter over Bobby Miller, who he has more stamina than. So it should be like almost inverted. Bobby Miller's almost more of a starter. So we're gonna say set position reliever. Chad, am I cutting Winfield Perez? What if I just DFA Wilmer Flores? How many at-bats did he have? Hold on, how many at-bats did Wilmer have? Like, can we just... I feel like I have to give him at least a few games at the beginning to figure it out. Okay, here's Wilmer Flores. In 36 at-bats, he was hitting 111, 200 on-base percentage, struck out 32% of the time, third highest strikeout rate on the team. Oh. And I paid him $5.7 million. I think I cut him. I don't know. Do I cut him or do I just let him? Play a few games as DH? It's weird to cut a guy you're paying 5.7 mil to. Is he washed? Okay, so if our starters are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, Mally actually does have 2 option years left. So it feels weird after he just had all those starts last year, but he's definitely going to AAA. He refuses to be demoted. What are the restrictions when someone can refuse to be demoted? No one wants him, dude. No one wants him. What if I retain 50%? All right, if I retain 50%, we can get Spencer Torkelson, which doesn't seem like a good deal. Oof. If I hold more of the contract, they'd take away Spencer Torkelson. That's odd. No one wants him. Holy moly. They're paying half your contract to play against you. Hits hard here. True. And he wants to be on the starting rotation. Does anyone know what you do with players who refuse to be demoted? All these guys are expected starting rotation. All of them. I trade them for some garbage that's cheap. Yeah, but no one wants to trade for him. Let's just go look at the possible trades. I'm looking at teams' starting pitchers here. And I want like less than green. Blue is even better for them, so it's got to be like yellow or red. They've got yellow on the Cubs and on the White Sox, but I think he's a red pitcher. You know what I mean? He's got to be worse. The Rockies have double yellow. All right, Colorado Rockies. The Astros. I'm looking to see if anybody has like a red indicator on something. I don't know. Most I can find is like double yellow. Our best bet is for one of these teams who has like a red something else and we bundle him. You know what I mean? Or like a red left fielder. Oh yeah, you guys got Grady Emerson. You bastards. Forgot about that. We have a lot of red too. Oh. First of all, how dare you? Okay, look. Was it Malley that had the no trade clause? Why did we give him a no trade clause? He would consider the White Sox. All right, so we throw in Malley, retain like 25% of his contract, and then they want a left fielder. Bro, they're not gonna, they want like, or a prospect first baseman. The free agent signings are coming back to bite us? How do you figure? Tyler Malley is not from last night. He's our former starter who's now washed up, apparently, because he's terrible during spring training, and my scout thinks he's terrible, and those two things line up, so we're trying to get rid of a player in a contract here, which would save us $6 to $8 million if we can get rid of him also, on top of everything else. So, I disagree. The late night free agency signings are the only reason that we have people to replace him, in fact. This is a guy from the original season. He just sucks now. Patrick Frick? His last name is Frick? Interesting. Okay, what did we take? These two dudes? Give them a fielder. Who we did pick up in free agency, but he didn't do so good during spring training. And we're trying to kind of curve out our free agents anyways, and our scout has readjusted. Maybe I just throw in Chase. Why is Chase Davis even on this list? Give me Burleson back. Because he's 25. He might count as a prospect. But they're not looking for a prospect. They're looking for someone to play now. Okay. Who do I ask for back? Are these real players or fictional? Real for the most part? Yeah, real for the most part. Alec, you want me to get Bomb after all this? He's playing first base for them for 16 mil. We could have got him for cheap, man. Let's not shoot too high. Let's not shoot too high, because the goal is just to get Mally off the team. There's no way they give us that reliever or a shortstop. I wonder if we could like sneak a 50. Yeah, I don't think you can trade for exclusively money. Can you? But yeah, I guess you can. I didn't know. I'm just giving it to him for free at that point. Who do we really need? We need like maybe a second baseman. We have a third baseman. That's rude to Jazz. There's no way they give us Jacob Gonzalez. Maybe we do try for a reliever. I don't think they're going to give him to us. And I think we have enough relievers, but also, like, I'm about to ditch Mally, Bachman. Keegan Aiken was looking kind of rough in spring training. Yeah, I don't think this is, like, terrible, though. Chase Avina. He's just on a one-year deal. Sidearm extreme fly ball. Probably not a good idea, this trade. Tough call. I swing back and forth. I don't trust my assistant GM to actually give me earnest opinions of things. It's kind of what it comes down to. Like, he doesn't seem to know what the hell he's talking about most of the time. Now, the problem is they're not going to respond to my trade offer for a bit, so... Kind of obnoxious. Cubs. Rockies. Rockies want like a prospect catcher, prospect shortstop, prospect left fielder. That might be easier to swing. And just grab somebody cheap. But I still have to do something for now. Like, we're just going to put up with Mally for now. I think I'm committed to trading him now. All right, so here's the issue. I need to kick someone off the 40-man roster, and they're going to have to get DFA'd. So I don't really care if Bubba Chandler gets claimed. That's what it comes down to. Wave, DFA. All right, now Bachman can go on the 40-man, so I can move Bachman's ass to AAA. Okay, so we got Cade, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. I think Ailman, I'm just going to let him go back to his team. Yeah, I know. How do I send him back to his team? He'll be returned to Cleveland. Bye, Franco Ailman. You seemed really cool at the time in the Rule 5 draft, but we just got a stacked house bullpen already, and we need more flexibility, so you're out. Okay. Getting closer. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. So we have 14 pitchers, which is one more than I want, but that might be workable, might not. Let's see. Let me look at the rest of the list. Keeping Flores on here instead of the other guys is going to do psychic damage to me. Winfield Perez is one option you're left, so he's an easy pick. He did terribly during spring training, and his ratings look bad too. All right, that's an easy one. Then probably it's got to be either Dion or Nick Allen. They're both kind of the same guy. The benefit of Nick Allen is spark plug personality. They're kind of the same guy. Dion Jorge has a little bit more batting average. Nick Allen has a little bit more power, but Dion Jorge has more potential, you could argue. But Nick Allen has the defense, if that's what we care about. So I'd say let's just send Jorge down if he has options, because at least he can still develop in AAA. And Nick Allen is just there for the defensive substitutions plus the like spark plug. I don't know if they can do spark plug from AAA. Probably not. All right, we're down to 32. We have 7 outfielders. That's an issue. Though Friedman is kind of like a second baseman. We have too many second basemen as well. Brito did not impress me. He did not impress me. But he has like the potential for versatility and the potential to be good. Foscue was just god-awful. I hate benching him, but he's got 2 option years left. And we kind of already have... Like, I don't know, he was pretty good last season. And I can't see him getting worse. 714 OPS is not good, but he, you know, he had good defense. Though we do have Brito, and we also have the other guy, Conticello, who can play first, who just knocked it out of the park. Like, he went crazy. I think I'm too emotionally attached to these guys. I think Foscue goes down. Let me look at their, like, actual roster. Because Conticello was insane versus righties. Foscue was insane versus lefties. So you almost have to, well, I mean, it's a small sample size. It would be nice to have both. Brito was just kind of mid all around. So I think just send Brito. He's got one option year. That does not use an option to start him in AAA, which is nice as well. All right, I need to cut 5 more dudes. Another outfielder. Or another infielder. Oslevis Basabe might be that guy, because between him and Arenamo just ran circles around him, to be honest. And he's got 3 option years left. All right, Oslevis, you're down here. I need to cut 4 more dudes. Let's take a look back at this. By position, we got 2 catchers. That's done. Rafael Marchand and new Indy Rodriguez. Okay, at first we got Foscue. We're also going to have Conticello playing first. He can play other stuff. Just like Foscue can play second and technically third. Arenamo, second, third, and short. Jace Young, third. We just have too many infielders and too many outfielders somehow. Matos was easily the worst out of the other outfielders, I think. Cal Stevenson was actually the worst. Like, he was the worst, which was very surprising to me. He has, okay, Cal Stevenson's going down. I don't care about the glove right now. He's just, you can't have negative 55 WRC plus. Oh man, I'm demoting all of my starters from last year. Feels bad. 3 more. I gotta do 3 more. Five outfielders is not that crazy. He just ain't loyal. I just don't think you can have Arenamo, Jazz, Jace, Nick, Cooper, all of them. That's a lot. And the 2 first basemen. I think it shows you did a better job getting players in the offseason. I hope so. Poor Bubba, I think IRL, he might be a top right-handed starting prospect. He didn't develop the same way here, that's for sure. Oh, cutting people's hard. Like, I could cut Matos, but then I only have 1 backup outfielder. Though you could argue that Freeman is kind of like all... We have so many second basemen. How do you choose? Like, Arenamo was hitting 320 during spring training and shows no sign of stopping. Jace Young had a 853 OPS. Do I just send down Nick Allen and lose the spark plug? All right, I think I am overvaluing the spark plug. Nick Allen's definitely the weakest one. It just is. Bro. Here's a question. I don't know if there's anyone awake who can even answer it. Nick Allen is on a minor league contract, not a major league contract. So why do I have to have him clear waivers to move him down to AAA before the first game of the season? He was only on the expanded spring training roster. He was never on the actual true active roster until now, when I'm trying to cut him. So I don't know if that's a game issue or a me issue or what. Because out of options either way. I don't know what that means. But like, he doesn't even have a major league contract. So like, why would I have to keep him on my starting roster? According to the internet, it's because it's opening day and no longer spring training. So what you're saying is I should just go and do this. And then figure out how to move him. Because he shouldn't even be on my active roster if he doesn't have a contract. It should automatically demote him, right? I don't know how to... Look away, chat, briefly. If he's not on the 40-man. Yeah, he is actually on the 40-man. Even though he doesn't have a major league contract. You can have walk-up music? You can't have walk-up music. I think the game is just being a game, and if I had tried to do this literally one day earlier, it would have worked fine when the game still thought it was spring training. I think that's the only difference. But I'm just gonna DFA him instead of cheat, because I don't know. It is what it is. But yeah, I think if I just done it one day earlier, I could have moved him no problem. Either way, maybe someone claims him. It won't be the end of the world. We only need to get 2 players off the team now. And we all know it should be Flores. But he'll refuse. He'll refuse too, you know? And no one's going to want to trade for him with that contract. What if I eat 75%? Nope. You know what? Out of curiosity, I don't have any more shop attempts. It would have to be Flores, and then you let Conticello DH, and then you have Foscue at first. That would probably be like a way to do it. Yeah, basically he shouldn't be on the secondary roster, is what I'm trying to say. I don't know why. I don't know why he is on the secondary roster. Doesn't putting him on the spring training roster automatically? No, it doesn't automatically put him on the secondary. I don't know why Nick Allen's on the secondary roster. Or no. Hold on. Let me read that again. Forget what I just said. A player who is on the 40-man roster but does not open the season on the 26-man roster must be optioned. That's also not true, because the people that I've been optioning to AAA are not having an option counted against them. They get Asterisk. Minor league assignments may not be counted in the number of times option this year. So he has 0 times option this season, even though I just sent him to AAA because the season hasn't begun yet. Right? So they're letting me send these guys to AAA without triggering the option year or the option, but not him. I think that's kind of where we're at. All right, it's fine. I'm just gonna DFA him and whatever. Just pointing out that I'm right, you're wrong. Nah, 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 nah. So who are we getting rid of last? The last 2 people. Five outfielders is good. We have too many infielders. By 1 or 2. I think it's just you need to get rid of Wilmer Flores, brother. He's just here. Imagine paying 5.75 mil to Wilmer Flores and then trying to like waive and DFA him right afterward. It just makes the most sense. It just does. It just does. That's time optioned, not optioned year. It uses the option year even when they start in the minors, at least IRL. I don't know. Game could probably communicate that a little better one way or the other, since there shouldn't be that much confusion from everybody in the first place, I would say. Do I need to watch Moneyball to understand this game? No, you need to do far, far, far more than watch Moneyball. You need to actually know how baseball works. And then you will start to understand this game. Hey chat, do I need to understand how to play baseball to play the baseball game? Just curious. So we have 14, we have 1 extra pitcher in here because of Mally. Let's just do this. Delete that short list. So we have 1 pitcher more than we actually want. I don't mind running 9 pitchers in the bullpen, but then I have to get rid of an extra one of these players for now. And it can't be Matos. It can be Burleson. All right, I'm just gonna send Burleson down for a little bit, but we'll only have 1 backup outfielder, which might be a problem. Well, I guess until Luis Robert Jr. is back in action. I might send down Arenamo, you know what I mean? Like, I might send him down. I'm just giving him the start because he was so damn good at hitting the ball. All right, fine. Burleson, you're going down. All right, we got 26, finally. And we got 28 players on the high notes, and we're going to have 29, 30, 31, 32. Do they have enough pitchers? No. They don't. And there's too many people on the cowpokes. Jesus, there's too much going on. Is that Balatro? Balatro, what are you doing, baby? In my background. Okay, I'm ready to... I'm ready to party, man. I'm ready to get out of this damn menu hell. Hold on, just hold on, please. Let him cook for just a minute. There's too many starting pitchers. I gotta set them all to like relievers. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Still one too many. Okay, Heaney, you are now a reliever. Congrats. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. They need more pitchers, brother. And these guys, they have too many pitchers. Why is Bradford Webb down here? Okay. So Bradford Webb, you go up. Okay, looks good. AAA. You guys don't play for a little while anyways. All right, they'll have 8 at least. I think that this is about as organized, so I'm gonna get it right now. Save the damn game. Oh, this is like pulling teeth just trying to get to the opening day game. There's so much little management here and there that's so painful. Okay. The good news is that we are ready to set our lineup and play against left-hander Brady Basso. Brady Basso of Oakland/Sacramento. Okay, so lefties, we got Foscue. We got Will Brennan. I don't know what music this is actually, so stop listening to it. Let's listen to this. Can't wait to lose it all on opening day Gamba. Those brave soldiers who are still awake for opening day, you will be rewarded soon. All right, Jazz Chisholm Jr., put you in the 2 spot. Tyler Freeman leadoff. He's gonna play center. We're gonna just give Marchand the start. because he's our head catcher, starting catcher. I don't know how Aronamo, he doesn't do well against lefties for some reason. Okay, Cooper Pratt playing short. Jace can only play second or third. There's not. He could be the DH actually. We'll have him DH today. We have so many lefties going up against his lefty. It looks kind of stupid. All right, what position am I missing? First, second, third, short, left, center. We need a right fielder. All right, Matos in right field, Pratt, Marchand. There you go. Chat, where are the substitutes? We don't. Where are the substitutes? There is like no one here. Because Luis Robert Jr. is messed up right now. This is pretty bad, actually, yeah. He's out for 3 days. We just have to shift people around. Like, Tyler Freeman can play second. Technically, he can also play third. This is what happens when you have an extra pitcher in your bullpen. You start to notice that you don't have enough fielders. That is the other problem with having Mally on the lineup. If nobody wants to trade for him, should I just DFA Mally, free up a spot, and then I can get another fielder in here like normal? What do you think, chat? Yay or nay? If you know what I'm talking about, shake your head slowly. Because I don't want Mally anyways. I can't trade him, and I don't want to start him right now. He's been bad. He's grumpy. And if somebody takes him, we can't trade him easily. I sent a trade offer that I think they're not going to take. He's DFA'd. Sorry, Mally. It's so bizarre. Like, if this were real baseball, this would never probably happen. He was our starter for the entire year last year, one of our starters, and I just, like, basically said, no, you don't get to start now. Now I can take Olsevas Basabe for second, third, and shortstop fill-in, or I can take Brito. Probably Brito just for utility. And that way it doesn't activate his option at the beginning of the year unless I'd send him down later. Okay, so Brito can play first, second, third, short, left, and right. There, that just makes this so much easier because then I can just go in here and go boom, boom. He doesn't play center. All right, pinch hitting. Conticello, Brito, pinch runner, Brito, probably. All right, there's our opening day. We need somebody who can like play center because Luis Robert Jr. is not there. Matos could move over. That would actually work. And then backup DH, Conticello. All right, I have the opening day lineup minus Luis Robert Jr., who's out for 3 more days. Are we playing at home or are we playing away? It's the home opener and the superstar doesn't get to show up? Oh, man. All right, all I have to do is kind of set these dudes up, but they're kind of already set up. Let's look at how these guys did during spring training. So Cade Horton was a god. Luke Weaver did very respectable as well. He did blow a save though. 1 of 2. Which is not exactly what you want to see. We could always just make Uribe the closer and just hope for the best. He did it excellent last year. Snyder was our 8th inning setup man. Let's do 7th. We could try Abner Uribe as a closer, but it could be a little bit of extra pressure. I don't know. It's either home runs versus walks, basically. Would you rather give up more homers or walks? Eighth plus or later. Let's try Uribe as the closer. Just see how it is. I need to change their pitch counts too. Okay, the ad's about to start. So as the ad is starting, I'm gonna give you guys a channel point bet. So tab in and put your channel points on the line. I'll show you what the game is gonna look like as well so that you can put your channel points in, okay? It's the opening day game. So I wanna see some channel points for opening day after all this. Here's the matchup, briefly. It's not perfect yet, but it's pretty close to what we're gonna be seeing for real. Dustin May getting the ball for day 1. Okay, so there you go. That's the lineups. Make of it what you will. I'll be right back once this little ad break is over. You got only 4.5 minutes to put some channel points on. BRB. Yo, did you bet? If you didn't bet, you're banned. So I better see a number next to your name. Banned. 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 All right. I had to get some food in my system since you never know how late I could end up going here. So I got some chicken salad. And I feel energized. We have 3 lefty bullpen arms now. Interesting. All right, I need to change their pitch count back. I assume they're loose now. But I'll ease into it. I don't know about Bobby Miller. Okay. I haven't finished the lineup for righties, but that's okay. Clemento versus Beatty Basso. He had a 4.3 ERA last season. Not amazing. 45 overall, according to our scout. Gave up a few home runs, one too many. 9.2 strikeouts per 9. Decent strikeout rate. 2 WAR. Don't know what his splits are because we don't have any. Save game and let's go. It is yup time. It's yup time and also time for opening day. Time to check the waiver wire. Holy waiver wire. Yeah, you know how we just waived a bunch of people too? Time to sign 10 players. Nolan Jones? What are you doing here, Nolan Jones? Do I need a first baseman, team captain, left fielder? We have low scouting accuracy on him. Claimed by San Diego, 2 days left, irrevocable. Didn't they have a worse record than me? Which means they should be... Let's see if we can get a scouting report on him before tomorrow. Why do we have low accuracy on all these dudes? I guess he's busy. There's Mally. Oh, that's because I'm on OSA. Obviously. We don't want to use the scouting org association. We want to use our head scout. Emmett Sheehan. How do you say his name? Sheehan? Oh, do we need another reliever borderline starter? He wants to be in the starting rotation. That's the only problem. He's just like Bobby Miller. No stamina, but wants to be a starter. He wants to will it into existence. And then Will Warren, low work ethic. High leader, that's kind of a strange combo. Okay, so there's not really any crazy position players. Wilmer Flores is here. We're not the only ones that DFA people who have $1 million contracts, so... We're not the only ones. All right, I think I'm ready. Let's go, boys. Look, we're home sweet home. In front of the home crowd. Opening day 2027. Debuting everyone on the new team except the person that everybody actually wants to see. Luis Robert Jr. is not here. He'll be sitting on the sidelines. But we're back for another year of baseball. On the mound is Dustin May. He had a pretty good season last season, 3.84 ERA. 1.23 is the whip, so let a few more runners on base. Gave up another home run or two. Walks about 2.6 per nine. Strikeouts 9.1 per nine. 3.1 WAR last season in 33 starts. So had himself a pretty good season as a starter. Though my scout thinks he's gotten worse. Though who hasn't? Am I right, boys? Am I right? Who hasn't? Backing him up on the infield is a familiar face, Justin Foscue, getting the start at first. We've got Jodar Arenamo getting the start at second against all odds. I didn't think he was going to make it, but he fought in spring training for a spot, and I'm going to let him get the start and see what he can do. Hopefully the same as he was doing in spring training. Cooper Pratt, new shortstop, minding the gap between second and third with pretty great range and defense, hoping to improve his potential with regard to contact. Another 22-year-old, very young infield here with Pratt and Arenamo. Foscue's only 28. And Jazz Chisholm Jr., the oldest of the bunch, new acquisition, getting paid a lot of money to be an invader, $108 million over 5 years to play third. Just got back off the injured list, well, from an injury, a brief ligament tearing, so hopefully he's okay. There's not really any minor league games to rehab him, so we just throwing him in there. In right, we got Luis Matos, another acquisition claimed off waivers from San Francisco. Tyler Freeman, taken on the role of team captain since last year, and he is manning center in the absence of Luis Robert Jr. And then in left, we have newbie Will Brennan, 29-year-old, who was a free agent signing in the offseason, played for Cleveland last year and the year before that and the year before that, and you get the idea. Hitting 262 in that stretch. He's about a 700 OPS major leaguer, which this team would regard as an upgrade, and he brings a decent glove to left field. So let's get started and play some ball. Opening day at Omnibus Park tonight. Las Vegas will host Oaklamento. It's not raining now, but we've closed the roof anyway, says the game. Wind up the pitch. Lawrence Butler sees one pitch, and he thinks that that is good enough. There is a leadoff single for Lawrence Butler. He had 256 last season. Got 143 games started, and is leadoff man tonight for the Aztecs. Now Jacob Wilson up, playing shortstop. Pretty good range. Last season for the Aztecs, he hit 288 with a 740 OPS, so very productive in that two spot. And May gets him to pop it up on the infield. So, assuming nobody drops it, Arenamo squeezes that for the putout out number one. Brent Rooker up at first base. He is on a big $82 million 6-year contract through 2030. I like how it was Athletics and then Oaklamento Aztecs. Right after that. Originally drafted by the Minnesota Twins. He has 75 power and led the league in hits last season with 161. And brought 38 home runs to the table for Oaklamento, so a huge power threat. A steal attempt, the throwdown. The throw is on the money, and Butler is out trying to swipe second, testing the gun on Marchand in the first inning. Marchand tags out the steal, or gets the assist for Arenamo to tag out. So good out. Good out, boys. Erase that base runner. May feels energized by that and then gets the strikeout for out number 3. So nice, good inning to start for the home crowd, and that'll bring the Invaders up to bat. Tyler Freeman in an unfamiliar role in the leadoff spot. He had a pretty great spring training, and given all of his newfound training in the offseason, hoping that he can be decent in the leadoff spot here for us today. Up to pitch is Brady Basso, 29-year-old starting pitcher. Been with the Athletics for a few years, now the Aztecs. 4.3 was the ERA for him last season. Tyler Freeman on the third pitch he sees will pop this one foul. Third baseman has it for out number 1. Now, first at bat as an Invader for Jazz Chisholm Jr. after a laborious contract process. He is an Invader for 5 years, well 4, I guess, if he doesn't take his player option in the 5th year, but up to 5 years. So you might be seeing a lot of him in the future. 2-2.
Strike 3.
And he strikes out in his first at bat as an Invader. The crowd goes mild. No. Gets him with a 92-mile-an-hour fastball. Caught plenty of the zone, just couldn't catch up to it. Now Justin Foscue, who was doing particularly well against left-handed pitching in spring training, he will ground over to short for out number 3. And the game is kind of lagging on the animations. I probably should have restarted it before this. All right, Dustin May back out for Tyler Soderstrom. He had 33 home runs last season, so Oaklamento has got some power in that 3 and 4 spot. Trying to cash in on some big flies deep into the outfield. So the pitch from May, strike 3 swinging at the cutter after Soderstrom ran the count full. The 6th pitch gets him to swing over the top of the cutter. Out number 1, second strikeout for May. Now Shea Langoliers. He's approaching his 2,000th career at bat. He's 29 years old, hitting .236 last season. The catcher for the Aztecs.
Strike 3.
And Shea Langoliers goes down chasing a bad pitch. But if he chased it, that makes it a good pitch. 93-mile-an-hour cutter, so back-to-back strikeouts on the cutter. Third strikeout of the game for Dustin May. And now Esteury Ruiz. Hitting .276 last year. He led the league in stolen bases. Uncatchable. 80 stealing aggressiveness, 70 speed, 75 stealing ability. Sounds like he should be on our team, I think. Full count on Ruiz. And that's put in play up the middle through the legs of the shortstop. And that'll be a 2-out base hit. So on the 7th pitch, he was able to handle the 100-mile-an-hour fastball from May. A hundo out of a starter is crazy velocity, just if you're not familiar. A starter who can throw 100 miles an hour is a very powerful person indeed. Second hit of the game for the Aztecs. And now Henry Bolt playing... Dude, a dude named Bolt playing center field. You couldn't dream of a more perfect job opportunity. This is actually his second year, but he only had 9 plate appearances with Sacramento last year. So hoping to get a little bit more time at the Pro League. The ball gets away. And the runner will advance to second. There's 2-strike count. That's going to be a passed ball, actually, on Marchand. So cutter looked like it caught the corner. Ump says that's a ball. Count goes to 1-2. Ruiz moves up to scoring position for Bolt.
Strike 3.
But this time he comes back and gets the punch out. Strike 3. Another strikeout for May, who's looking pretty dominant out there. All right. Back up for the home team is Jace Young. Acquired halfway through the season via trade with Detroit in 2026. Looking to improve his game a little bit this year. Been working in the offseason to try to get a little better with the bat. Let's see what he's got here in the bottom of the second. That's going to be a hit. Jace with the first hit of the game of the season for the Invaders. And he's got a leadoff single. He thought about two, but he will hold at first. So maybe that training had a good effect on him. He's even got potential to go a little higher. That'd be nice. And now, Yoder, is it Yoder Arenamo or Joder Arenamo? Let's find out. No one knows. Like, literally, there is no search result for that exact spelling. So your guess is as good as mine. It could be Yoder. What nationality is he? He's Venezuelan? Any Venezuelans in chat want to comment? But anyway, Arenamo was probably not expecting to get the start again with all of the moving parts in the offseason. Lots of new signings, lots of new trades, lots of acquisitions. But he finds himself in the 5 spot today, playing second base after going on a tear in spring training. Having recently been improving his already good strikeout rate, trying to get more quality contact, and he's developed a little gap power to boot. He tries to lay down a bunt, but he misses the bunt for strike 2. He goes back, runs the count full, and works himself a walk. So, fell behind, no balls and 2 strikes, and then laid off the fastball, the curveball, the cutter, and the final fastball, and manages to take a walk. So, good walk. Good at bat. Now, new invader Will Brennan. He has been acquired back in November on free agency, hit .262 last season for the Guardians. So some Guardians in the lineup today. Joining the Invaders, trying to bring the man on second home. He smacks this one to center, but center fielder moves a couple steps to his right and puts it away. The runner does not advance, and that's out number 1. Luis Matos, like Brennan, playing in the outfield, and like Brennan, a recent acquisition claimed on waivers from the Giants. Hoping to bring a little depth to the outfield here. That one smoked past the first baseman's glove. That'll get down for a single. The throw comes in. I don't know what's going on. That's an RBI single. Okay, let's read. Butler hustles to field it. Going to third is Young. Down to second, Arenamo. Young going around third to home. The throw to the plate. Arenamo is going for third. Rooker cuts it off, fires to third. Arenamo out at third. CJ Alexander is in pain. The trainer examines his hand. It's not serious. So Matos has an RBI single. Arenamo got caught trying to steal an extra 90 feet on the throw-in, apparently. So unfortunate base running. So Arenamo was trying to go first to third. He got out at third. Let's just watch the replay. It'll be probably a little easier. 108 miles an hour, scorcher off the bat. So they throw home. The cutoff man takes it and throws it to third, and they tag Arenamo out going for 3. So bad base running on that. Probably should have just held up at second. So they just gifted them a free out. But Las Vegas does strike first, gets the RBI. And Matos with his first hit as an invader, and he makes it a ribby to score the first run of the season. And now Cooper Pratt playing shortstop. Another new face to learn. Claimed off of waivers from Milwaukee back in October. Got potential to be even better. Insane range as a shortstop. So hoping to kind of fill that shortstop void and get comfortable. That's scooped. That's going all the way back. Deep left field. That one's out of here. A 385-foot two-run homer with 2 outs in the second inning. In his first at-bat as an invader in the first game of the series, giving the home crowd something to cheer about. 104.4 off of the bat, 385 feet just over the wall. They couldn't bring it back in left. Cooper Pratt making an impression on the fans. First home run of the season. He's not exactly a power guy, but he could be. He could be. That would be insane to get a shortstop with that kind of power. 55 power would be insane. He'd be hitting like 15 to 20 homers a season. All right, so base is now cleared with 2 outs after the big home run. Putting up a 3 spot in the inning, Rafael Marchand, the catcher, back again for his second season as an invader, and that's deep to right field, but hit too hard and right at the right fielder. So 3-0 invaders. They jump out in front, give their starting pitcher Dustin May a bit of a lead, and May comes back out to face the 8-9 hole hitters in CJ Alexander up first. Expects to be a bench player. He did not really get to play much last year outside of AAA, but he tore it up in AAA, hitting .295 for their minor league team. And this time he will ground it to second. Arenamo scoops it up. And that's out number 1. Daryl Hernandez. Daryl Hernandez also got a lot of play time in AAA last year, and he was hitting .354 in AAA. Oh my goodness, 578 slugging. He was like, please let me out of here. Give me some MLB time. And now he's got it in the 9 spot.
Strike 3.
But he'll be a strikeout victim. The 1-2 pitch gets him with the fastball at 100. Just blew it by him. That is the 5th strikeout for Dustin May in the game so far. Back to the top with Lawrence Butler, who manages to draw the walk as he looks at the changeup high. Caught the corner. Umpire says, nope. I think he got squeezed a little bit on that at bat. Now 1 on, 2 out for Jacob Wilson. And a steal attempt, the throwdown. Safe. Butler has his first steal of the season. He's got great stealing ability. All right, 1-2 count on Wilson, and it won't matter. Gets the strikeout. 6th K of the game for Dustin May, and that's only through 3 innings. So he's struck out half the batters he's faced so far. And most of them coming on the cutter. So cutter looking especially dialed in today. Now top of the order for the invaders in the bottom of the 3rd. Tyler Freeman back up. Full count. And he takes the walk. Leadoff walk for Freeman. Pass the baton to Jazz Chisholm Jr., looking for his first hit of many hundreds, if no, nay, thousands of hits as an invader. He'll pop it up in foul territory on a full count. And the third baseman glides over in order to make out number 2 after an 8-pitch battle that Chisholm Jr. loses. Now Justin Foscue. A steal attempt. No chance. Freeman in and says, we can do that too. Steal number 1 of the season for Freeman. Langoliers has a good arm, but he can't get Freeman out. So runner in scoring position for Foscue. Full count. He takes the walk. Ball 4. Second walk of the inning. Double play is back in order. Jace Young back at the dish. Has a hit already today. And that's going to be to the second baseman. Second to short. Can't turn 2. No double play. They get the out at second. And that'll put runners at the corners now with 2 outs for the contact king Arenamo, who does put it in play sharply to the second baseman for out number 3 on the ground. Okay. So, strand a couple runners. Top of the 4th. Dustin May at 47 pitches. Facing power threats, Brent Rooker.
Strike 3.
Gets a strike Called on the corner. Just kidding. That was the middle of the plate. Could not pull the trigger on that sinker. That's the 7th K for Dustin May, who is cruising, but he's got to get through Tyler Soderstrom now. Gets Soderstrom to check his swing. He couldn't hold up, and he gets rung up. That's his 8th strikeout of the game. I don't know what May's career high is. Most consecutive Ks is 3 batters, and he just set that now. But I don't think... Yeah, I guess that's only in the last 3 years since the simulation started. He is cooking. I don't know how to find, like, if that's a record or something. It's probably like in personal achievements. He achieved 10 plus Ks 2026, 2026, 2025. So he's had 12, 11, and 11. So 12 is his high as an invader. Let's go with that. Which is still crazy. Shea Langoliers, that's going to be in for a hit with 2 outs past the 3rd baseman, Chisholm Jr. So he'll be a 2-out base runner for Esteury Ruiz.
Strike 3.
Gets the swing and miss. 9 strikeouts through 4. What a gamer. Holy. All right, and the Invaders' heart of the order's back up. Will Brennan in the 6th spot looking for his first hit as an Invader today. That's going to be past a diving shortstop, and he's got a 1-pitch single. Brennan takes a wide turn at first, but he's bluffing. He'll hold up at first. All right, that is the 4th hit of the game for Las Vegas. Leadoff base runner for Luis Matos, who's got an RBI knock today already. But he strikes out here. Swung and missed on the curveball. Chased it a little bit outside. Cooper Pratt has a hit and 2 runs batted in because he had that homer earlier. Oh, they throw over. What the hell is going on, cameraman? Zoom into the crowd. Pickoff throw to first. Got him leaning. That'll go in the books as a caught stealing since Brennan took off towards second. So a little bad base running so far today. As the runner on first is now erased, got picked off. Can we trade the cameraman? So now 2 outs for Cooper Pratt. And he'll go down swinging. So a couple of strikeouts and the pickoff bring May back up a little bit earlier than maybe he expected. Top of the 5th. Bolt is hitless. And 1 try, he'll ground it to 3rd. First chance for Jazz Chisholm Jr. to throw to show off the arm. And the assist to Foscue. All right. CJ Alexander back up. 2-2.
Strike 3.
Another strikeout. That's double digits. He struck out 10 in the game so far. And now the 9-hole, Daryl Hernandez. That one in play to straightaway left. And that's going to be a nice running catch, says the game, by the left fielder, Brennan. All right, home team back up. New pitcher in the bottom of the 5th for the Aztecs, Joey Estes, or Estes. He had 10 games, 12 innings pitched last season, 3.75 ERA, 1.17 whip. 10 Ks in 5 is amazing. Yes, it is. Yes, it is. So, new righty pitcher. Rafael Marchand in the 9-hole today, up for the Invaders. And he'll put this one up toward the middle, but the shortstop covers and gets a ground out. Out number 1. Tyler Freeman, 0 for 1 today. He's got a walk. And that one smoked towards center field over the jumping head of the center fielder. And that one gets all the way back to the wall. So Freeman's got a stand-up double, and he'll be a man in scoring position for Jazz Chisholm Jr. to knock in an RBI. That was 111.3 off the bat. Cotton candy. So hit well. Man in scoring position, only 1 out. Jazz Chisholm Jr. hits it sharply to the first baseman, but Rooker handles it. That'll move the runner over to third, but he is the second out, so Justin Foscue up. 1-1 count. That's hit over to the first baseman, so keeping the cold corner busy. I mean, if the third base is hot corner, that's got to be the cold corner, right? So 1 out double does not come back around, and that's going to be a runner left in scoring position for the Invaders. Top of the order for the Aztecs. In the top of the 6th, May back out, 77 pitches in. Looking for some more strikeouts. Butler, 1 for 1 in this game. He's looking to go 2 for 2. That one pretty far back. But Matos gets there, makes the catch pretty deep in right field territory. Out number 1 on 1 pitch. All right, now Jacob Wilson looking for his first hit of the season still. And that one in play to right. 2 quick outs to the right fielder on 3 pitches. Brent Rooker, he's got a strikeout or 2 today. I think 2 strikeouts. But now he'll reach down and get a hit on 2 pitches. So some early ambush swings. One finally gets through the defense. And he'll be a 2-out base runner. 4th hit of the game for the Aztecs. Tyler Soderstrom up. Soderstrom lines it over to the first baseman for out number 3. The game is starting to stutter a little bit. And with that, May is through 6 innings. So not sure if we'll see him again in the 7th. But 6 scoreless innings, 10 strikeouts. Very dominant performance. The Aztecs will be happy when he's out. But then we'll get to test the depth of the bullpen after that. So Jace Young, 1 for 2 today. Heart of the order coming up for the Invaders. And that one smoked into the gap in right. They're still going back on it. And that's over the Del Taco sign into the Great Clips bullpen. 388 feet. Jace Young showing some pop in the bat. That is a solo home run to make it 4-0 Las Vegas. Second hit of the game for him. Showing some power. So 4-0 is Las Vegas. Base is empty. No outs for Arenamo. Actually, I want to watch that one again. 101.9 off the bat. Oh, deep out there. Deep out there. Just squeaked over the wall. Took the 92-mile-an-hour fastball into the sponsorship corner. Arenamo with a 2-1 count. And that's going to be dribbled past the pitcher. Unable to make the play with Arenamo's speed. He has himself an infield hit that he legs out. And passes the baton to Will Brennan now, who's already got a hit today. Brennan! Oh, just hit it right at the left fielder. Hard hit. But directly to the defense for out number 1 on 1 pitch. Had a nice high fastball. Handled it, but just didn't find any grass. Luis Matos. That's going to be chipped into shallow center field. Bounce once in front of the center fielder for a single. Arenamo moves over to second. So the 8th hit of the game for Las Vegas, showing some good offense in the first game of the season. Cooper Pratt, he's got a homer today. 2-run homer.
Strike 3.
Back in the second. He'll strike out this time, though. So first and second for Rafael Marchand, looking for his first hit of the season. And the ball gets away, so both runners will advance, and the force out at second is no longer in play. Matos goes to second, Arenamo to third. 2 balls, no strikes on Marchand. And Marchand shoots it to third baseman, but he handles it really nicely and makes out number 3. Okay, so 2 runners in scoring positions stranded. More lobs. And Dustin May back out for the 7th against the heart of the order. Shea Langoliers up first, 2-2. That one smoked to right. That one may not be coming back. So perhaps manager left May in for 1 batter too many as Shea Langoliers puts The Aztecs back on the board, erase the 0 and replace it with a 1. We're looking at the damn ceiling. I have no idea what the cameraman sees. Just happy to be here, I guess. Okay, so 1 batter too many. Manager's seen enough, decided to let him try and get an out in the 7th or 2. Maybe another strikeout. And passes the ball to Colin Snyder, who has been a workhorse for the Invaders last year, was extended to a 3-year contract at $2.15 million a year. And let's see what he's got against the 6, 7, 8 hitters. Seeing a new set of pitches, maybe a new delivery angle. And on the second pitch, Ruiz has himself a single or a double. I can't tell because the cameraman decided not to look. But that'll be actually a double, sliding in safe. So another chance for the Aztecs to score. Snyder has a sidearm delivery, so kind of changes the way that they perceive his pitches as a put-away slider and a really solid fastball and cutter to go with it. A ball and 2 strikes to Bolt, and he gets the strikeout. Love the Green Sox. They look so good. Now CJ Alexander, he's 0 for 2. That one smoked. Bounces in front of the left fielder. They get it back in before the runner can advance. So a hard hit liner into left field. Runners on the corners now with only 1 away. Tying run currently at the plate in the 9-hole. Daryl Hernandez looking to be the hero for the Aztecs. Grounder to short, short to second, second to first. And the infield picks up their pitcher with the double play cotton candy. The fans at Omnibus rise for the 7th inning stretch. Huge double play. You're cotton candy. Beautiful. So Mays Day is finished. 6 innings, 1 run given up, 10 strikeouts. Wonderful start to the season. Bottom of the 7th now. Las Vegas back up to bat. Top of the order, Tyler Freeman. He's 1 for 2 with a walk today. 2-2 the count. That one in play high up to the left fielder. And Bolt hustles over and grabs it for out number 1. Jazz Chisholm Jr. looking for his first hit as an Invader. 0 for 3 today. And that one toward the gap and left. So there he goes. He's got it. He's into second with a double as the left fielder holds on to the ball a little too long. Chisholm Jr. with a stand-up double. 101.3 off the bat. Got some offense for his new team. There we go. Is cotton candy a thing in baseball? It can be, I guess. Why not, right? So 1 out for Justin Foscue. Jazz Chisholm Jr. standing at second. He's got the speed to turn most singles into a run for the home team. But Foscue will tower a fly ball to the third baseman. Shortstop jumps just for fun. And Alexander has out number 2. New pitcher, Jared Koenig. Had 99 innings in 58 games for the Aztecs last season. 2.73 ERA. Was great for them out of the bullpen. 150 ERA plus, 50% better than the norm, but our scout doesn't think too highly of him. So let's see what Young can do. Already 2 for 3 today with a home run. Lefty on lefty matchup. Full count. That one in play past a diving first baseman. So Young delivers a clutch hit here. He's going first to second. Safe at the plate is Jazz Chisholm Jr. I told you that speed. And that is an RBI single that Young extends an extra 90 feet to get into scoring position. So some heads up base running there as the play at the plate comes across. And that was with 2 outs on a full count, 106.3 off the bat. So very hard hit baseball. Put some power in that one. Young is now 3 for 4 in the opener today. So making Young the DH looks like a 3,000 IQ move right now. Let's see how that holds up after bad karma from waiving and DFAing Wilmer Flores and paying him $6 million for nothing. Jodar Arenamo, he's got a hit today. Could score another run with a well-placed single. That one back up to the pitcher. And the pitcher makes the play over to first. So run in, little insurance run, answering back the Aztecs' home run that they just put up in the 7th. And Snyder is back out in the 8th. 10 pitches in to face top of the order for the Aztecs. Starting with lefty Lawrence Butler. And Butler launches this one. That one's over the fence and right, a laser beam out. Another solo shot from the leadoff spot for the Aztecs to put them back up. Threatening within 3 now. 2 runs on 8 hits. So Snyder gives up his first run of the year. And I feel like the manager just needs to get different bullpen arms each inning instead of trying to make one guy go too long. He always leaves him in for like one batter too long. But now he's got the right-handed matchup, Jacob Wilson and Brent Rooker. 2-2 on Wilson.
Strike 3.
He's 0 for 4 today. Snyder gets the strikeout after giving up the solo home run. And now Brent Rooker looking for his second hit. In play over to third. Jazz has the ball. Passes to first. Out number 2. And now Tyler Soderstrom, he's 0 for 3. 2-2 is the count. That one's scooped into deep center field. They're going back to the warning track. And that's just going to be allowed out number 3 to the deepest part of the ballpark. So close to giving up a second long ball there. Score is 5-2. Las Vegas. Bottom of the 8th. Will Brennan, 1 for 3 today, playing left. First time out there in front of the home crowd. And he'll line out to second baseman Hernandez, out number 1. Matos, 2 for 3 today. 2 strikes.
Strike 3.
And they get him with the back against the wall on 3 pitches. Got him with the cutter. Cooper Pratt up. Cooper pops it up on the first pitch on the infield, and that should be out number 3. All right, 3 more chances for the Aztecs. Closer, Abner Uribe, getting a save attempt today. First time he's been in such a position, was extremely dominant last season and did get 5 saves, but was not the closer last year. Robert Suarez was, so hopefully under his tutelage, Uribe has been prepared to become the closer today. He'll face Shea Langoliers first, who's 2 for 3 with a home run.
Strike 3.
Gets the call, couldn't swing, caught the outside corner cotton candy. The changeup catches the edge, and that's a strikeout for Uribe. Now, Esteury Ruiz, he's 2 for 3 today. Ruiz lines it to third. Chisholm Jr., guarding the lines, makes the catch for out number 2. So good defense. Last chance for the Aztecs, Henry Bolt, 2-2.
Strike 3.
Gets the strikeout. Takes care of business. Got it a Chivo. Las Vegas defeats the Oakland Minto Aztecs 5-2 in the game. Let's go, boys. We're going to go 162-0. Perfect season incoming. We won the home and season opener. The Las Vegas Invaders put one in the win column with an opening day 5-2 triumph over the Aztecs. The crowd at Omnibus Park watched Jace Young put on a fine performance. Dustin May earned the win. He lasted 6 innings, allowing 1 run on 5 hits, striking out 10, and raises his record to 1-0. Cooper Pratt had a big 2-run homer in the bottom of the 2nd inning. With Vegas leading 1-0 and a runner on first, he got a fastball from Brady Basso and swatted a home run to left. His first of the season, and put the Invaders ahead 3-0. We cashed in when we had the chance, said Scott Tyler. Honestly, wonderful first game. Wonderful first game. May went 6 strong innings. Snyder did give up the solo homer, but the offense was there. May with a wonderful quality start. Snyder just needs to dial it in. They don't need to use him so much. We have so many bullpen arms that using him for 2 innings was a little questionable. And Uribe shut the door and picked up the save. I love Uribe. I hope he stays like this. I don't love the control, but it seems like it hasn't affected him so much so far. And the extreme ground ball nature of his sinker being insane, with a changeup playing off of it, just gets crazy strikeouts. And he can be better. That's what's crazy. He's got more potential that he hasn't realized yet with movement and HRA. So, especially a good game by Young in the DH. 3 for 4. Matos impressed me as well, getting 2 hits. Pratt with the homer, which is not going to happen very often. Chisholm got a double. Freeman picking up a hit and a walk out of the leadoff. Caught stealing, not so cool. Freeman with a stolen bag. GG's. And we got a Chivo. Dustin May, corner painter. 10 strikeouts, 91 pitches versus the Aztecs. Got to save that one for sure. And the Believers are getting paid. The season has officially begun. Enjoy your channel points. No Berserker biggest winner who put 250k on the Believers. The Dark put 200k on Believers. Biggest losers were Juni and Mr. Dr. Professor Nova, who bet 250k on Doubt. GG's. Much better than the destruction the Royals wrought upon us last season. Agreed. Yeah. Agreed. Caminero bangs 3 homers against Chicago. The old superstition that bad news comes in 3s certainly came true for the White Sox. Tampa Bay third baseman Junior Caminero tripled up on homers to propel the Rays to a 10-0 win at Tropicana Field. We had our chances to win, but we just didn't come through, said Will Venable. Caminero hit the heck out of that ball. Easy swings get you home runs, he said. I kept telling myself not to press. They have to be nice and easy swings. Jose Altuve entered the record books today as he collected hit number 2,500 at Dyken Park. I'm proud of this. Not too many players reach this level. You have to be around quite a few years, and you have to get a lot of hits, he said. On his milestone, he went 1 for 4 as the Astros won 5-4 over the defending World Series champs, the Red Sox. He is a career .297 hitter with 2,500 hits, 263 homers, and 945 RBIs. And the game thinks he's a 45 now, which maybe by the time he's 36 will be true. I don't know. So sad. He might already be on that decline already. All right, good game. I don't think we need to do any of the waivers things right now. Trade proposal. Oh, that trade proposal. They want Antonio Del Bosque. Now that's funny. King has finished his file on Nolan Jones. They want my top prospect for that trade. Okay. This dude wants to be a starter. He looks like a really good pitcher. It's just... what do you do with him after you claim him with their current situation? Like, he's very unhappy with his role on the team as a reliever. So I don't have a starting rotation spot for him, so I guess we just let him ride? Or do you claim him and then try and trade him? Is that the play? Just claim him and then flip him immediately? And just like shop him straight away? That's basically scalping, but in baseball. And then if you can't, then you just put him on waivers, right? The problem is we don't have money this year. We have 1.6 mil. So we have enough. I think we try and like sign him and flip him. Do we try? Nolan Jones is a $6.7 million salary, so like that's what's keeping me from doing this. Otherwise, he looks great if you needed a first baseman / left fielder. Only teams with excess money do that? Well, I mean, most of the time, these kind of dudes with $800,000 salaries don't show up at 27 years old. I'm taking him. Boom. Boom. Worst case scenario, I'm $800,000 poor. It's worth the risk. How do I free up money if I want to? I haven't really gotten into that yet. Yeah, Nolan Jones actually does look really good. He's just like, what do you do with him? That BABIP. And that home run power. But he's $6 million. So I'm just gonna let that fly. I'm gonna let it fly. Hey, what's up, Franchise Time Machine? How's it going? How was your stream? Thanks for the raid. I'm just chilling. It's like 1 a.m. for me. I'm a little tired, to be honest. It's been 10 plus hours, but I still got some energy in me. We just finished our first game of the new season. So we just played the home opener for our second season as an expansion team, and we beat the former Oakland Athletics, now Oaklamento Aztecs 5-2 in a pretty good showing for the home crowd. So we went ahead and watched that game with kind of like abbreviated at bats. Let chat bet on who they think is going to win. Get to see our new players that we spent a bunch of money on. Kind of see who's doing well. They impressed. 10 hits. We've made some stupid contracts, but I think they'll be fun to watch unfold. We gutted our team in the offseason and spent the last 2 days just trying to rebuild the bullpen, rebuild the infield, rebuild the outfield, make some ridiculous deals, trying to RP my owner goals a little bit. So my owner wants us to do some silly things that we're trying to make happen for him, you know? I'm trying to find my owner here. He wants us to play close to 500 ball in our second year of existence. So that's a tall order. We're going to try. I think we have a much better team than last year. He wanted us to upgrade a position, which we have succeeded at. He wants us to increase attendance to a staggering 45,000 per game, which is wholly unrealistic. We were already, as a brand new team with really cheap tickets, we have a huge stadium. It's like a 48,000 capacity stadium, massive stadium. The real Las Vegas stadium is going to be like 33,000. He wants 45,000 people per game. He wants a sellout crowd. So we put some star power on the team. We signed Jazz Chisholm Jr. We signed Robert Louise Jr. We got a bunch of star power. And so far, it looks like we had a sellout crowd last night. Build a team to reach the playoffs. He wants to reach the playoffs within like 4 or 5 years. So, which is fine by me because I don't like tanking anyway, so I want to see how far I can get. Ugh, but that's what we're up to for those of you that just jumped in. Let me sit up a little bit. We did a test run using the player creation engine to build the worst team in 2024. But the crazy part was the unaltered 2024 Oakland Athletics made it to the World Series. That's a butterfly effect. Like if you tried to make the worst team, you inadvertently make them the best team. That would put you in second in attendance for the league as an expansion team using current 2025 numbers. That's crazy. Chat, if you're interested in checking out Franchise Time Machines testing and Out of the Park, sounds like shenanigans if Oakland is winning the World Series in 2024. Then go toss a follow and catch them live for the next one. Been playing a bunch of Out of the Park 2026. Hope you've been enjoying the new version of the game over last year and been having fun. We've been having a good time. We're playing the Las Vegas Invaders, an expansion team. So as we just mentioned, Oakland, we call them Oaklamento because they're playing in Sacramento and they don't identify as Oakland. So I named them Oaklamento, and they renamed themselves the Aztecs in my timeline. So if you see SAC, that's Oakland. It's confusing. They need to just pick a lane. It would be funny if they tried to simulate them moving to Vegas in this timeline. We just have like two major league teams competing. It'd be chaos. But anyway, we got to win the series to prove that we are who we say we are. So let me see, check some league news. And then we've been checking waivers. And I wouldn't mind checking the trading block, just kind of get an idea of who's out there. Looks like mostly the people that we have been looking at before. Our star player, or superstar, Luis Robert Jr. is out for the next day with an injury, so he might get to play in the third game of this series. It's not a real injury. He just had it was like a dead arm or something like that. So it shouldn't be too bad. It was like less than a week, like 5 days or something. So not too bad. Chad, do you guys want to watch the second game too, or sim it? Your choice. How about we sim the second game and watch the one that Luis Robert Jr. is in? That way we get the whole team. Let's do that. Because we are paying him $47 million this year. And if that sounds crazy, it is. We had a ton of extra cash, and I decided to go crazy and front load a contract so that in the following years, we're 20 million lighter and can use him as a possible trade piece to get some prospects. So kind of front loading the contract to sort of buy prospects with cash in the future is the idea. Because he's definitely worth $27 million a year to any team that wants him, for sure. If he can put up 4 WAR again by himself this year, then definitely. 25 homers, elite center field range and coverage. All right, we're going up against are we doing another lefty? I gotta finish my righty lineup, but if we're going against another lefty, I'll just use the same lineup we just did because it was good. Wouldn't mind seeing a couple of the other people get a little pinch hit opportunities. But since we were already winning, it doesn't seem necessary. But yeah, let's just run the exact same lineup. Just run it back and Pitching wise, whole bullpen's ready to go. We got Brandon Woodruff, who was pretty shaky during spring training, and we're hoping that he has evened out because Dustin Majors put on a killer performance. His, for opening day, I'm gonna sneeze. Ugh. He had 10 strikeouts, 1 run allowed. Excuse me, there it is. Yeah, 10 strikeouts, 1 run through 6. So honestly, a great opening day for him. Yeah, Oakland has Imanaga over from Chicago. Looks like if we go follow the trail, the Cubs traded him in exchange for Kyle Robinson, a prospect, pitcher prospect, and then 2 prospects basically. Signed a 5-year contract extension for $117 million. So he's making some money. They wanted to keep him. $117 million 5-year deal at 33. So he'll be pitching for them until he's 37 with a vesting option requiring 180 innings pitched. Last year he wasn't so good. We'll see how he is this year. Are you allergic to something? Yeah, you. All right, let's send it. Got my daily lineup. Pitching rotation looks good. Ba-boom. We beat him 6-0. Let's go. Brandon Woodruff, 2-time All-Star, had a strong outing for the Las Vegas Invaders against the Aztecs at Omnibus Park. The right-hander was a big part of his team's 6-0 win. The Invaders now 2-0 played some good baseball. Jace Young had a big 3-run homer for the Invaders in the bottom of the 3rd. Holy. With Las Vegas leading 1-0 and runners on first and second, he sized up a fastball from Shota Imanaga, who finished 2nd in the NL in ERA in 2025 with 2.92. The result was his 2nd home run of the season, putting the Invaders on top 4-0. Yeah, he had a great 2025. Like a fantastic. He led the league in batting average against, balls in play. There's a lot of passion in our clubhouse, said Woodruff. When we put it together, we're a great ball club. Hell yeah, we are. 8 hits, including an Arenamo double. Matos double. Yeah, Jazz Chisholm Jr. home run, baby. Nobody on, 1 out in the 1st inning. He's here. He's here. Jazz and Jace. Some runners left in scoring position, 2 stolen bags. Freeman got his 2nd steal. Cooper Pratt got a steal. He's got good stealing ability. Double play turned Arenamo to Foscue. So Freeman hit, Chisholm hit, Foscue hit, Young hit, Arenamo hit, Matos hit, Pratt, Marchand. Only Brennan didn't get a hit. Woodruff went 7 1/3 innings of shutout ball with 108 pitches. Holy. They were just pretending in spring training, question mark? I guess that first start, he just had to get warm. 7 1/3 innings of shutout baseball, boys. Let's go. And then brought in Quinn Matthews to finish the game. Got his first appearance out of the pen. Gave up no hits, 16 pitches. Whew, whew. The bullpen's not even activated yet. That's crazy. Chad, I want you to remember this feeling when we're struggling to get back to 500 in the middle of the season. All right, we got Emmett Sheehan as claimed off of waivers. He wants to be on the starting rotation. We're not going to do that. What I am going to do, though, is shop him around. And just see who's out there. Because we do not need another pitcher, even though he looks really good. I don't have space on the 40-man. He's out of option years anyways, so we may as well see. There's another guy, Jonathan Cannon. We were looking at Cannon last year. Another starter. Cannon has one more option year. Brian Ramos, first baseman. Jacob Gonzalez. Got actual MLB time. Good second baseman, honestly. Contact-wise, eye, gap power, okay speed. Pretty good defense, second baseman, and actually, like, production on at an MLB level, 731 OPS. That's not a bad pickup right there. I just don't know what to do with him. Porter Hodge. Porter Hodge is a great name. 26-year-old, potential 55, insane slider, cutter, and then a splitter. I hate the splitter. Chat, does anybody love the splitter? Want to, like, sell me on it? Low work ethic, low baseball IQ is highly unfortunate. Spencer Jones, a right fielder with really good defense, pretty high power. He just strikes out a ton. .26 homers in AAA last year. There's Mauricio. I was actually trying to get Mauricio last year for third base, and then we got Jazz Chisholm Jr. I mean, his offense wasn't great last year. But there's actually a lot of trade options here. Oh my god, it keeps going. How are you supposed to pick here? Another starting pitcher who is a prospect. So any of these guys that I take, I have to find space on the 40-man roster, is that right? I don't know if we're gonna be able to do that. Max Muncy? Max Muncy. Maybe a different Muncy than you're thinking of, Chow? Yeah, I'd have to pick someone who doesn't have a major league contract. It'd have to be a minor league contract. And out of the ones that actually have potential to be flipped. Also, the ad's about to start in 5 to 10 seconds, so turn your volume down if you are not a sub and you get ads so you don't get surprised and blasted. Because it is coming in hot. I'll keep it paused for you. I'm gonna take a bathroom break. So I snoozed it as many times as I could for the people who just came in from the raid. I am out of snoozes. And it's just gonna be a quick 3-minute mid-roll to make sure the ads are disabled on the pre-roll side of things. People popping in from the directory or from other streams or raids in some of your cases. But yeah, I'm probably gonna need to look. I think do we just DFA Winseal Perez? Like, I don't need to keep him. He helped us last year in our first season and it feels bad. But I think it's correct to just try and DFA him. Free up a space there and you've got room on the 40-man. The problem is we're running out of money. All right, I'll be right back. Appreciate you guys watching. Ad just started. Are people popping in from the directory for this game? I mean, there's a first-time chatter right there, dude. And also a raid a few minutes ago. People come in from different places all the time. I'll be right back.
I love spreadsheets. I love spreadsheets too. Okay. Unfortunately, none of the players are going to have a minor league contract here. Portland wants to make a trade too. I don't know, man. It's kind of hard to narrow it down. I got to go on like vibes. I don't know, man. 65 power DH. 843 OPS last season. Abimelec Ortiz. 519 slugging. Think about what he would do over a full season. Like he had 11, he mashed 11 home runs in 154 at bats. He'd be hitting 25 on the season at least. Or do we need another bullpen arm? Walk rate. His controls are really low. The slider and sinker are nasty though. 11.3 strikeouts per 9, 2.83 ERA, 35 innings pitched. It's a pretty big sample size. He's also got 3 option years left, which is pretty good. 0 years of MLB service. So he's already a 50. Right fielder Colby Thomas. Got the gap power and the power. AAA. 35 homers in AAA. Pew. Holy. Like, they really want Emmett Sheehan, and I can see why. It's just he doesn't have a place in our organization. He's really good, but he just doesn't have a spot. He wants to be starting rotation. He'll be upset with not being a starting rotation, but he doesn't have the stamina. We already have a low stamina starter. And even though this guy might be goated, he can get us some pretty crazy potential talent as well. Like Mauricio didn't look bad at all, but compared to, there was another guy up here. Spencer Jones was one of those dudes. I don't think he's as good as that other dude we just looked at, but he's got the defense. And he's got the high baseball IQ. If we're looking for pitchers, the goated pitcher was down there. Porter Hodge is crazy too, but the low leader, low work ethic's a little worrisome. Or low work ethic, low baseball IQ, I mean. The second baseman was very interesting. But he's kind of just like an Arenamo replacement. First baseman looked pretty decent. I think that one dude, either that pitcher, okay, the two that really catch my eye are either this first baseman, who just looks really well-rounded as a DH, who could still go back into AAA, because he's only got 1 option year left, and he's already been optioned once this season, but put him back into AAA, or that other pitcher.
This dude. I went to AFK and see another win on the board. How'd the second one go? Yeah, 6-0. 6-0. We didn't watch that one. We simmed it. We're gonna watch the next one. What will be offered for undeveloped players? What do you mean? What do you mean? This dude gave up 0.3 home runs per 9, 35 innings pitched. Crazy. You mean like if I do a prospect package? What scares me is recently we have tried asking for a different group. And then when I come back to this, they don't want to do the trade anymore. So I'm a little afraid that if I try and change this up, I might lose some of these options. And I've never gotten anything good for a prospect package. Like shopping a player around, I've never gotten an offer that was worth considering. But I'm sure it's possible, just maybe not at 50 overall players. This dude who got 35 home runs in AAA in 2025 is interesting. Did he get injured? Why did he not play? Was he just benched for most of the season here? His numbers are good considering he was just a bench player. 133 OPS plus. Crazy home run power. I don't know, I'm leaning toward this dude. But if I look at my pitching staff, Alexis Diaz, probably the weakest link. He had a good year last year, and I like his pitches. Good fastball slider. Keeps the average down. Got a lot of movement on the pitches. Decent stuff. Numbers back it up. 1.11 whip. Both seasons home runs are down for a fly ball pitcher, which is good. His walks are a little up. I think him or like Mantiply might be the worst one. No, wait, it was Ian Hamilton. He was like really bad for us for some reason. What if we just traded Ian Hamilton again? He was amazing for Arizona though. That's what gets me. I have a soft spot for sidearm pitchers also. I think I need back seating. The good bullpen arm, high strikeout rate. His walk rate's not great, but the strikeout rate's insane. Home run rate is way down. 140 ERA plus, 2.83 ERA last year. Or the guy who might hit a bunch of home runs, but he's just a DH. 843 OPS off the bench for Texas. Won't get me with Jeff Hammer. I don't like sub 40 control. I just feel like it's bad. Well, fun fact, our new closer is sub 40 control. Make a package. The problem is Pink Fuzz, like I said, I don't want to... Trading for 35 potential, 45 potential prospects is pretty much all we're going to get. I can shop them around just to show you, and maybe if that changes the deals, then... Like, they're like, you want $2.6 million of Spencer Torkelson? Like, now I have to pay... Nobody's actually really offering me any prospects that don't already have an 800K salary attached. And if I don't allow them to include more players, then it's like 2.6 million in ARB, 800k, 800k. Like, he'll actually give me 2 players, but then I have to pay 1.6 mil. Like, they won't give me a single prospect over 40 overall. And the 45s are already on MLB contracts. But what's funny is what this reveals is they're actually willing to give me more for Emmett Sheehan. Hold on, that's actually a good point. What if we just go to the team and get them to hold the salary for us? Because I see a lot of the same players here, but they're throwing in more. They really want Emmett Sheehan. Where's that one dude? Not who I was looking for. Interesting guy nonetheless. The scroll wheel is a little disorienting here. I don't think that's right, Def 2. There's sidearm and then there's submarine pitchers. There were only like 9 sidearm and submarine pitchers in MLB that showed 25. So I don't know what you're talking about. You're thinking of the 3/4 arm slot. You're thinking of like 3/4. Sidearm is like literally from the side. Over the top is like the overhead pitch. So yeah, there's a significant amount of people that have the 3/4 arm slot. But sidearm is like closer to submarine. Holy power? I know, holy power. That's why I'm thinking about just grabbing him for some home run pop. Worst case scenario, I use his option year, put him in, he's already been optioned once, so I don't think it'll activate the other option year. When's the last time we had a submariner in the MLB? I don't know because I am not knowledgeable of MLB history at large. I do not know classic players. I am a fake fan. No, I'm just kidding. Tyler Rogers for the Giants? Chat says. I'll steal your answer. All right, I say we take this dude. Actually, hold on. How do we do this better? Ortiz. Let me find him again. Hopefully he's still here. Ryan Harbin was that pitcher that I was looking at. All right, here he is. So if I do trade, I wonder if I can get them to retain 100%. I wouldn't pull the trigger. We can do better, he says. The problem is I've looked a gift horse in the mouth before and tried to do better, and then they take the guy that they were offering off the table, and then they start demanding more of my players. So I'm just gonna take it, see if they'll get the 800k, and then that's it, without asking for extra players. Okay,
Anywho, sorry. James Altman needs more time after sustaining a setback in recovery from a sore knee. All right. Sucks to be you. Sorry. Waivers are starting to clear up. Tyler Malley is still there. $8.7 million pitcher that we can't get rid of. I didn't think I was going to have to get rid of him. He just nosedived really fast. Luis Robert Jr. is okay. He doesn't need to be benched. He's ready to make his debut. Maybe. Team coaching staff is in control of strategy settings. I'm the one that told you to bench him, though. So, like, I could tell you to unbench him. Hold on. Look here, buddy. Actually, I don't know if I can... If this is a minor league setting. That's not what I want. All right, whatever. Chad, I wanted him to play in the home opener. He's not going to play. He's not even injured anymore. If I put him in the daily lineup, will that override? I'm going to copy this lineup, paste it, but we're going to change it. So, Foscue is getting the bench at first. We're going to try Brito at first. Oh, actually, no, let's try Gavin. Yeah. He had crazy power in the spring training. And then Freeman at center sits. Can we force Luis Robert Jr. to play? I don't think I want him at leadoff, though. You probably have... Who would you have leadoff here? It's actually a tough call. I would say let Jazz lead off. And then it gets a little muddier. It does get a little muddier. Because, like, Young has some power, but not that much speed, and a pretty good eye. Luis Robert Jr. has the 25 homers last season. So I want him in the 4 spot. But then we have 3 lefties in a row here. I'll probably move you down to the 5. We could have, like, Arenamo second. Then we have a nice little anti-specialist flip here. Plus Arenamo's fast, puts the ball in play a lot. So Jazz, Arenamo. Actually, let's just see stat-wise. Spring training versus righties. Who had the best OBP? Conticello did. And it wasn't even close. Also, Marchand is much better. All right, actually, you know what? Conticello, you stay in the 2 spot. Who was slugging? Who had the most homers? For some reason, Jace did. That could have been a fluke. So him in the 3 spot, Luis Robert Jr. 4, Marchand 5, Brennan was pretty solid there too. Okay, and then Matos. Who else do we have for outfield or right field? We could have Conticello play right.
but he doesn't have very good defensive stats. Okay, sit Foscue. Honestly, I think this is probably how I want it. We got a lefty to kind of split up the righties here. Fill in a little bit of the depth chart. Brito can play like first and second. You can kind of play a bunch of places. Just needs to learn how to do it. First, second, third, left, right. He's not especially good at left and right. So we could shift some people around. Who do I want to back up shortstop? I guess it would have to be like Aaron Namo moving to short. And then what is Young is a DH, so Young could back up third. Freeman back. Okay, no, this works. It's a little messy, but it works. Foscue backup DH. Okay. Now, out of you three, who's the fastest? All right, it's got to be Freeman. Pinch runner. All right, save it. I need to restart the game because I can feel it lagging, but I want to watch this game and see if we actually get the lineup that we want and see if we get the opening series sweep. So let me just exit the game because memory leaks. I used to play the Conticello in band class. Nice. All right, chat. You want to gamba? Are you still awake enough to gamba at 1:37 a.m.? It's Bobby Miller Day. Bobby Miller lost some stamina, but gained some on his slider. So his slider's improved. His current rating's gone up. His potential's gone back to 60. So by all accounts, he's apparently better. His velo went up to 101 miles per hour. Maximum. And he improved that slider in the offseason. But his stamina dropped. So I don't know how far into a game he can go when we go to the bullpen from that point on. We're going to get to test the bullpen today. But yeah, he's just very even across the board with room to get better. The rest of the bullpen is ready to go. So let's paste our daily lineup. Hopefully Luis Robert Jr. actually starts. Going up against Luis Severino. 4.48 ERA for him last year. Not especially good. Letting a lot of runners on. Not striking out too many. Tagging him on hits for the most part, but they're stuck paying him $22 million a year. They'll be happy when he's off their books this year, that's for sure. Okay, so they won't let me play Luis Robert Jr. He's an invisible man. I don't know how to unbench him. I don't know if there is an option to unbench him. So he's not going to get to appear to the home crowd. It's like locked in here. I don't understand why team coaching staff is in control of strategy settings. Okay, well, I guess he doesn't get to play, so we got to play one dude down. So I guess that means Freeman fills in. At least he'll have good defense out there, but I don't know if he'll get any hits. Click on what now? Hold on. Oh. Are you magically unbenched? Oh my god. How did that even get unchecked? Okay, we're back. We are so back. We are so back. First day off the... Gotta make a showing in front of the home crowd. All right, gamers. I'm gonna give you only 2 minutes to bet whether we win or lose this game. This song is perfect. It's only 1 minute long though. So listen to it and decide. Yeah, that's what I'm gonna try, Kapaji. I'm gonna try stamina on Miller next year. He had 45, which was tolerable. I didn't expect him to lose some. So we tried to work on his secondary pitches, which did work, and he excelled. And his slider went up by 5 points, and that raised his overall by 5 points as well. So he should be more dominant, but yeah, he's getting more winded. His velo went up a tick as well, which I didn't even know was going to happen. 101 miles an hour is crazy for a starter. But yeah, I'm going to try some strength conditioning next year, for sure. And I might try and like buy out his arbitration years this year or something. He wants a lot of money though, of course. All right, chat, put your channel points on the line now. This is the debut. I want to see more than 18 people with channel points on the line. Or I'm going to start banning people at random. I need more time to decide. You don't. You've got 30 seconds. You're wasting your time typing. Stop typing in chat and start putting predictions on. Or else next time you go, why don't you play the baseball games? I want to gamble. I'm gonna be like, no, you don't. We just did it. And you didn't do it. We did win 2 in a row, so what are the odds we win 3 in a row, right? Like, come on. It can't be red forever. It's got to be black eventually. Okay, in the home opener series, Vegas ahead in the series 2-0. Back in front of a packed house for the home crowd. We got Bobby Miller with his first start of the season. Training in the offseason, working on his stuff, trying to get stronger. And then, backing him up in the infield today, we got Conticello making his first start over at first. Doesn't really have any defense to speak of. So I wonder if I could have just put... Why didn't I just put Jace at first and then have Conticello DH? Too late. Too late. Management error, clerical error resulted in worse defense at first. for no reason. To be fixed in the next game. It's too late. I can't go back. Aeronamo again at second after getting a few hits in recent games. Pratt guarding the open lane at short. Jazz Chisholm Jr. knocked in his first homer last night in the second game of the series. Matos get another start out there in right. He is 3 for 7 so far. Luis Robert Jr. finally making an appearance in front of the home crowd. This is his walk-up music, apparently, by the way. Okay, well, these songs are going crazy. This is more... There you go. That's the song that plays whenever we take the field. And Will Brennan getting another chance out there in left to do something against some right-handed pitching. Let's get this started. Lawrence Butler back up. He's 3 for 7 already on the season. Doing Lawrence Butler things. That is what he does. He's a tough out. Good evening. Welcome to Omnibus Park. Tonight, the Invaders meet the Aztecs for the third game of the series. Vegas in front 2-0. And that one put in play on 3 pitches to Arenamo at second. Out number 1. Now Jacob Wilson up. He's 2 for 8 so far in the series. Chipped into right. Hangs up there for the right fielder. Matos snags it for out number 2. Now Brent Rooker. 1 for 7, but he's got 75 power, so he's always a threat. That one did not have enough juice to get out of here. It is a fly ball for Luis Robert Jr., who makes his first defensive play as a Las Vegas Invader. Leadoff today, Jazz Chisholm Jr. got the start at third, and now the leadoff spot. 2-1 is the count. That one scooped over the infield into right field down the line for a leadoff single. So Chisholm Jr. has himself a hit, his third hit in the series. And now Gavin Conticello getting the start at first base today. First appearance as a major leaguer. This is his MLB debut. He's 23 years old, was picked up in the Rule 5 draft from Arizona back in December. And now getting his chance as a Las Vegas Invader, quickly put into the 2 spot after a phenomenal spring break. I mean, spring break. I mean, maybe. He's 22. I don't know. Maybe he's still in college. Spring training. A fabulous spring training. He works the walk. Ball 4 is inside. And that'll move Chisholm Jr. over to second. So his first major league at bat results in a walk. So nicely done under pressure. That's got to be a ton of pressure. 48,000 people staring at you. Jace Young, he's got 2 home runs, 1 in each of the last 2 games. Off to a blistering start. And this time hit hard to short. He will unfortunately hit into a double play. So Chisholm Jr. goes over to third and 2 quick outs. Severino very happy about that one. It was scorched 100.6 miles per hour off the bat, but right to the shortstop. You're out. So Chisholm Jr. now stands at third for Luis Robert Jr., getting his very first ever at bat as a Las Vegas Invader. The 29-year-old just inked a $160 million deal for 5 years. The first year of which starts now. So he will be a Las Vegas Invader for up to the next 5 years. And here he is, getting a standing ovation from the home crowd, anxious to see him after missing him these last 2 games as he recovered from his torn ligament in his thumb. And they hit him. The crowd boos. People are rushing the field to attack this pitcher. They are trying to take out our star. They hit him on the second pitch with a 95-mile-an-hour sinker that plunks him. They're trying to assassinate our superstar and take out our money. I mean, players. So lost control on the second pitch. Robert Jr. looks fine and takes his base at first. That first ball was going after him too, I know, right? And now it'll be up to Rafael Marchand, runners on the corners with 2 outs. Marchand to deep left field, all the way back. Touchdown! Punished. The ball doesn't lie. Karma for hitting Luis Robert Jr. as Rafael Marchand goes deep for his first home run of the season. A 3-run shot to deep left field. 107.5 off the bat. That one almost 398 feet into the second row of seats. So Marchand strikes first and Las Vegas out in front 3-0. 2 outs, base is now clear for Arenamo. Getting the start at second today. That's in play. Shallow to shortstop. Tough play. Side retired. Makes a nice, I'm going to assume, barehanded play to first base to get Arenamo out. All right, 3 runs across for Las Vegas, though. In the inning, they strike first and take an early lead. I'm having to talk a little bit quietly because I can't yell at that amazing home run because Alice is trying to sleep in a different room. Let's listen to something. Okay, so Miller back out after watching his team give him a 3-run cushion to start the game. Top of the second, heart of the order coming up. Tyler Soderstrom up first for the Aztecs in the DH today. And that one hit down the line to the first baseman. Conticello takes down to a knee and has out number 1 unassisted on the 98-mile-an-hour fastball. 6-pitch at bat. Shea Langolier's up. He's 2 for 8 so far in the series. And that one poked over to short. Good throw. Out number 2. Langolier's set down. Now, Esteury Ruiz. He's got 2 hits in the series. And this one, over the infield, that's going to be the first hit for the Aztecs. Drops into center. So we got a 2-out base runner for the Aztecs. Henry Bolt up, looking for his first hit of the season. And that one, on a line to left, left fielder makes a leaping grab. Brennan with the one-handed grab. Wonderful play. 4-star catch. 102.5 miles per hour off the bat. Barely nabbed it and brought it back down for the 3rd out. So nice defense out there. And now he gets a chance, after making that catch, to be the leadoff hitter for the bottom of the order in the bottom of the second. What's up, Leafy Pew? There you go. Loudly cheering. Thank you, Leafy Pew. Thank you. Brennan on a line, back up the middle, sent it right back where it came from. He's a leadoff base runner, and he's got his 2nd hit of the season as an invader. After coming over in free agency to play in the outfield. Now, Luis Montos, he's 3 for 7 so far, and he watches ball 4. That'll move the leadoff runner over to second base, put him in scoring position. Severino's walked 2. Montos takes his base. That brings up the 9-hole hitter Cooper Pratt, productive out of the bottom of the order. He's already got a home run on the series. And the ball squirts away. A very high fastball that bounces away from Langoliers. Both runners advance 90 feet. Nobody out. Runners on 2nd and 3rd. Pratt in a 1-1 count.
Strike 3.
But he's a strikeout victim, so big strikeout there for Severino. But that brings back Jazz Chisholm Jr. up at the top of the order, looking to bring home a couple of base runners. And that one hit hard to short. Shortstop dives. Makes a good play, but the ball gets away from the first baseman. He throws to first. Rooker can't make the play. An errant throw as it leaves the field of play. Brennan scores, Mato scores, Chisholm takes second. Holy moly. 104.4 off the bat. Infield struggles. Said Rooker can't make the play. Who got charged with the error? E6. So, not Rooker. Do they both count as RBIs? In this case, Marchand has 3 RBIs. So no, they don't count as RBI. It should have been an out, so they scored on an error. So those, I don't know how that's going to be charged to Severino. Reached on an E6. There was a wild pitch and an E6. Wilson does have good, like, defensive stats here. He just screwed it up. He botched it. He's 24 years old. So Chisholm Jr. now stands at second with only 1 out. Vegas takes a 5-0 lead on the chaos. And Conticello walks Severino with his 3rd walk of the game. And that'll bring up Jace Young, ready to punish all of the defensive woes.
Strike 3.
But he'll strike out quickly. 3 pitches. Big second out for Severino. And now Luis Robert Jr., he's got a hit all the way back to the center fielder. It is a single. Robert Jr. with an RBI single, his first RBI as an invader and his first hit with the team. Holy. Luis Robert Jr. puts another one up. It's 6-0. That's the first ever hit as an invader, and it's an RBI. Let's go. Let's go, boys. 103 off the bat, hard hit up the middle. Oh, feels good, man. Feels good. I'll never financially recover from this. The thing about baseball is it's never over until it's over. They pulled Severino in the bottom of the 2nd inning and have gone to the bullpen to try to stop the damage. Joey Estes, back for his 2nd appearance in the series to try and get out of this. 2 outs, Luis Robert Jr. on first, Conticello on second, Marchand already with a home run in the game. And Marchand scoops this one toward the gap and right, but hangs up for the center fielder. So Estes gets it done out of the bullpen, but the game has kind of unfurled on Severino. 6 runs across in 2 innings for the Invaders. Home crowd getting into it. Doubters in chat starting to panic a little bit. Miller back out on the mound, 29 pitches in, top of the 3rd against CJ Alexander.
Strike 3.
And he gets a strikeout, his first of the game against Alexander. Now the 9-hole hitter, Daryl Hernandez, who is getting his first real, well, I guess 2nd real chance, 3rd real chance. I don't know how many chances he's gotten, but he's only 25 years old. And the Aztecs are hoping that they can mold him into a starter. Has a nice at bat there. Looks at the fastball that misses low and takes a 1-out walk to pass it back to Lawrence Butler. 3 for 8 in the series. Butler pops it up just past the infield. And that's going to be out number 2 on 1 pitch. So Miller versus Jacob Wilson. Wilson scoops this one toward the gap in center, but Luis Robert Jr. shows the range and brings it down for out number 3. So manages to get out of it after allowing the walk, and now it's Arenamo up, getting the start once again. And he's got himself a little bloop single into left field just over the shortstop. That drops in for a leadoff hit. And he's feeling pretty good out there after working on some things in the offseason. Got his third hit in the series. So good for him. He's going to turn into a hit machine, apparently. So Brennan, he's got 1 hit today. Full count. They try and pick off Aranamo, but it sails over the head of Rooker. Hernandez hurries over to play it. Taking second is Aranamo. Oh, the pitcher tried the pickoff and booted the ball almost into the dugout. So Aranamo in scoring position now for Will Brennan. Full count. And he takes ball 4. Fastball misses high. So he takes his base. Will Brennan now at first. Good speed on the base pass. Aranamo good speed at second. And Luis Matos is up in the 8th spot today. Matos hit to first base, back to the shortstop, back to first. That is a double play. Tough to turn, 2 outs for the infield. They needed that to stymie the damage. So finally, a little bit of good defense there. Getting the runner at second and then at first. So 2 outs now. Aranamo moved to third, Cooper Pratt up. And they try and hit Pratt too. He's plunked with a slider, second hit batsman of the game. And he'll take his base, murmuring in the dugout on the invader side. We need to issue some warnings at this point from the umpires, please. Now Jazz Chisholm Jr. up, runners on the corners with 2 outs, 3-1. And he'll take a base. Looks at the 96-mile-an-hour fastball, misses the zone. Back-to-back walks, load the bases. 2 outs for Gavin Conticello, looking for his first hit as a Las Vegas Invader. And he lofts this one up into right field. And they get out of it. So 3 men left stranded, load the bases, and they can't do anything with it. So we are through 3 now. Miller back up in the 4th, 41 pitches deep. Facing power threat Brent Rooker. Brent Rooker lines this one toward the left fielder and hangs up for Brennan. 3-pitch out. Now Tyler Soderstrom.
Strike 3.
Gets the strike. He went too far, could not check his swing, so that'll go down as a swinging strike on the 99-mile-an-hour fastball. His second strikeout of the game. Langoliers with a full count. Pops it up on the infield. Pitcher covers first. First baseman has it. Conticello without number 3. All right, bottom of the 4th. Jace Young up, looking for his first hit of the day. And he smokes one into toward the gap, but the center fielder cuts it off before it gets to the wall. He'll take second anyways. Jace is past first and has a leadoff double. So the 6th hit of the game for Las Vegas. Luis Robert Jr. with a scoring opportunity here. And he will line this one to the left fielder for out number 1. Marchand, he's got a 3-run homer earlier in this game. And this one's going to be lined toward the center fielder. Not deep enough to move the runner up to third, so Young will stay at second for Aranamo. Puts it in play, shortstop cuts it off, and that'll be out number 3. So leadoff double does not do anything, and they get out of it. But yeah, some good ABs from Young, that's for sure. He's crazy this season. Miller back up for a 5th inning. Esteury Ruiz swings and misses. He had no chance on the slider. That power slider in there at 93 miles an hour. That's a fast-ass slider. Holy moly. 93-mile-an-hour slider? That's faster than some dude's fastballs. And now Henry Bolt's back up, looking for his first hit on the year.
Strike 3.
And he strikes out. Got him with the sinker on 4 pitches. The 4th strikeout for Miller. Looking good out there today. CJ Alexander settling in. And he's going to loft one up to the right fielder. Pops it up to Matos. 3 up, 3 down. Still 6-0 Las Vegas. Bottom of the order up for the Invaders, starting with Will Brennan. He walked last time, and this time he lines sharply to center, but Bolt charges in and true to his name, runs it down. That was 110 miles per hour off the bat, a 5-star catch according to the scorecard. So robs a hit on a well-struck ball from Brennan, who can only shake his head. Or tip his cap. Or both. Luis Matos now. And that'll be a line out to the shortstop for out number 2. Cooper Pratt looking for his first hit today. Pops it up really high on the infield. On the pitcher's mound. And the shortstop has it. All right. Miller back out for his 6th inning. 64 pitches in. He's been dealing. Hernandez, full count, in play to third. Jazz Chisholm Jr. makes the throw. Out number 1. 7-pitch battle that Miller wins. Gets him to ground, roll over the 100-mile-an-hour fastball. Back to the top for the Aztecs. Lawrence Butler up. 3-1 the count. Popped up on the infield. I like the little second baseman jump in to try to get it. Out number 2. And Jacob Wilson. Jamming him. Just jamming him. Another pop-up. Shortstop Pratt got it. Out number 3. They just can't get hard contact on it. New pitcher for the Aztecs now. Jorge Lopez. Pitched with Texas at a 4.91 ERA last season in 25 2/3 innings of work. And he'll be facing down Jazz Chisholm Jr. 1 for 2 already today. I think he had a double earlier. But he'll strike out this time. Chase the sinker below the zone. Now Conticello. He's 0 for 1. That's a little dribbler up to the first baseman. Pitcher covers. And that's out number 2. Now Jace Young, 1 for 3 today with a double. Gets the strikeout. So Lopez out of the pen, gets it done. And now Bobby Miller back in the 7th. Unbelievable. Considering, yeah, he's being very efficient with his pitches. But he'll have to get Brent Rooker out. Is this the 3rd time through the order or 4th time through the order for them? It's got to be 3rd time through the order, right? Full count on Rooker. And Rooker will shoot this one into center. Luis Robert Jr. angles after it and makes the catch. That was an 8-pitch at bat. Might be tiring Bobby Miller out. You have to think he's going to be going to the pin soon. Soderstrom up. And that one punished into the gap. Hit hard enough to get out of here, but the launch angle not high enough. And that'll be a 1-out double. Only the 2nd hit of the game for the Aztecs. And Miller is still out there to face Shea Langoliers. Runner on 2nd. Full count. Gets the strikeout. And new pitcher in. So we'll see. He's still responsible for the runner at 2nd. But lefty Keegan Aiken out of the pen. His first appearance on the season and for the Invaders. He's got a fastball, a slider, and a changeup that he can get. Runs in that 92-mile-an-hour range. And the first batter he sees, Estery Ruiz. Puts it in play. Third baseman's got it. Chisholm Jr., good throw. And the side is retired. So, wonderfully done by our starting pitching once again. Miller threw 6 2/3 innings of 2-hit shutout baseball. Stellar starting pitching. You'd love to see it. Add starting right now in the 7th inning stretch. Perfect timing. Turn your volume down, add watchers, and once that mid-roll's over, we will finish this game. Doubters in the streets. Never bet on Oaklamento. They had a good season last season, and they, on paper, have a really good offense. But they seem to be a little sleepy at the beginning of the season. If Miller had better stamina, he'd be such a goated starter. Yeah. Yeah, he's got, I think he's got 40. Chow. He's got 40. Yeah, he's got 40. He went 93 pitches, which is kind of like past his limit. But they wanted to leave him out there to see if he could finish the inning, so I guess the manager wants to run him down. He doesn't trust the bullpen. I don't know. I would have passed it to the bullpen after 6, to be honest, but it is what it is. All right, ad just started. Yo, I gotta say, I'm freaking impressed so far. I know we've only got 6 hits in the game, but we've punished all the defensive errors. The 3-run homer. It's nice to see some homers. Like, Young already has 5 RBI on the season out of the 3 spot. He's looking a lot sharper and balanced here than he did. I wish I had a screenshot of what his stats were last season, because they look different. And then Chisholm Jr. just pretty balanced with some good power in his bat. He's already got a homer. Luis Robert Jr. up to bat now. Like, he's got a nice ribby today. Marchand showing a little, I don't know where his power comes from. So, like, kind of like Brennan, Matos, and I'm expecting Pratt to cool off. He does have decent avoid Ks and BABIP, which I like. So I'm curious where he's going to end up. Matos puts the ball in play, but it's usually an out, I guess. Can they realize potential during the season? Yeah, it could go up, it could go down. But it's based on what our scout tells us. So we don't know what his actual numbers are, because that's just what our scout said it is. So if we had a different scout, he might give us different readings. So they're never like hard and fast rules. And then the players can develop during the season. They could regress. They could do the same during the offseason. Like we saw Wilmer Flores go down. Our scout said he went from a 45 overall to a 40, and he was terrible during spring training, so I DFA'd him. Like, I don't know. I want him, but also I feel like we've got other people I want more. I don't know. I feel like if it were real life, I would not have DFA'd him, but in the video game I did, and fans in real life probably would have been like, what the hell, man? What are you thinking, man? So, but it's not real life. They'd be questioning my GM decisions, to be sure. But if I can produce results, that's all that matters. Fans are always like that, though. They are, yeah. They are. But yeah, players can definitely get better or worse. So they can have seasons that are like record highs for them that they'll never repeat again, or record lows. You know, they can have like fluctuations too. But the more practice they get, the better they start to get, and your prospects will do that too. So if you've got prospects, we're going to be checking in on our prospects at like AA, single A, high A, triple A, whatever, and then they can be improving during the season, and we might promote them during the season as they improve. All right, welcome back from the ad. It's bottom of the 7th. After the 7th inning stretch, Vegas leading 6-0. Luis Robert Jr. leading off in the bottom of the 7th, facing down Jorge Lopez, back out on the mound after getting 3 quick outs last time up. Full count on Robert Jr. put in play to the shortstop for out number 1. So nice 6-pitch at bat, but it results in an out. Marchand up. Marchand hits sharply. Shortstop's got it. And that's out number 2. All right. Jader Arenamo up. 3-1. And that's hit hard. Deep center field, diving, and a pretty spectacular play. Bolt back on it. 102 miles per hour off the bat. Robs a hit. Goes low to grab it. So well struck, but didn't find any grass. Keegan Aiken back out. The lefty was out to get the third out. Previous inning is up at the start of the 8th with a 6-run lead. Henry Bolt puts it in play. Not sharply enough to make it through the gap in the middle. Pratt makes short work of him. Good range on Pratt there. Our new shortstop. And now CJ Alexander takes the walk. Base on balls. 5 pitches, 4 straight balls. 1 out base runner. And now 9-hole hitter Hernandez. Grounder over to second. They take the out on the lead runner, but not enough to turn 2. Cameraman spin. And now 2 outs for Lawrence Butler. Lefty on lefty. In play, past the diving shortstop. Going first to third. Safe at third is Hernandez. So aggressive send on the base running. And Butler's got his first hit of the game. His 4th of the series. So 2 on for Jacob Wilson with 2 out. Jacob Wilson into deep center field. Luis Robert Jr.'s got it lined up in his sights. And they strand 2. So only 3 chances left for Sacramento, Oclamento. But we get a chance for some more insurance runs. Bottom of the order, Will Brennan. He's got a hit today. Jared Koenig out for the 2nd time in this series. And first pitch swinging. Brennan fires that one back where it came from. Pitcher's got to look out. Leadoff single. Luis Matos now. Pops it up by the pitcher's mound. Shortstop calls everybody off for a 1-pitch out. Now Pratt.
Strike 3.
Gets rung up on strikes. Caught looking. Curveball at the bottom of the zone for out number 2. And that one's sent back where it came from. So 2 sharply hit grounders up the middle. And Brennan goes first to third. Safe at third. Chisholm takes second, so some heads-up base running by the Invaders to get some extra bags. 2 in scoring position with 2 outs for Gavin Conticello. And Conticello into shallow right field. That's going to be down for a hit. That'll score at least 1. Chisholm sprints for home, and he is in safe. That is a 2 RBI single by Gavin Conticello. The score is now 8-0 Invaders. Let's go! Let's go! Let's do it. This is offense. This is how you score runs. And also Conticello with his first hit as a major leaguer. They're going to keep that ball. A 2-out RBI, a 2-out, 2 RBI single going on the mantle. Dowder's an absolute shambles. Conticello with his first major league hit as a 23-year-old. And plates 2 for his team. Now Jace Young up. In play to right. Up there. And that'll be out number 3. So 2 more runs come across for Las Vegas, giving the crowd something to cheer about. And 3 chances left. Aiken coming back out to close the game against Brent Rooker. I would have switched to a different arm, but I am not the manager, so... Aiken gets a 2-pitch flyout on the infield. Out number 1. Tyler Soderstrom. Aiken, the lefty, versus Soderstrom, the lefty. First pitch swinging. That one sharply all the way back to the wall. Off the wall. Not tall enough to go into the pool. That's going to be a 1-out double. If he had gotten a better launch angle on that, that one would have been out of here. So Aiken left in to face Shea Langoliers with a runner in scoring position. Langoliers scoops this one. That one might not be coming back. It is a long out right up against the wall. Luis Robert Jr. reaches out to catch it, and that one almost squeaked out of here. Instead, it is a very long fly out. For out number 2. Final chance for Estuary Ruiz after Langoliers narrowly missed a 2-run homer. And that one smoked into center field. Luis Robert Jr. has a beat on it. Ball game over. 8-0 shutout in Omnibus Park. And the Las Vegas Invaders have started the 2027 season by sweeping the Oakland Aztecs. 2 back-to-back shutout games as Las Vegas pitching was simply too much to bear. 2 shutouts back-to-back, yes. A dominant performance. The Las Vegas Invaders went home winners at Omnibus Park thanks in large part to Bobby Miller, who stifled Oaklamento, enabling the 8-0 win. The loss drops Oaklamento to 0-3. Early in the game, Marchand had a 3-run homer. It was his first of the season to put Invaders on top 3-0. Winning the game is always the first objective, said Miller. Well, that's an insightful fortune cookie comment from Miller. 9 hits for Vegas, including 2 from Jazz Chisholm Jr., Conticello with his first hit as a major leaguer. Young with another hit. Luis Robert Jr. got his first hit as an Invader. Marchand with a 3-run shot. Arenamo hit. Brennan 2 hits. Matos and Pratt. At least there was a walk down there in the bottom of the order. Honestly, great game. 2 pitchers. No problem. Chat, we are going to be undefeated this season. No one will ever beat us. Bobby Miller, player of the game, went 6 2/3 innings of shutout 2-hit ball. Hell yeah. Awesome start to the season. Behold, the 2 worst teams last season are currently in first. The Angels also are 3-0. Oh, that's funny. Pay those believers, dude. Pay the believers. Channel points coming out. Biggest believer, Farce Cactar. 250k. Biggest doubters, Juni 2 and Schnoodley. 250k each. Houston wins their series 2-1. Tigers win the series against the Rangers. Guards win the series against the Twins. Baltimore wins the series against the Blue Jays. Yankees win the series against the Mariners. Tampa wins against the White Sox. Los Angeles sweeps the Royals. The Cardinals sweep the Mets. The Nationals win the series against the Rockies. Dodgers win the series against the Phillies. Marlins win the series against the Pirates. Braves win against the Reds. Oh yeah, we saw Cardinals sweep the Mets. Giants win the series against the Padres. I don't know why I showed this one twice. Did Ochoa get a homer? He got 2 back-to-back homers. Good for him. In Chicago, Cubs sweep the Pioneers. So far off to a good start. James Outman, recovery slow after a sore knee. Extra week. Did I already save? I don't remember. What a start, man. I'm not saying it's going to stay like that. I'm just saying, what a start. Give the home crowd something to cheer about. Look at this. Attendance chart. Attendance chart. I can't change it now. I know I can change the number, but I think the ticket price is locked in for the rest of the season at what I set it at already. Maximum attendance. We should have jacked up those prices, brother. We're missing out on a bunch of free revenue. I didn't know it was going to be that crazy. We sold an extra 2,000 season tickets. Getting an extra $200,000 per game. Can change the price, but all the season tickets have already sold. The thing is, We did some research, and I think that that's bait. Like, this doesn't actually change anything. Like, I looked it up. We looked it up yesterday. And, like, the actual wiki that said you have to, like, the wiki said you have to set up the ticket price for the year during the winter meetings, but then everyone else is like, I don't know. I'll try modifying it. I'll try modifying it and see what happens, and we'll see if the revenue per game goes up. But how do I tell if I actually got that much from a game? Because that did change. Let's try, like, what were we at? I was at 22.75. I don't know. I'm not saying you can't change it. I'm just saying the wiki said you have to set it during the winter meetings. That's all. And I saw mixed responses on whether or not you can or not, you know? So let's say like another $3 and just, because we want to keep the capacity up. But it would be nice to make some more rev. How? Oh, we haven't paid the players.